fucking hell? Tropical stream, let's get tropical, bitches. Not tropical, topical. But before we get too delved into shit, obviously, gotta give it a little bit, let people kind of muster the way on in, and all that fun stuff. But, I don't know, just considering some of the news and shit like that for today, yeah, I figured, I have a more topical-based type of stream and actually kind of have the title pertain to it. Lady Sariel. I've been just binging these lately. These have been really, really good. Like, I don't know if you have tried these yet, but I definitely recommend them. They're alright, but I prefer beer usually. Yeah, I mean, I generally do too, but lately, I mean, just because those have actually been legitimately pretty good, I've just been drinking those lately. Just been my thing, at least in the meantime. Yeah. I've been on a search for my favorite vanilla pour, but I haven't found it yet. I'm sure it'd be around someday. Oh, I do have like something funny that show you that came from my fucking workplace, because it's ridiculous. Let's see how. There. I'll delve into this real quick. Look at this. So it says, personal beverages or personal belongings are not allowed at check-ins or eating departments. Beverages will be thrown away and you'll be asked to remove any personal items. Any phone or earbuds that are being used during work hours will be taken and held until the end of your shift. This is work time, not game or social time. We're not here to serve the customers, and we're not doing that if we're on the phone. It's like, well, hey, guess what? We're not serving customers if we're doing literally anything else, like doing production, cleaning, or any, like, you want to extend that logic a little bit, dumb fuck? It's like, aye. Yeah, I saw that, and my other closer was like, understandably immensely pissed off, like, what the fuck, this place sucks. And I'm just like, bro. And honestly, good luck trying to enforce that shit. There ain't no way in hell that's gonna be possible. Yeah. There. Look at it. Go. There. Just looking at chords just to kind of remind myself of a tune. Alright, I think that's the gist, if I remember. Here we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Just gotta, come on, we're right. I love how I have to like look every single word for this when it comes to being YouTube. Oh my god, there we go. Fucking hell. Takes that long just to find a goddamn thing? Takes that long to find a thing. Oh my god, what the hell? What the hell? I finished before I do this. I want to smoke bowl. Get that going for myself. But I guess at least that's like a little introduction anyways. I mean, at least if the title doesn't necessarily give a hint enough. I mean, considering like, you know, some of the tragedy that happened at Colorado, I wanted to kind of delve into that a little bit, kind of explore that obviously. But then honestly, just like what, you know, queer folk and leftists especially, you know, can do to like kind of help, you know, combat this in a sense. But obviously, you know, we'll get into that as it comes along and shit, including, you know, when it comes to like the far right and them, and, you know, just discussing them more on a more kind of deeper level. Bada bing, bada boom. Get this nice. We're gonna do discrete hardcore Lamau. I mean, how do you know? I mean, just because, you know, like we have like, you know, disagreement on one issue doesn't necessarily mean we might not on others. You don't know that yet. Sounds like someone's, you know, jumping the gun a little bit. No pun intended. I mean, it's a part of like the topic, but it's not like the entire fucking thing. That would die for arguing. Well, I will say it's a part of the topic, but it's not like the whole fucking thing. Honestly, when it comes to like community defense stuff, like most of it isn't even the whole like Vanguard gun thing. I mean, there's a lot more than goes into something like that than just that. I mean, if anything, there's a lot of various different things, like just learning how to like, you know, do, you know, medical things and shit, like, oh, hey, someone's hurt, and have, like, you know, some basic medical equipment that, you know, that I can give to somebody who might be a medic, you know, or something. Like, have, you know, like, doing those, you know, like, having something like that, where you have, like, you know, basic kind of, like, you know, like, kind of, like, a basic field medical kit, you know, and shit, and if the medic doesn't have, like, the needed supplies they need because they use it on somebody else, and, you know, there's, like, at least another kit available. You know, just different shit like that. On top of just like simply just like getting together with people, you know, just going to different, you know, meetings and stuff, like if there's any IWW meetings or any uni meetings, just going to those and checking those out and see what people are talking about and shit. Different like little career rallies or like or meetings and shit. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it more than just like guns or something. It goes far more into it than just that. But it's not going to be for quite a while anyway. Like I said, we're going to discuss about other shit first. But at least, you know, before then, just kind of sit around, just kind of chill for a little bit. You know, like good, like 30-something minutes, you know, just kind of dick around, fucking off.
What's this say?
whole song. I need to start kind of learning a little bit more about the actual, like, kind of rhythm part. I know the first part goes. I mean, I kind of, the rhythm part of it's a little schlicky, but I could definitely figure it out eventually if I give it enough time. It's a pretty simple little thing. There. Ball building. A little fun one. That's all loud. Never was afraid of the goons and the kings and fuck, that fucked me up. Sounded like my string was getting out to him for a second. At least sounds like one of them was. Yeah, that one. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was a D. It was a D. Oh no. My D string was the one that got fucked. That was unfortunate. But I'll play one more. This one needs a little roughness and some. I think kind of fuck around with the neck a little bit, kind of like how Johnny Cash used to do it, because every now and then he was strong, he would kind of go up here occasionally. Well, yeah, I couldn't have, but... I guess I couldn't really do more precise picking from right here. I'd have to do that from here. Kind of adds like a little... Kind of almost has like a didgeridoo-esque kind of like vibe to it. I kind of like it. Because the main hit of where the sound is coming from is being here instead of being more filled up right here. Has more of kind of a hum, while this just sounds more full. Has kind of more of like a, not as full, but kind of more of a hummier-ness to it, because it vibrates more here, and that's kind of where the hum comes from, is in the body. But right here, it just is like a very full, like, whoa. So, there's a little slight tonal difference to it. And I imagine when you're playing it electrically, it sounds even cooler. Which I have not done yet. Getting a little bowl smell down now. Cause I'm feeling burn a little bit. Just a little bit. Just ever so slightly. Just don't want a little mess with rawness. Oh, that felt good. I hate my hands being all fucking clammy. It does not help. Does not help for the evening. Ba-da-dum-bum-bum. The intro of this always gets me, but fuck it, we'll just have to go for it. Oh, getting a little bit better on that one. But that one always gets my fucking arm burning. Okay, yeah, I'm feeling that one. Yeah, I'm feeling that in my hand too. Oh yeah. I always love that little song. Definitely need to make it. Man, I need to get an acoustic electric. That's what I really fucking need. Explaining that electrically would be even more fun. But oh yeah. Here I gotta kind of couple some of these things bumped up here. But in the meantime, playing our little fun tune. Play something a little more heavy this time. Something to get in the vibe. Well, the song's also kind of got me in the vibe, but more of an uppy vibe. Well, you know what? I kind of need the uppity vibe for what we're about to get into. And still one more message. There we go. Can't believe honestly Rip City like pansied out. It's like, I'm just gonna assume out. It's like, man, you know, I'm not gonna lie, a little bit of bitch. It's like, come on, bro. It's like, how do you fucking know that, you know, like, my first thing is gonna be like, nope, everybody needs to be like, you know, like, you know, getting in militias or something. Like, I swear to God, dude, he has a really different, like, I don't want to get into quite yet, but really has, like, a serious different mentality about this that I just see as kind of, frankly, at least, kind of, I don't know, like, a little, like, kind of counterproductive, because it's like, I'll give him a pass, he said he had a rough week. I know, I'm giving him a pass, too. I mean, because I know, him and I have, like, talked about this before, and this is just something we disagree with. I mean, just honestly, like, I know we do. I mean, I'm just like, it's like, come on, I mean, it's like, I'm not even gonna, like, be like, well, fuck you, you know, it's like, I'm not gonna make it, like, some debate bro shit. I'm just like, you know, I'm putting my shit out there. Obviously, you know, having criticism, disagreement ain't a bad thing. That's okay. Well, yeah, of course, yeah. I'm just like, come on, man. It's like, oh, come on. Could I at least stick around for a little bit and until the point, you know, where it's like, you know, hey, you know, alright, don't really agree with it now. It's like, I'll just kind of dip off for the meantime. But, I mean, either way, big deal. He's my bro, he's my homie. I mean, I got a couple of these too, so when my roommate comes back, who knows, I might be like, you know what, fuck it. Give me your phone, I'm gonna call him. Just have like a, like a fucking, like, actual, like, debate. Like, bro, you can't escape from me on this. We're gonna have this discussion, bro. You know, actually, I just kind of thought about it. Like, I mean, that wouldn't be a bad idea, at least for a few people. That I know I can at least trust. It's like, yeah, we'll call in using my friend's phone or something. Or maybe I could just have, like, a random... Well, actually, that wouldn't work if it was my phone. I can make it work. We'll figure it out. And also, I feel like this phone kind of over-embellishes how much we might disagree to a little bit, because, I mean, where we do disagree, it is severe, I will give it that, you know, but I don't really think it's as far as he really thinks. I mean, we'll get more into it, you know, when it comes up. You know, at least, you know, when it comes to kind of the broader topic. Because, honestly, there's a lot to it, really. I mean, because this thing that happened in Colorado, honestly, like, shit's kind of gotten to me more so than just, like,
you know, like, I don't know. Like, at least when it comes to, like, you know, these, like, the, you know, like, the rise of the far right, and how essentially openly violent they are being, and considering that, you know, there's, like, obviously a very touchy subject when it comes to, you know, like, you know, firearms and shit in this country, and how, you know, like, that plays a very negative role, but at the same time, there's also been, like, positive examples that have been shown in as well. So it's like a really big back and forth, and it's just been on my mind all fucking day today. I'm gonna, I guess, attempt to have it, like, kind of structured out, at least, you know, from a nice, like, bow, but knowing me, that probably isn't gonna happen. It's probably gonna go like, but hopefully at least all kind of comes down to, like, the same point. Because, I mean, all in all, like, there's, I mean, it's just like, I guess, like, I mean, for me, where I know Stefano definitely disagrees with me on, but I do at least think there is some importance, is that, you know, at least when it comes to people of color, queer folk, LGBT folk, and the most marginalized of us, especially if they're mentally sound enough and are capable, they should at least, at minimum, have something to defend themselves with. That doesn't necessarily mean a gun, by the way. That just means something to defend yourself, like taser, pepper spray, a knife, anything. Doesn't matter. Like, I really do believe that is, especially if you're in a community or an area that is not exactly friendly with you, like very conservative hotbed or some shit, then yeah, it's definitely something I would strongly encourage. And if you obviously are somebody that does not feel mentally well, that probably, or not necessarily trust yourself, you know, to have something like that, then don't. Like, it shouldn't be like a peer pressure thing. But I think what should at least at minimal be encouraged is, at least, you know, when it comes to those who do want to get into something like that, is to at least, you know, absolutely train yourself and be very fucking responsible with these things. Because, like, that's at least what should be the very key difference when it comes to, you know, like, defense action in that way, in comparison to, like, these right-wing chuds who are basically gathering arms to incite violence on people purposely. Like, that's their fucking intents and shit. Like, at least, you know, I'm not even really gonna bother now at this point, because with 114 and how much of a fucking huckleblue that's been, like, I mean, there's a chance that, like, at least purchasing firearms will literally be, like, halted for, at least for the time being, just because the actual logistics and the things that need to be in place to actually, like, let these, you know, let, like, purchases go through and all this other shit is not there yet. So, you know, it's just basically like limbo mode, you know, and who knows what. Like, it's, I mean, that's like a different topic, really, but, I mean, I guess it's partially tangential to it, but not directly. But, I mean, it's like, that in itself is like a different clusterfuck. And, but, I mean, it's just like, you have, you know, like, the people who are, like, you know, the most marginalized, I would say personally, it's like, yeah, maybe if you want to get, like, a, you know, handgun for self-defense or pepper spray or something like that, you know, and you know, could trust yourself and you know you're going to be responsible with it and train yourself and blah, blah, then I would be okay with, you know, encouraging that. I would just not encourage it if people don't, you know, feel like they personally want to, or personally don't feel comfortable with that, then don't. Fine. I mean, that's at least, you know, I think, you know, the thing with me, it's just like, that, at least kind of like how Rip City at least a little bit, and I think what kind of rubs me a little bit the wrong way is just like, you know, he just thinks gun equal bad, period, no matter what. And it's just like, I mean, yeah, like, when it comes to these variables and when it, you know, of, you know, violence and who has them and, like, how lax our laws are and how fickle-fuckle they are, like, yeah, there's a lot of problems with it. But, like, I don't think just gun bad. Like, it can be, but just its existence and virtue in itself doesn't, like, you know, it's like, my gun ain't bad, you know, it's like, not every gun bad. But there are, you know, people that will use them for very bad intentions and very horrible things, and that's where it's a problem, and that's bad. And so, and that's, you know, where the guns are bad. You know, it's like, I mean, because fundamentally at the end of the day, like, these people get them legally, and that's a problem. And at least with this whole Colorado thing, this, like, that shit, and learning more about that type of stuff is that, I mean, this motherfucker was arrested by the FBI and was released, and the case, against him and shit was, like, sealed and everything, and apparently is a grandson to, like, some fucking retired, or, like, defeated Republican congressman or some shit, or something like that. I mean, it's just, like, what the fuck? And he was allowed to legally get his shit. And yeah, that's a problem. It's like, hey, you ain't gonna see me disagree with advocating change on those things. Absolutely. Like, we need that shit. I guess I don't know what you disagree from. A lot of it, I think, comes from more, like, my opinions about, like, radical leftism, because he considers himself more of a, quote, moderate socialist. I definitely don't consider myself a moderate in socialism or really anything. So, I'm more radically bent, I guess, and militantly, I guess, in a sense, too, but not in the same sense of, like, oh, that means guns for everything. That's not what militant necessarily means, It's like, it just means a far more radical, civil disobedient approach, to enacting direct action. And, basically kind of like a more anarchist school of thought. That's kind of, more of my leftism, more so than Stefan's leftism, which is fine, it's like, I mean, a lot of those disagreements are really just kind of more nitpicky stuff, but every now and then there are big clashes when it comes to the ideologies, and this would be one of them, because for me, and there's an example of this in Denton, I think in Texas, where there was, like, just a drag queen book reading in, like, some library or a bookstore, and a bunch of armed right-wing Proud Boy thugs were gonna try to go there and intimidate and harass people and shit, and frankly, who fucking knows what else, but they were put on the side of the curb like little bitches because they were armed queer folk, masked up, had their identity and everything, but they were armed. They didn't do anything, outside of just sitting there, just with the rifles just at their side, like this, finger off the trigger, trigger discipline, being responsible, and they were just not saying anything, they're just sitting there, not doing shit. And these right-wing people are like, oh my god, they're so scared that, like, oh, look at these weird extremists, oh, they have guns, like, they were literally all trying to, like, be like, oh wow, look at these guys. It's like, yeah, if you turn their cameras around, they have the same motherfuckers behind them, but instead of wearing all black, they're wearing all fucking camo and red MAGA hats. And then, like, American flag masks and shit. It's just like, I mean, it's like, what? I mean, it's like, what do you think those motherfuckers are there for? Because of you motherfuckers. It's like, well, oh wow, why are they being so extreme? And it's like, and both of them are armed. Both of them had guns in that situation. I mean, it's Texas, to be fair, but they both did. But neither side did shit whatsoever. Because it's just like, they just sat there, did not do a thing, and that's all they had to do. I mean, because that's all it really takes. Because at the end of the day, they're bitches. Like, there ain't, like, when push comes to shove, they're not gonna fucking, try to start a fight when it's on equal ground like that. Even if they're armed with, like, baseball bats or some shit, and maybe conceal carrying a pistol or something, even then. At the point going about armed society. Yeah, like, I mean, having all of society armed and shit, yeah, but, like, when it comes to, like, queer people, especially, like, trans people, like, I do think, at least having something to defend yourself with, that doesn't necessarily mean arm yourself with a gun per se, like, caveat of that. I mean, but at least when it comes to at least, self-defense, or at least learning some elements of self-defense, and, even if it's, like, some, like, hand-to-hand shit, whatever the fuck it is, like, especially if you're, like, someone who's POC, a marginalized person, or queer person, especially a trans person, it wouldn't behoove you to learn that shit. And, at least, learn a little bit about that type of stuff, and at least, have something, in, kind of in your little tool belt with that. From the actual enemies, yeah. And I think having, like, at least, some, lefties who are at least willing to kind of, stand guard and, put themselves on the line and say, no, you ain't gonna fuck with these people, I think is, a good thing. I mean, you can't necessarily, like, say that at least having some of these people is cringe per se. Having everybody, yeah, like, but at least having people who, are responsible and, can be trained properly in these type of situations and be disciplined, when it comes push to shove during these situations. Like those, like the armed queer folk that were sitting there right in front of that bookstore. All they did was just stand silent. A few other people, like a few other Antifa, queer members there, had some trans flags just holding them up. And most of them were just silent, just sitting there, not saying shit. Because, and that's some discipline. That's being very responsible. Like the Storm Guard said, the LGBT. Yeah. I mean, just having a few. You don't need a lot, just a few. Just to show that we don't fuck around, and when we stand together, we mean business. Because the whole idea of the whole, like, standing guard like that is to say we will defend ourselves, when it comes to our beliefs and our identity, and we don't fuck around when push comes to shove. So don't push us. That's all it's saying. And they see it. And they ain't going to. At least when they're seeing that symbolic display. I mean, the right uses it as their symbology all the fucking time. And obviously no one's going to be fucking with them when you have like 5 of their dudes sitting there on the side of their little rally if their little, arms, sitting there shit. Like, I sure as shit ain't approaching. Even if I had something. I ain't messing with that. Because it's smart not to. So that's also the difference between when the right wing have a march or a rally versus the left wing. It's like, if we see some of them are armed, we're gonna think a lot more tactfully of like, all right, well, we're not gonna totally like fuck with them entirely unless we have actual like more numbers and stuff. Where if we just slowly, made our group go up there as a big group, they could use those on us. But if there's like 20 people and they have like 100 plus people over there and like 10 of them have, some guns and shit, don't do anything. That's a bad idea. So it's like, but that's why they have that shit. Because, at least for the right wing, they're using it as a way, come on, please do something. At least when it comes to the left, it's like, please fuck off. It's like, that's basically what it means. It's like, please go fuck away. And like, go back to your little fucking redneck little honky hobbit, little hobbit hole or some shit, like your little honky hole. Like, go back there, please. And that's, because, hey, and in my pastime, it's like, all I'm going to do is just, whatever ammo I have left, I'm just going to fucking shoot cans at a fucking range or something. I'm just going to have fun with it. Because, during the side, a lot of, lefties and progressive types, a lot of them go hunting too. A lot of them, tend to have like a redneck type of lifestyle or culture where they like to go fishing, mudding, hunting, shooting beer cans with the 22 or whatever the fuck. I mean, there's kind of like some of that like conservative like culture a little bit that legit kind of overlaps a little. Because I'm a little guilty of it. I kind of like getting on some ATVs, go mudding out in the country and shit. The idea of hunting, going fishing, all that stuff. Like, I like that type of shit. So I mean, it's like, but I'm fucking left to the core and shit. You know what I mean? So it's like, like, there's a lot of people like me like that, and obviously, at the end of the day, I'm not, thinking like, oh yes, an armed society is a great idea, because it definitely isn't. I mean, if anything, yes, there needs to be a restriction on accessibility, and, there definitely is, I think, a, smart way to go about that. And I think, honestly, looking to, like, the Swiss model nationally and adopting some of their ideas, I think is a good way to at least kind of get a little bit of a structure to it. Because Switzerland is also another population, another country that is very armed, but they don't have, like, nowhere near the same amount of problems as we do when it comes to, like, guns and shit. Also, there is a lot of other caveats. They got universal health care. They have all these other things that help uplift socioeconomic conditions so people aren't desperate and go to crime or other forms of, potential criminality, and which could potentially lead to violence as well. I mean, so that's also kind of another thing. Is that, also, unfortunately, a lot of gun violence is, probably just due to crime, or, like, at least, for Portland's case, because, some, like, illegal street race, gets all fucking too heated, and, someone pulls a piece out and starts, blopping some people and shit, it's just like, I mean, that ends up being a very major, issue and shit. So it's just like, you don't hear that in Switzerland, though, because they don't have any problems, when it comes to property, where people are making bets off of illegal street races, because that's basically fuck all they got. So, it's just kind of like like a major problem of like socioeconomic conditions and the lack of proper mental health awareness, especially, but just a lack of proper health awareness just in general in this country. And I would say mental health, not just in the country, but globally too, even to an extent. And it's just not something that is, looked after, because I do think, heavily investing, especially in mental health care treatment and shit, and expansion and investment on healthcare treatment as well, I think would also help limit a lot of these problems, especially when it comes to violence. And also when it comes to background checks, just expand them so they have mental background checks attached to it. Like, I mean, that's another thing they could do, and make it a little bit more stricter, tighten it up a little, because I know background checks are pretty loose. So they could be tightened up a little and also expanded. So I mean, that, there's definitely a lot of things that can be done. So people that are either, for mental criminal reasons, probably shouldn't own a gun, or are just too much of an idiot, like just straight up, because they're not responsible or safe enough to own one, even if they don't necessarily have a problem mentally or otherwise. Because, like, someone could be like, oh yeah, I'm a, cut of the old cloth, I'm an average person, I don't got no mental problems, not criminal at all, but give them a gun, they're like, oh, what am I doing? Like, it's like there are some people that just should not be touching them, like, just straight up. Like, I wouldn't trust them with an airsoft gun, let alone a real gun, you know what I mean? It's just like, there are some people legit just like that. I mean, so, like, those type of trainings and those type of, prerequisites, or at least, little lookouts should be, a thing. And especially should be on a federal level. Which I know Rip City doesn't disagree with that. I know he'd probably go further. But I know I've seen like some of his like posts as like Unified Chungus on Reddit, especially with like the Measure 114 shit. And I mean, he honestly really just kind of have just like a very more narrow-minded mindset with it, like I was kind of saying earlier. Which, I mean, it's whatever. Like, I don't care that, isn't knowledgeable about it or whatever. That's not, whatever. A lot of people aren't. But, like I said, I guess what just kind of grabs me a little is that, I mean, he thinks, like I said, that, gun no matter what, bad. And that in itself, needs to be addressed and basically limited to essentially like try to get as close as like to bolt action / like single shot breech loaders as possible. Basically, I mean, I'm being a little hyperbolic myself. I mean, I will admit, but I mean, it's. I mean, he kind of like has a little bit of that Irish mentality, a little, which. Frankly, I wouldn't mind owning a musket or a flintlock, just saying, but or a breech loader. Especially bolt action. I love bolt actions. But, I mean, I don't want to be just restricted to that, I mean, come on. I can have fun with a boomstick if I want. I'm not going to hurt nobody. And a lot of people, I think, are like that. And even if they do have one for self-defense, chances are they're never going to have to use it. Which is good. I mean, it's kind of like the whole, like, idea of like the whole like better need it not having not needed type of situation, which I guess doesn't really necessarily apply as much when it comes to a firearm situation. I guess depending on the context, like if you're out on a hike where it's prone to cougars and you don't have something to defend yourself from cougars, you're kind of dumb. If I was on a hike and it was an area prone to cougars and shit, I'd bring a 44, personally, because one right between a slug between the eyeballs of a 44 on a cougar, it's putting it down. Okay. So yeah, like I mean, that's just me. So like I don't trust pepper. I don't trust no bear spray to just deter a fucking cat, an oversized pissed off hungry kitty. I do not trust bear spray to fucking deter an oversized angry hungry pussy. I trust a 44 to do that, but. not bear spray. I'm sure it works, but that motherfucker come back and more angry. And that's what I don't want. I mean, because honestly, just like a lot of things that we have in society, like, they're, you know, like, kind of, you know, this whole, at least in America, mainly. I mean, in some countries in Europe, like Switzerland, like I was mentioning earlier, where it's kind of grandfathered in that, like, yeah, guns are kind of a part of the culture and part of society and shit. But that doesn't mean that, oh, they don't come with consequences or, you know, dangers and shit, because obviously they fucking do. I mean, it's like we have laws when it comes to things that are dangerous, like, you know, flying aircraft and, you know, trains and shit. And, you know, because when they first were a thing and they were first being developed, there weren't many laws, rules, or regulations on developing or manufacturing any of that shit. Neither with cars either, necessarily. But even then, you know, it's like the regulations and, you know, and systems in place now, you know, because of, you know, like a lot of the disasters that have happened, especially with like aircraft and shit. Now planes, trains, ferries, like pretty much like every other form of transportation is fundamentally significantly more safer in comparison to aircraft or to driving, like having a car. Because, you know, there's like actual trained professional people, you know, who are actually responsible and know what they're doing, that, you know, are operating those things, you know, are qualified to operate those things. Depending on what it is, sometimes they're more qualified. Like if you're flying a commercial jet, obviously you're a very qualified professional son of a bitch. But if you're a bus driver, I mean, obviously you have to be qualified to an extent, but you don't have to, like, you know, get like some sort of insane long ass fucking like permit, you know, or some shit qualification, 5,000 plus hours and then some and all this other shit, you know, when it comes to like trying to fly, you know, a major commercial jet, unlike a bus, you know, like at most you're like having a month, you know, then you're doing public transit on a bus. It's going to take multiple years to fly commercial aircraft, you know, so obviously depending on the level of like transit or public transportation or mode of supply transit, you know, like obviously qualifications, you know, differ. And for me personally, I think why not for the same thing for firearms, like, you know, because we already have that to an extent. We have, you know, like, I think it's the Class 6 collector's permit, where, you know, certain weapons that, for all intents and purposes, would technically be illegal in the civilian market, but can't be owned, you know, at least, you know, limitedly owned. Like, you can have the firearm, but, you know, maybe not, you know, you can't get the ammo or you can't have this or that with it. You know, but you can at least have the firearm, you know, like when it comes to a collector's permit. And I know there's like a few other ones. Obviously, there's like a federal automatic weapons permit that you have to go through a fucking load of bullshit to get through, which is obviously understandable. you know, unless you've basically been in the service or something. Like, unless you're like a military vet, like, you gotta go through a lot of hoops for it, which, again, understandable. I'm not even gonna bitch about it. Like, because, you know, we already have that. Kind of, but that's the problem. Kind of. It's very shoddy as fuck. Like, honestly, a lot of it, I think, can be easily far more streamlined, and if we had, like, you know, more expansive, you know, federal law about these type of things. Because, I mean, obviously, I know not everyone necessarily agrees, but I'm definitely somebody that I think, just like driving a vehicle, I guess, you know, yeah, you have the right to do that, you know, but it's within reason. You know, it's like something that, like, hey, you know, you can't just, like, you know, just drive around. You have to have a license. You have to go through some, you know, procedures to make sure that you qualify, you know, and all this other shit. Like, I mean, you know, and at least for driving, frankly, I do think that, too, also should be stricter. You know, so it's like, you know, all in all, I mean, you know, these things absolutely matter. Do I think it's the cure-all, too? Not necessarily. I mean, if you really want to try to stop it, you could try disarmament, but in America, I mean, America collapsing and breaking up into different states and different countries would be more likely of a reality. Like, I'm just gonna be blunt with that one. Like, that would be more, like, America balkanizing would be more of a reality than America disarming. Just, I mean, it's just that ingrained. I guess for some people that's, like, unfortunate. For me, it's whatever. I don't care, you know, as long as we can get to a, you know, a solution to where, you know, it can be very reasonable, where average people like me, you know, like, can, you know, have fun with them if we want to, and, you know, partake competitions, shit like that, you know, are capable of being responsible, and and obviously make sure that people who should not be having them stay away from them. And the FBI should probably do its fucking job too when it comes to that. I heard the Green Power Ranger died, and I'm sad. I heard about that. My friend Venom is a major fan of the guy. Well, major fan of Power Rangers, and he's been kind of depressed because of it. I haven't really watched the Power Rangers that much. I remember the show, but I still feel for you. Feel for you and Venom too, though. Like, I'm saddened for you guys. Because growing up, you obviously knew Steve Irwin, right? Like how you're probably feeling right now about the Green Power Ranger, same thing with Venom, is how I felt about Steve Irwin, MJ, and a few other people. Like there were some people that I held in heart, then I find out they're dead, and it's like, and then he becomes sad, and that's a situation right there, where especially how he went too, like a suicide and going through a divorce. And fuck, dude, I really feel bad. I guess he really couldn't take the stress and the trauma of what he was going through, which is really unfortunate, honestly. A lot of tragedy today, man. Sad day. Dear Mama was watching some of the shit. Oh fuck, she already goddamn put chapters on her stream that she just God fuck. God damn, dude, she is on the ball, or her editor or somebody's on the ball. Fucking hell, goddamn. Well, that makes it easy to find what I needed. Oh, cool. Okay, sweet. Nice. Honestly, at least some of the topics, or at least some of the things I want to discuss, she also, I think, puts very eloquently as well, and she also kind of just delves into some articles in a video, too. It's a little easier than finding it myself. Plus, I like Demon Mama. She's great.
We have to have a discussion, and unfortunately, this is a discussion that we have had to have a lot in recent...
we've been already starting with it.
Memory. It's not an easy discussion to have, but I hope that you will stick here with me regardless, because it's really goddamn important that we talk about this, okay? Last night, in Colorado Springs, there was a mass shooting. And this was a mass shooting that occurred at a place called Club Q, which by the name, you hopefully can tell, it's a gay bar, okay? Now, some of you might remember that the most deadly mass shooting in history, the Pulse nightclub shooting, also happened at a gay bar.
I want to sort of say that's the most deadliest mass shooting. There was the Vegas fucking concert festival shooting that happened, which flies under the radar of a lot of people, and I think this is kind of an example of that. Like, that wounded over... that killed at least over 50 plus people and wounded over 500 something. I forgot how many people it wounded. It wounded so many people. The death toll itself, I think, was probably the highest of them, but it, I guess in comparison to the wounded, it was not that high. I think how many people died was around 40 something, and then, or something like that, and then the amount of people wounded was straight up in the hundreds. It was fucking insane. And honestly, that flies under the radar of a lot of people. That was talked about for 2 weeks, and then nothing. It's suddenly just kind of zipped. I still feel like there's a little bit of suspicious things about that. I don't know about specifically. I know because there's something about some of the shit around that event, at least when it comes to the person who committed the act. There's some very suspicious shit around it, honestly. And with the investigation of the shooting, no one really knows. It's just oh, just a crazy guy. even though he really wasn't. The guy used to work for the CIA and had an aircraft that had a like radar blocking type of tech on it that usually a lot of CIA drug runners would have, doing runs in the Caribbean and shit, and his plane, could make those runs. Like, there's some really, really sketchy shit, legit. Like, honestly, I mean, if anything, I mean, he did the act probably as, like, a way to, like, yo, I'm doing this as a way to just, like, bombastically show, this shit, and kind of, like, blow the whistle, but do so where everyone will see, and just did it like that with a very horrific event. And he also apparently, like, had the entire hotel set up to where, like, he could, see people coming in, like, into his room and shit, so he could have, like, the final shootout in his room in the hallway and all that. Like, he had the whole place, like, set to shit. Like, he had everything to a T. But when they burst into his room, he was already dead for quite a while. It's like, that's odd. It's like he had everything set up to where he was gonna, like, have, like, a showdown, but that didn't happen. When they busted in there, he was already dead. And dead for a while. Like, and it was because, likely, he probably offed himself. Or something, or somebody else maybe, busted in there without him realizing it while he was in the middle of a shooting or something. I don't know. It's a very suspicious fucking shooting, honestly. It's still horrible and tragic nonetheless, and it definitely happened, obviously. But there's still some suspicious shit around it. And obviously, even if, some of the stuff, or at least, the possibility of him maybe blowing the whistle, so to speak, that just never got released because it got scrubbed and destroyed, essentially. And all that, like, I mean, obviously doesn't negate the fact that his attempt to try to make that big, is still horrific. Like, I mean, it's still kind of a shitbag for that, obviously. Well, not kind of a shitbag, he just outright is for it. But at the same time, it's like, the why around it has never been answered, and that's the suspicious part of it. It's not the, did it, it's the why did it. Like, that's kind of the suspicion to it. Like, a lot of things do happen, but sometimes we never always get the why did it happen. Like, we get some ideas, but never, like, full answers, and it's just an event where we just never get full answers to it. Hence, the suspicion to it. But nonetheless, I mean, outside of that shooting, though, to kind of bring it back, like, the Pulse, I think, before then, because I think Pulse was before that shooting, I think Pulse was the most deadly shooting before the Vegas one. And it was. And I don't know, like, frankly, like, there's something about this shooting that kind of hit a little different for me in comparison to even Pulse a little bit. I think some of it's because maybe I wasn't really as radicalized at the time, but I don't think that was really it either, because every now and then there's a shooting that does kind of hit me a little bit and feels different. I mean, well, I guess the Vegas one, for example, like, because, I mean, I still think about that one every now and then. So, it's like, and also there was the Clackham Small shooting, and that is not even, like, 2 miles away from me, by the way. That's like a 10-minute drive, if that. Very close. And that shook a lot of people around here. Kind of shook me, because I was going to meet up with a friend after school that day. Like I said, I mean, what crazy shit. What's up, man? How much? Should you get a haircut and shit?
Yeah, I'll put you in.
That's nice, you got a haircut.
An unbelievable escalation of violence directed towards LGBTQ people who have done nothing wrong in every single instance. We're not talking about people going after some murderer who happens to be gay. We're talking about innocent, random people being targeted while doing nothing against the law, while doing nothing. This is a nothing short of raw bigotry and hatred. I want to start this out with something that's going to be a little bit hard to watch. So I just want to warn you that this is going to be a very difficult thing to watch together. And again, I promise you we're going to talk about things afterwards, but we really have to open with
Very watermelon.
the simple and raw truth of what happened.
Raspberry,
So please
green
sit with
apple,
me
and
here
watermelon.
and just take a minute. Seriously, don't go away. It's not violent, it's not scary or anything like that. It's just important. Okay?
And heavy.
So this was an interview with one of the people who was present in the shooting in Colorado Springs at the gay bar last night. Let's take a listen.
As I was dancing on the dance floor, I heard...
Yeah, Colorado last night there was a shooting at a gay bar called Club Q, and actually what happened was like the guys went in there, and a couple of the patrons actually were able to subdue the guys. So if anything, there could have been a lot more lives killed, but a few people braved it out and tackled his ass and shit.
Be a nice human.
Hmm?
Were you over to Paradise today or something?
That was the other day. I spent a little bit. We're like, yeah, you can have 2 free stickers. And I'm just like, oh, cool.
I put a pro sticker on the back of my car.
Nice. Holy shit, Bailey's and eggnog is a great combo. Of course, those two are a great combo.
Food?
I thought it was the music.
Snacks.
Because there were no
Snacks,
screams.
okay.
There
Have
was
food at
no
home.
help,
Or in.
help, nothing like that.
Yeah.
Then there were more shots.
Yeah.
When I realized what was going on, I ran to the dressing room immediately. There was a customer that followed me, and there was a drag performer, Delusional, who was in the dressing room. I made them lock the doors, and we got down on the ground and cut off the lights immediately. We heard everything. We heard more shots fired. We heard the assailant being beat up by someone that I assumed that tackled him. We heard the police come in. We heard them yelling at him. We heard them...
Which, at least what he's describing there, somebody beating on him, it was 2 people. 2 people tackled him. Which, they're fucking outright heroes as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're critical. We heard everything, and all I can think about is everything. My life.
That's fucking
Just everything.
right. It's
Friends,
traumatizing,
family,
dude.
loved ones.
Yeah.
I came here to celebrate my birthday. Honestly, I was supposed to be in Denver. But I came back a day early, and, like, it's sad.
Joshua, what does this mean for the LGBTQ community here in Colorado Springs, this shooting?
It's hard to say. It means so much because this is our only safe space here in the Springs. And so for this to get shot up, like, what are we going to do now? Where are we going to go? Yeah, we can rebuild and come together and this, but what about those people that lost their lives for no reason? Like the other 18 that were injured. I could have been one of them. Like, it means a lot because, again, what are we going to do now? How are we going to feel safe in our city?
This was your safe space.
Yeah, this was the only LGBTQIA plus space in the entire city of Colorado Springs. It's won awards in Independent Magazine. I got my start here. Like, so many of my friends I met here, and people that I call loved ones, and now it's shattered.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, that's kind of hard to listen to sometimes. But, I mean, yeah, like, when some people say, like, hey, like, it's okay to have, like, a, quote, safe space, it's kind of like what people mean. It's like having, like, a bar that, is accepting of them, where it's kind of, like, more, aesthetically, like, hey, this is a LGBT bar, or whatever the fuck. It's like, I mean, when it comes to, like, what he was saying, especially, like, that was pretty much our only, like, kind of safe space in the whole area. I mean, it is, like, because if you have, like, I know with Colorado Springs, it's definitely more of a, especially a lot of neighborhoods around there has a lot of conservative hotbeds. Like, I mean, and, a lot of them, just because of their, because of their existence, because they happen to be gay or whatever, it's just like, they don't want them to be around, period. And that means, using violence and shit. And, when people go to such a radical extreme, this ends up being the result to it. And Chucklefucks wonder why armed people need to be at things like drag queen story time. Yeah, which is, kind of what I'll eventually get into a little more, but, I was already kind of discussing a little bit, because, I mean, there is legitimate importance to that. Because when obviously, because I do think, especially, like, gay bars, or, or places, like, or sex clubs, that are, like, the only one in town and shit, they probably legit should have some armed security, like, a professional armed bouncer at, at their establishments. A lot of bars, downtown areas already usually do. So, I mean, they definitely should, and if they don't, or, if they at least have a little bit already, then beef it up a bit. Like, give them, like, an extra raise and be like, hey, we'll, like, give you, a little vest and, pay for you to get, like, firearms training or some shit. I don't fucking know, it's just, like, something. Because, like, this hasn't been, obviously, the fucking first time this happened where, gay bars been shot up like this. And it sure shouldn't be the last. I mean, and to help prevent this is to have people that, luckily, at least in this case, it was patrons who stepped in, but, I'd definitely rather a trained professional be able to step in and intervene in these situations. And that's where having, like, armed security at, unfortunately, but it's like when you have these type of motherfuckers who are capable of doing this shit and only want, violence or this type of stuff, it's like, what the fuck? I mean, it's like, what, you expect people to just be like, oh, just... Like, you don't, get yourself, like proactively, thinking about, like, defending yourself in that metric. Just, push, to make it harder for them to get, something, to arm themselves and shit. It's like, they're still gonna do that. And especially when, like, a lot of, unfortunately, it's just reality where a lot of different elements of law enforcement and different elements of, like, sheriffs and shit, or kind of buddy-buddy with some of these more far-right types and shit. They're not going to just, like, be like, oh, nah, you have a look like a violent tendency in your past and shit, we're just gonna disqualify you. Like, they're not gonna do that. I mean, this guy, was one of these type of people. Like, the fucking FBI arrested his ass and shit and released him. Because he made a threat, after he, I think he either threatened to make, or he did make an improvised explosive device, like, prior, to threaten, to incite, like, a race war or some shit with that. And when he got caught with that, he did this after he was released. So it's just like another case where you have about just a total clusterfuck of a pathetic, institution. Because, unfortunately, they're kind of partially complicit to this.
It just seems like nobody gives a fuck anymore.
Yeah, which, it's fucked. I mean, it shouldn't have to be, where people just don't care, but, unfortunately, it's just a major fucking reality where it's like, if people don't actually, like, do proper, like, checks and actually, like, hey, if there's, like, a legit red flag, even if they aren't necessarily got a gun or anything yet, but it's, like, red flag of, like, hey, they're saying some shit that seems a little, like, suspect, and they might be capable of potentially doing something. Legit, they should need to get intervened on. Or else this shit builds up and then these things happen. I mean, it's kind of like I said. I mean, mental health is just not, like, given any awareness at all. Because this is, one of the core problems. Because, a lot of, the reason why a lot of people, do this type of shit is because they're not necessarily mentally well. And, that type of shit gets fueled into, a more hateful type of, ideology and mentality. And then it builds up to, and it's not, looked out and treated, and then it builds and spills over, and things like this are a result. Oh, poor mama.
Now that made me cry the first time I watched it too. And it really fucking bothers me. And I spent last night in a really fucking bad mood. And I know I said this was gonna be really fucking heavy because it is. And I'm really I thought I was gonna have an easier time talking about it. But you get really tired of hearing this shit and you get really tired of thinking about the people that you love potentially being the ones who are hit next, and it's a lot, okay? Now,
Yeah.
this guy was really pouring his heart out, and I think it's pretty obvious what this type of experiencing, no matter how strong you are, no matter how prepared and how maybe you could even say how numbed you are to the hatred that goes on in this country, there are some levels of extremity that hit even the strongest of us, you know? And this is
Yeah. Honestly, like, I mean, obviously, you know Venom, but, I mean, and I'm sure you tangentially have heard about his stepdad and how fucking far right he is. You know, when I was at work, I was kind of chit-chatting with Venom back and forth a little bit, and he was, you know, when he heard his stepdad react to it, I mean, you probably want to be surprised to the fucking reaction, but he basically laughed his ass off and essentially said to Equivocals, like, well, that's what fucking assholes get for bringing a bunch of fucking figures and shit. And it's like, I mean, there are, like, honestly, there are legit, like, been comments around, and some, you know, like, legit, a lot of people, you know, out there that are just been, you know, like, just fog hoarding, you know, their views about this type of shit, and it's just like,
They need to be shot. I'm sorry.
Minecraft, but yes, you know, it's like, honestly, I mean, that's, you know, that's why I think, you know, for me, it hits a little different and shit, and because, like, there are, you know, there's somehow, like, you know, motherfuckers out there just like, oh, yep, good thing.
I know it hits different for you. It hits different with me too because you're family.
Right? Yeah.
And people like that just need to shut their fucking mouth. If you have if you're gonna fucking say something on it, don't fucking say it in public. Say it in your fucking...
I mean, I know this much. I definitely am, like, it makes me more adamant about wanting to help Venom get the fuck out, you know, that state and get up here. Because, you know, and even, you know, financially pitch into it, too. Because I basically want him to feel empowered, you know, where it's like, you know, the last day, you know, the day he's leaving, you know, he looks at that motherfucker's face and just, like, spills his fucking heart out on his ass and just, like, dresses him down. Because if he's about to walk out the door, like, what the fuck you gonna do? Like, I mean...
He's like, I have people I'm going to. Why the fuck do you care where the fuck I'm going?
Yeah. He wouldn't even have to say exactly where he's going and shit.
Well, see, this is the funny thing, is that...
And actually, that'd be probably for the best, frankly.
I mean...
If he didn't say where, you know, he was going.
You...
Just say, hey, I'm moving to a different state, and I'm finally being able to get out and have a new opportunity, and I don't need to be around you and your fucking bigoted ass anymore, so fuck you and eat a fat bag of dicks.
I mean, you know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And if it does happen, I mean...
Well, I mean, like, if that ends up being especially more concrete, like, that we're gonna...
Yeah.
So you can move in there, because then I'll let him be there, and... Yeah. Because, you know, I mean, especially, you know, for, you know, like, you know, for especially people that might be in the South and, you know, where the, you know, unfortunately a lot of these type of ideas tend to be a little bit more predominant, especially in the more rural areas you go. I mean, for someone that might, you know, happen to be bi, gay, or otherwise and shit, it's just sadly just more dangerous to live there.
The bad thing is now I can't help.
I mean, you can't help.
Car payment.
Oh. Well, I guess him being around, he would still be able to have SSRI and shit. Like, he would be able to, you know, kind of, like, make up, you know, for that.
Yeah.
Which, that's fine.
So...
I mean, whatever, honestly, like, I mean, whatever, you know, you are able to, if you are, I mean, that's not, like, you know, like some extortion or anything, obviously, but, you know, it's understandable shit, obviously.
So you can get a hold of Mom?
Yeah, not today, at least.
So we don't know when the water's going to be turned back on?
Water's on.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was off.
It was only off for like a day.
You told me it was off.
Yeah, for only a day.
Oh, I didn't know it was off for a day. Okay.
Yeah, it's been on. Yeah.
I'm like, I want to take a shit. The water's off. No, like literally, I'm like, the water's off.
Oh my god! Dude, it's been.
You fucking smart motherfucker.
I'm sorry. I'm. Oh, that dog.
You smart ass. Took off.
He'll probably eventually open that door. He's done it. Nice.
Guess how much these cost?
60?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Lower.
30?
Upper.
40?
Up.
50?
54.
Okay.
And these are originally like $90 shoes.
Damn. Something like that.
So haircut and.
With someone like that, it has a relative diet. I wouldn't laugh in their face. Yeah.
So basically, shoes and haircut was never different from Sarah.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, you know, also to, like, you know, I was mentioning about, like, you know, ribs, step pop. Like, honestly, like, I have conservative family members of varying degree in Texas and shit. Some of them evangelical, some of them kind of extreme. Well, actually, a couple of them are. And a lot of them tend to be more, like, moderate types. Even they would be like, this is horrible, this is tragic, man, this is, like, horrible, and I feel bad for these people. Like, they would feel for these people, and they're, like, you know, conservative, Christian, evangelical types. You know, again, you know, a lot of them have various degrees, and honestly, there's only, like, a couple of them where I'd feel like they would be like, oh, well, you know, if, you know, unfortunately, you know, they had the judgment of God on them, or some shit like that. They probably wouldn't say it in such a venomous way, but they would, I mean, it would still be venomous nonetheless. I'm saying, like, yeah.
I've got to put it like this.
I mean, shit, even my mom would be like, that's horrible and like, cause she doesn't want to see shit like this, obviously. She, you know, she doesn't want to have people,
I'm going to put
like,
it in the literal terms. Is your family, if something ever did happen to you, or you went through a tragedy like that, I would literally call your work and be like, he's not coming in today. He's not coming in for a week, sorry guys.
Yeah, even I would call, be like, yo, and even they would definitely understand. In fact, I'd probably be able to get, you know, some compensation from work, being like, hey, you know, we'll be able to compensate you during your time off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just, yeah, like, honestly, you know, because, like, you know, there have been mass shootings that happen at stores before. There's also been there's also been times where I've, like, legit thought, like, you know, like, there's probably, like, at least, like, a 5% chance at any given time that, like, you know, some motherfucker can just waltz in or some shit. Because, like, you know, remember back, like, 2012 when the mall got, yeah, so it's like...
Or the one that happened, there was another Safeway that got shot up?
Yeah.
Okay, before
and then, that was in Bend.
Hold on. Before I fucking forget, Omeprazole. My mom told me to tell you to try Omeprazole. For your stomach acid.
Oh.
Omeprazole.
Actually, I think that was something that was for to prescribe.
My mom takes it, she says it works wonders.
Okay.
And you can get it over the counter.
Okay.
Or try tea.
Even some of the people in my family who might think that way probably wouldn't be that vicious with it. Yeah, because, you know, honestly, even for, like, some, you know, like, even for, like, moderate evangelical Christian types and shit, like, even if they don't like, you know, gayness or whatever the fuck and all that other shit, or wokeness and blah, 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 like, they're not going to be so vicious because they're going to be like, oh, well, I pray for them and I hope that they revert from their sinful ways and blah, blah, blah. Like, they're like, condescending about it, really. Like, I mean, that's really a lot of them. Like, they just have, like, this weird, like, oh, I'm holier than thou view about it. Like, I mean, and yeah, they're, you know, bigoted, but they're not, like, you know, gonna be going out there with an AR-15 fucking blasting people, you know what I mean? Those type of people are not gonna be doing that because they don't want to. Like, they might, you know, if anything, they might have, like, their one gay friend come over, you know, for a barbecue and shoot their shotguns, you know, and shoot skeet shooting or something in their ranch, or, you know what I mean? Like, if anything, they're probably going to be doing that. Like, you know, and just never talk politics or culture or whatever the fuck else. And just like, so how do you like the barbecue there, Jimbo? Or whatever the fuck. I don't know why the gay guy's named Jimbo, well, but, you know,
this is what I'm trying to figure out, is that I know the way you are, but you do everything I like to do.
Yeah, like I said
earlier. Shooting guns, going for a car ride for no fucking reason.
Right, yeah.
Going out and fucking...
mudding, hunting, fishing, you know, like, I like these things, yeah. Like, I mean, like, I'm lefty as fuck, you know, queer-ass son of a bitch, but I also like redneck, you know, country shit, too, you know? It's just like, because those people also exist. Yeah. I'm more unorthodox with my camo, but yeah, I also like camo.
I mean...
I have more, like, you know, Eastern Bloc, you know, surplus camo.
Did you look up that place I told you about?
What place?
Oh, fuck. You're gonna ask me on the spot.
You've told me about it.
Yeah, there's a place that you can get, like, old military surplus and shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember.
Well, I know
I'll forget it. I'll remember it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a few places like that around here.
But, you know, you can get, like, your jacket you can get another jacket and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a place called the Warfront that used to be where the bomber used to be off of McLaughlin and shit. I think it's still there. It's like literally like a small little like barracks-sized bunker. They have like a little museum in there, but there's also a military surplus store. And I've gotten a few of my East German gear there too. They had like ammo pouches and shit.
Where is it?
Right off of McLaughlin. You know the Bomber Diner?
No.
Really? Alright, next time we fuck around on a drive, I'm gonna...
Fucking around on a drive is normally fucking when you're at work.
Well, hey, Tuesday.
I won't be here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, Friday?
Friday I work.
Thursday?
I work.
Fuck.
It's gotta be like a Monday, Tuesday, or a Wednesday. Okay.
Well, lunch, how about this?
Next week.
Are you going to be back Wednesday? This Wednesday?
Yes.
How about on a lunch break, we just hop in the whip? Because then, you know, driving over there,
It's like a 3-minute.
Yeah, driving
It's
to
like a 15-minute drive.
Well, where I'm talking about, it's not even a 15-minute drive. What I'm talking about, because we could pull into the parking lot and I can kind of show you what I mean, and to help you can walk in if you want, and you know, spend a little bit of time there, and you know, hop in the whip.
And you're like, I fucking leave anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if it's on my lunch break, you know, I don't take 30 minutes. I take like a goddamn 40.
Well, see, this
45,
is what
50.
If we do it, we're gonna do it on next week of a Tuesday because I'm not going out to my mom's. We'll go down there and we'll spend some time.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you want to go do some shit.
Yeah.
I don't have a car now, so we can go whenever the fuck we want.
Cool.
Almost anytime we want.
And the same thing happened years ago, before I was a streamer, when the Pulse nightclub shooting happened, and seeing the way people talked about it, and the way people thought about it, and also the way that people forgot it. It's really difficult. It's
at least when it comes to that, people forget. So many of these things happen that it gets hard to remember all of them.
The one I forgot that you fucking reminded me of is
the Clackamas one. Yeah.
That was when I fucking moved down here and I heard about that. I'm just like, oh.
You know what's crazy?
Fuck.
My mom had a friend, like we had a family friend that, because she used to work part-time with my mom while she was in high school, and afterwards too, and she didn't know the guy directly, but she knew people that knew the dude because he went to the same high school, and he graduated, quote graduate. I think he dropped out around the same time that she graduated.
This is kind of the fucked up thing, is I don't know why people go into a fucking public place and fucking do this. Why are you going into a public place? If you want to fucking do it.
I mean,
I'm not saying that it's...
I mean, there's a lot of psychology to it, I guess, when it comes to... I mean, I guess one thing could be... I guess the same thing could be said about how serial killers, why they do their thing, but I suppose now it's just so hard, I think, instead of serial killing, a lot of these people, just, try to take as many at once versus, taking one at a time, like a serial killer type of situation. Because you don't really, because of how investigations and DNA and evidence and tracking someone down after a murder is really quick.
Depending. You gotta realize this, too.
Remember
the killing back in fucking... Oh, fuck was it? God, 2015? 15 or 16? When those guys were fucking picking off people? For no fucking reason? The kid and his dad, they were fucking picking people off in their car.
Oh, yeah.
You know where they found them? Highway 26 rest area.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
That is just fucked up.
I mean, similar situation with the DC shooters, too. They had their truck and had, like, a AR-style license, type of, like, marksman-style built rifle, like, perfectly constructed in their fucking trunk, so it can be set up as, like, a sniper nest and shit.
That's how
and literally, like, the only reason why they were caught is because some cops on the highway were trying to, like, pull them over thinking there were some other black dudes, and did a run on their plates and shit, and realized that, oh, wait a minute, these are the guys that were doing all these shootings.
Figure this out. Who gets pulled over more, a black guy or a white guy?
Statistically, probably a black dude.
Yeah, why?
Because, I mean, really a lot of systemic, racial profiling type of things and shit. Yeah.
Like me, I could get pulled over for no fucking reason.
Yeah. I mean, I could
All my
too.
shit's legit.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you get pulled over and worst case scenario, you get let off a warning or like a tiny little ticket that can easily be dealt with and addressed and be like, gone. Like they wouldn't be dealing with you that much for really anything.
But I mean, it's racial fucking profiling. It's fucking ridiculous.
Even like around here,
it's ridiculous. I mean, I know.
Like
I know black people who are. Okay, it's not gonna be stereotypical. It's gonna be fucking weird. Some are family men. Some are. I don't give a fuck what you talk about. I don't give a fuck who the fuck you are. You're white privilege.
I mean, yeah.
There's those, and then the people that are family man look at you as actually a human instead of fucking racial profiling you.
Well, because there's like, some, parts of like, at least, like with some black folks where there's like at least like elements of like kind of like black Hebrew Israelites and shit, which a lot of them are pretty anti-white, and there's also a lot of black nationalist types. I mean, unfortunately it's a problem obviously, but kind of predominant in a lot of different communities.
I've met so many black guys that are humble.
Oh, same here.
And grateful.
Yeah.
That we see eye to eye on one thing, that we're both human.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah,
we bleed the same fucking goddamn.
I met plenty of folks like that myself.
We bleed the same fucking color.
Yeah, like, I mean, I kind of wish, I don't think you were working when he was working at Safeway, but there was this guy, his name was Jamal. He came from Ethiopia, and and he was like the most chillest, coolest dude you would ever fucking meet. He was
like the guy who works in deli, or not deli, but dairy.
Yeah, like, I mean, because he's just
he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, he's like the chillest fucking humble. I remember one time, like, he came back because he went back to Ethiopia to, like, give some money to his family, because obviously the U.S. dollar, how much he makes is like a fucking fortune, in a lot of ways. Yeah, so he, would go back and forth to help his family, down there in Ethiopia and shit. And when he'd come back, he would sometimes bring some food, some different ingredients and, raw ingredients, and he would make it up, whip it up, and sometimes on lunch breaks he would bring it, and the whole, like, half the store would just fumigate with just this enriched smell of awesomeness. And every now and then he would let me try some of his stuff, and there was flavors I didn't even think were flavors. I was just like, oh my god, this is like, holy shit, this is amazing.
But see, you also gotta look at it this way, is that I've met so many people in my lifetime that share the same views, because I don't talk politics at work because it's fucking bullshit. I've met so many people who...
I mean, I do, mainly because everybody at my workplace, I mean, we all have is just interest in it.
When I left Fred Meyer's, this Hispanic lady who always worked there, she's been working there, fuck, 3 years.
I can name at least like 3 ladies just like that at my store. And they're all so sweet.
I told her I was quitting. She's like, why? I'm like, because I can't deal with Trevor's shit. She's like, well, it's going to be sad to see you leave. I said, well, if shit was different, it'd work out. And then I also met, I don't know why people always fucking say this, that restaurant ladies are fucking hard and fucking heartless and shit like that. Restaurant lady at fucking Fred Meyer's.
I don't know why I hear that either.
Most sweetest lady on the planet Earth. Literally, when I was talking about when I was going to go home for a couple days, she's like, oh yeah, Trevor denied my time off. I'm like, that's bullshit. She's like, yeah. I said, you should be able to take that time off. Oh, he denied it.
That is kind of some bullshit.
I'm like, you've been here how long? She's like, oh, I've been here X amount of years. I'm like, you have seniority over him, right?
Yeah, especially if you're working more than him.
Literally, if you have more seniority than somebody who's been there,
We should
he's
be
your
able.
fucking manager.
I mean,
You
especially.
go to fucking corporate because that's bullshit.
I mean, honestly, especially if someone's a manager, but they're, haven't been there as long as you have. I mean,
Well,
you
see,
should
that's-
honestly have at least some prioritization about the vacation shit.
But that's still the fucking thing that I'm surprised that Trevor came to our fucking store. He did his job at Safeway.
You mentioned how you basically didn't do your job that much and how.
He can suck my cock. I
Unless
did my fucking job.
unless he was there, he said unless Al was around, he didn't really do much or anything. Blah blah. I'm just like.
Wow.
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
I kind of sat there struggling, like, I mean, I don't know, when he was back here, like, that wasn't that much to I didn't say that, just
Literally.
because I didn't want to have, like, a back and forth, because you're my roommate, and obviously that would be, like, so I just kind of went.
You probably wanted to tear into him, like, dude, you know he fucking did his job. He fucking worked here. He busted his fucking ass. But
I mean,
literally.
Yeah, I wouldn't, like, tear him, but I would be like, different perspective on that one.
Check this out. You know how our deli's always fucking busy? We would have our busy days.
Yeah.
But it was never fucking steady because I was only in one fucking department. I wasn't in fucking 3.
Mm-hmm.
Because sandwich, deli, Chinese, okay, 4.
Yeah.
Sandwich, deli, Chinese, meat.
Yeah.
I was in one fucking department. Deli meat, that's all I was fucking doing.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, Trevor, I know how to do all this. Oh, well, you need to train. Trevor, I've been doing this for fucking 3 years,
Yeah,
bro.
you already know it. Yeah.
I know what I'm doing.
It turns out it's supposed to turn his ass up. Then again, sometimes it could be both.
Oh,
Yeah.
I wouldn't give a fuck. If he was there and I was working at Deli, I'd be like, yeah, I'm sorry, sir, I can't serve you. Bye.
Well, he didn't get anything. He,
Well, I wouldn't
he
give
stopped
a
by to say hi.
I wouldn't give a fuck.
Yeah. Well, luckily
still,
I was
this
like the only one that
Would serve him, yes.
Well, I
if
mean,
he needed something.
well, like, obviously I know that you don't like I don't necessarily have like the most positive view about him, but I'm neutral with him at least for me.
I mean, I can't say anything bad about him because he was nice to me.
Yeah. But at the same time, he also has crossed you a couple times and fucked you over.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's just like, because,
We're gonna go to my mom's house.
Yeah.
Fucked me over.
Yeah.
I needed one day.
That was some bullshit. Yeah.
I needed one day. I was gonna go spend it with Sarah.
Just one, yeah.
And he fucked me over on that too. Oh, you need to do paperwork. I've never had to do the fucking paperwork at fucking Fred at Safeway.
Yeah.
Never.
No.
I literally, okay. I took Saturday off because that was my birthday.
And also how he has prioritization on vacation before anyone else.
Yes.
That also is that's not even true, by the way. But he just wanted to do that.
I asked Aaron. I said, Aaron, can I take Saturday off?
Mm.
Why? Birthday. I'm gonna take my day. Oh, can you find somebody to work for you? Called fucking people I know. I said, hey, can you work today? Oh no, got my kids. Hey, Will, want an extra day? Yeah, sure. I get paid for that.
Yeah.
Will works my hours.
I mean, honestly, even if you're unable to find someone to replace you, that's not necessarily a problem, because, like, hey, this isn't necessarily a quote request. This is a notification that, yo, I'm...
It's still, the fucking fact of the matter is, I've been working there how long? Almost 2 years?
Yeah.
Everybody that I fucking...
You should at least have some say at that point.
Okay, everybody I know at the fucking store. Everybody. I know everybody.
Yeah.
I know Vic, Rick, Kelly.
Yeah.
Everybody. I've never met Aaron in my entire life. When I first got hired, I've never met Aaron. I met Aaron the first day. Oh yeah, you're looking to work fuel? Yeah. Am I wearing... if I'm wearing this, am I okay? Yeah, sure. I was wearing my boots, my Carhartts, and my fucking sweater.
Well, I mean, it seems chill, at least with that.
Literally, I can wear whatever I want.
See, he seems like a really chill-ass manager.
You haven't been there when we close?
Mm-hmm.
I'm usually decked... Or you see me when I walk home. I'm usually decked out in my full camo.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, because they can't see you. You're invisible, because they're all camouflaged.
No, because my boss told me, if it gets cold, you can wear whatever you need to stay warm.
Exactly.
What's in my car?
All sorts of camo.
All sorts of camo. I have my onesie. that I will wear when it gets cold.
Oh, little onesie camo.
You haven't seen that, have you?
Yeah, you showed me.
My big sleeping bag.
Yeah, your little sleeping bag
fucking
onesie.
thing?
Yeah, it's so cute.
It's weird because Aaron also helps us. Like, my hands were getting really cold.
Oh,
You know what
dude, I should show you some shit, bro.
You know what Aaron did?
Yeah.
He went to Dollar Tree and bought us all gloves.
Nice. I need to
Aaron literally helps us with anything we need.
Yo, here. Look at this. I'm also going to show the chat, too.
There's almonds in my way, bro.
Well, almonds can be in your way, sir.
What is
Anyway.
this?
Attention, all employees. Have you seen this yet?
No, probably not, because I really don't give a fuck. It's
Yeah.
Safeway.
Yeah, true. Attention, all employees. Personal beverages or personal belongings are not allowed at check stands or any of the departments. Beverages will be thrown away, and you will be asked to remove any personal items. Any phone or earbuds that are being used during work will be taken and held until the end of the shift. This is work time, not game time or social time. We are here to serve the customers. And if we are not doing that, we're not doing this if we were on the phone. Questions, talk to management, basically.
Who put that out? Mason?
I don't know, probably, and it is cringe. And also down here below, it's just
not
like,
cringe, it's bullshit. You can't fucking take a personal item of somebody.
dude, I showed James that, dude. He was fucking like livid and about to like blow a gasket. It's like, I need to get the fuck out of this building, and holy shit. God forbid the customers think you'd be happy.
Okay.
Dude, man, thank God, like, so, like, the store director does not, like, come in on our department frequently, because, holy shit, she'd be knocking everybody for everything.
Dude, she would fucking fire people.
Oh my God, dude. Like, I mean, luckily,
Okay.
she doesn't necessarily strike me as that, luckily. Jessica did. Because she actually did. Like, she would just fire people on the spot if she didn't like you.
This is probably how it is with her.
She just wants her production done.
Okay, with us, I don't wear my headphones. Even though you know I used to all the fucking time. I would wear my headphones no matter what.
You could literally get away with having an acoustic guitar out there and no one would care.
Yeah. But you also gotta realize this. I don't wear my headphones anymore. Because, why?
Yeah.
I can't hear.
Yeah.
But, you also gotta realize, she's probably getting pressure from corporate
To enact
that they're
this bullshit.
fucking looking at this and going, oh, well, he has his headphones around his neck.
Honestly, I bet. Oh, bro, I just had a realization. You know when I told you the story about when during like that Wednesday before the president came through our store and all that bullshit.
Did Jessica blew a gasket because she's a bitch? Yes.
Well,
I think. No, I haven't heard
like that one of the fucking like corporate higher up fucks that were working there to help, quote unquote.
Is that the one that told you
that
took like a fucking hour break?
Yeah, and
Yeah, you
gaslit
told
me.
me about that,
Yeah, gaslit me. Yeah, like I guarantee you that was literally written in as a report, and this shit that I just showed and all that is a part of that. Like they're like, hey, there are some people because I have my earbuds on and I didn't have like my fucking little hairnet or beardnet and all this other bullshit. Like they got me for so many different.
You don't have a fucking beard. I do.
Dude, some bitch literally saw this and thought you need a beer net. They saw this and thought beer net, bitch. It's like, excuse me, do I have fuzz? You have a beard, like you.
No.
They could get at you.
Fred Myers. I never had to wear one.
Yeah.
And I had a longer beard than fucking Trevor.
Yeah.
And they bitched at me for
Jacob,
it.
right? Yeah, he has like fuzz for, his beard. They got him for that.
Dude, literally, I fucking didn't have to wear shit. I looked at Trevor, I'm like, dude, I got fucking in trouble for not having a beard. He looks at me, he's like, I don't get in trouble for your beard's longer than mine.
Honestly, and for me, I know exactly what the store policy is. You have to either have a hairnet or a hat on. So as long as you have a store-approved hat, where you can have your hair tucked in, and secure, it's all good. And honestly, sometimes I'll wear this hat, while I'm working. Like, if I come back from a lunch break, I don't give a fuck. I'll just keep wearing this hat. Where it's all, like, got my little anarchist pants on.
Okay, you've seen my red hat.
Yeah.
I couldn't wear that.
Technically, but you're outside.
No, at Fred Myers. Fred Myers is what? Red?
Yeah.
I couldn't wear it because it's Washington State Cougars.
Whatever. And
my Eagles hat. You've seen my black Eagle hat, right?
yeah.
I could wear that.
I mean, you've seen some of my dress shirts, like my khaki one, the plaids and stuff. Like, they're all, like, quote-unquote Safeway colors. And for a while, they used to be approvable. But because they changed the dress code, like, every 2 months...
Well,
like, I mean, now they don't make it approvable. Now you have to wear these gray-ass gay fucking things. And the logo, the Safeway logo and what is supposed to be right here is literally gone. This is what's left. This smudge of what used to be the sticker for it.
You know how they're like, oh, you have to wear dress code? Mm-hmm. I don't have to wear shit.
Yeah.
I can wear literally whatever the fuck I want. Because you're outside.
You have,
As long as I have my vest on, I'm safe.
I hate hats. Not a fan. Even if I had to go Buffalo Wild, I just didn't like them.
I wear a hat.
I love hats. I mean, Rose, you know. I mean, I'm a hat fiend. I got this hat. I got, like, you know, a little trilby over here. I got a tricorn hat. I got a hat with feathers in it. I got a furry fucking rabbit hat. Like, I want a raccoon hat with a little tail on it and everything, like a coon hat, you know, and all that. Yeah, I want one of those. Like, but I mean, I want all the hats. Like, I love hats. I'm a man that will collect hats. Like, I'm a guy like that.
I got a hat for you in my car.
Wait, you actually have a raccoon hat in there?
No, I wish I did. Oh. No, I have a regular ball cap that you have. Thinking about
I have a few of those.
I'm gonna go grab it.
Funny enough, like, you know how, like, in high school, like, they would have, like, the, you know, military dudes, you know, show up during lunch breaks and all that shit?
I want one of those hats. I've never been able to fucking find one.
I actually have a USMC hat that I earned by doing one of those, like, wall chair sits for 5 minutes, because that was the whole goal. It's like, you can have
like the whole, like...
just the baseball cap type.
Oh, no, I don't want that one. I actually want, like, the real one.
Oh. Well...
haven't been able to find one, but I know I'll be able to find one soon.
Yeah. I like hats. But yeah, when it came to that U.S. Marine hat, like, it was around the time where I was still kind of considering maybe, you know, being in the military, but, like, I was starting to be skeptical. But I decided, like, hey, do, like, a 4-minute wall sit where it's, like, you literally are just, like, this up against the wall, like you're sitting in a chair, but, well, you're up against the wall. And you can imagine for your legs, that burns, and it did. And how I did it is, like, hey, you need to be there for 4 minutes. I just played a song that was 4.5 minutes. So, I played a song, and I was just sitting there just listening to it, and just starting to really vibe, and when the burn was really going in, I was just like, I remember the song, too. It was Rammstein's Du Drehst so gut. So near the end of the song, I'm like, oh, Du Drehst so gut. And then, you know, the song ended. I'm like, hey, I've been here for over 4 minutes. I'm, like, over the mark. And he's like, wait, you've been there for over 4 minutes? I'm like, I've been playing this song that's over 4 minutes. And he's like, oh, shit, you know. And it's like, well, you're good then. And I just, like, released all my, like, you know, energy and just, like, collapsed. And I went, ugh. And the USMC guy, he just went, ah. He just did that and started laughing. It's like, I never seen somebody literally collapse like that. That was funny. It's like, you really wanted that hat. And I got that damn hat. I earned that shit. I like this hat. This is a pretty cool hat.
You might want to...
Yeah, this... Oh my god, yeah. Holy fucking Strombolis.
I got a small head.
You do have a small...
I have a 7 3/8.
I have a fat fucking gargantuan head.
And you can... I'm pretty sure you can wear that at work, too. Yeah, a little bit more.
Hey, yeah, a little bit.
There.
You're all
Let me see it. I'll fix it.
I got it.
Let me see it.
I got it.
Let me see it.
That right.
No. Farther.
Fuck you.
No, farther.
That's pretty good.
Oh, here. Let me see it.
That's good. This is good. Brother, this right here is pretty good. I
Fuck you, let me see it.
God, what a bird. But yeah, I was actually thinking about how kids can be brainwashed into being gay, but military trying to recruit high schools is okay. Well, it's like, oh yeah, you know, it's like, hey, you know, sometimes people are gay. You can't teach kids that. You know, sometimes people might be that way. You can't allow that to be taught. But hey, make sure they go in the military like a good patriot. Yeah, that's okay. It's like, honestly, it's like letting both be a thing. You know, like I'd be okay with that, but I'd at least prefer the former versus the latter.
You know where I got that, right?
Sportsman's? I'm not surprised. If I had to take a guess, dude, I imagine the magazine aisle in Sportsman's is empty.
Probably.
Yeah, dude, so empty. It's getting challenged in court too.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, it
14
actually
or
got
the fucking extended
14.
magazine.
Well, from what I understand, like, how the measure was constructed, like, you have to basically, like, go through every specific, like, clause or whatever the fuck, so I think the first thing they're doing is, like, they want to kind of...
Okay.
Yeah, they want to revoke the whole thing, but at the minimal, they want the 10-round magazine revoked. They want that revoked, at the very minimal.
I'm gonna say this. If it goes to court, you know how many people that are not in Congress are gonna fucking overturn this shit?
Well, if it goes to court, it would be to the judges in the judicial system. It wouldn't be for a legislator.
But you know how many people are gonna fucking go to that meeting and fucking try to get it overturned?
Well,
Every gun owner you can think of.
Yeah, I mean, because honestly, like, there a lot of people strongly...
Okay,
like,
have you heard...
There's a lot of people strongly believe that it will be overturned, and it won't, you know, be able to be held as lawful.
Take it from me. Every gun owner...
Or at least most
except
of
for
them.
California.
Except for California.
Except for California, because California fucking sucks.
I love that exemption.
How many people in Oregon have fucking extended magazines?
Well, by proxy, technically, legally, I do. And I literally do. I have a drum mag right there. I actually do.
Everybody who would come into Sportsman's, hey, I need AR-15 mags. Okay?
Yeah, plenty of them.
We have a couple different colors. What are you
And
looking for?
different types and different sizes and blah, blah, blah. Like,
I don't know why you didn't pick colors with yours. I would have went tan.
No, I did.
Did you go tan?
I don't have a tan. No, open this pack.
I've already seen... I know you have your black ones.
Well, I have the plum. I have plum color.
Yeah, but you...
I have olive green, too.
I know. I've seen them all.
Well, you know I have different colors!
How many fucking times have I been here when you're fucking with your shit?
Dude, so you know I have different colors.
Yes, but you also gotta remember, everybody who would come in because they want tan for someone gotta be
I don't know
reason.
why everyone wants tan.
I literally want a sand-colored fucking AR.
I like olive green and plum. Like, that combo of colors is nice.
If I could get the... Okay. If I could get the actual rifle I want... The AR-15 in desert camo.
Yeah.
Because you know why? If you're out in the woods, you can find it.
Yeah.
If it's plum, you ain't finding that bitch. But no, I've literally wanted a desert camo AR-15 for fucking years. But now I'm not going to get one because I have to go through all the fucking channels. Fuck that shit.
And also, at least because a lot of the actual logistics in place that are needed for that shit is not there yet, and it gets enacted at the 8th of December of this year, it basically puts a halt on gun purchases because there's no way to actually do what is necessary, you know, to do what is wanted with the law.
Figure this out.
Which basically does like an internal gun ban, if you think about it. Which actually does add proof to, like, the, quote, strictest, you know, gun law in this country when you think about it that way.
You can go to Sportsman's. Pick out any gun. What color is it?
Yeah.
What color is it?
Either camo, tan, or black.
No, they have no camo guns.
Some shotguns are camo.
They have some shotguns that are camo.
And some rifles and bolt actions, yeah.
Yes. You go to Cabela's.
Dude, they have all sorts of
shit. Fucking color you want.
Dude, you can, like, dude, they have, I've been to the Cabela's in Tigard, they have, like, a whole section of just, like, old surplus stuff, like Swiss 98s, Gewehr 98s, 1898 bolt actions,
the guns you can't find anymore.
Dude,
no.
I saw a Swiss, straight, pole action, bolt rifle that was an 8mm Mauser that, which is a round you can find. I know Winchester at Sportsman's, they have some of that.
Okay.
But, oh my god, the straight pole. Oh my god. Oh.
Their pistol room. Have you been in the pistol room?
Yes.
How many of the guns can you find right now that aren't being made anymore?
pretty decent amount. Well, I mean, reproductions, but originals.
I'm talking about originals.
Yeah, you'll never find originals, but reproductions you'll be able to find.
Like the 22 centerfires or 22 rimfire, whatever they are.
Like Winchester model 1890s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many of those
Model
can you
22s.
find?
For originals, dude, you would love Venom because he used to own one of those. I looked it up and I was like, oh, 22 pump action Winchester. That was like
no. I'm talking pistol.
Oh, pistol. Oh.
My dad owns 2 of them. I swear to God, I will literally bitch and complain at my stepmom. If my dad dies, I will literally bitch and complain at my stepmom to get my dad's surplus, all his fucking rifles.
I'll bitch at my granddad if he does this somehow. Get my dad's guns over here. Like, seriously, because he has like if I remember correctly, he has a Springfield M2 model 1903, which is a 30-06. That was his hunting rifle, and he also has, I think, another Winchester 30-06 hunting rifle that's also bolt action. He has a 12-gauge shotgun that's like a family inheritant weapon. Like,
okay, you know
they're like a double barrel. Oh my God, I've seen that double barrel, and it's so beautiful. It's engraved.
You know the 2.5 foot gun safe at fucking Schwartzman's?
Mm-hmm.
Take that and make it filled. That's what my dad has.
Oh, beautiful.
And he has a crossbow, 2 compounds.
Well, you know, I could at least buy a crossbow. I could still get those legally without bullshit.
No, but my dad literally has a safe full of fucking guns.
Yeah.
I've seen 90% of them.
I want.
I would literally bitch.
I just really hope that, you know, Measure 114 gets overturned in the court.
If it does, I'm gonna literally call my dad and be like, "Hey, Dad, can I have a couple guns?" He'll literally.
Honestly,
if
like,
it comes
all
down to
things
it,
considered, like,
I literally have a crossbow. I literally have a compound bow waiting for me.
I mean, at least when it comes to Oregon, I know it was very it was like 49-51 when the results came in, all said and done. So it was just like, it was heavily contested.
Remember how I told you I was gonna buy a bow?
Mm-hmm.
I have one waiting for me in Longview.
I'm not surprised.
I can literally go to my dad and he'll give me a compound bow.
I mean, one of my friends has a longbow.
I've already seen it.
Yeah. Actually, does he still have it here? I swear to fucking God if he still has it here.
No, his hatchet was still here.
Oh yeah, that's right. His hatchet's still here.
But I can literally go to my dad and be like, "Hey, Dad, can I have some heirlooms?"
Mm-hmm.
He'll probably give me some of his father's guns.
I need to get, like, one of these days, me and my dad need to go down to where my granddad is and get his guns and shit, because, like, oh, man.
Take it from me, if we get some of my dad's guns, we're buying a goddamn safe.
Oh, absolutely.
Because
especially if I get my dad's guns, yeah, we're having a safe.
I am not letting my personal heirlooms
just be out in
my family
just be out in the open. Yeah, no shit, absolutely.
I'm sorry.
No, and I'll get a big, nice big safe, and, you know, have mine in there and yours in there and my dad's in there. Yeah, just have a whole family communal gun safe. Yeah.
The real family heirlooms go to my mom's house.
Yeah,
because I literally will not sell any of them.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
He's also got a 1911 on it.
Oh, well, you just spoke to my soul right there when you said that.
He's got a
big
1911.
Is it like a old military issue, classic one, like a
1911 9mm. You can't find anymore.
Oh, 9mm. Oh. Original 1911 is a Colt 45. So.
I'm pretty sure he's got one of those too.
Oh, I'm bet.
My dad's got fucking. I mean, he's got the 222s. He's got a 9mm. I'm pretty sure he's got some 30-06s. But the 222s.
Mm-hmm.
Those are heirlooms from family.
Nice.
I gotta pick.
No worries. I probably will soon too. Not right now, at least. The support trans people and other queer people to fight in the military, but I can't not for the life of me. I understand why they would want to. Yeah, I mean, I guess because they can also be bought into the delusion of grandeur about, like, the jingoism that, you know, oh, if you fight for your country, you're doing good and blah 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 and all this sort of shit, or try to get benefits too. I know a lot of people, do it because it helps pay for college, basically. So a lot of people, go into like the Army or the National Guard because, there's like, community college or like college programs, involved with it where they help pay for that shit. So, I mean, like as little benefits seem more like, yeah, it's basically because there are, as little as there are, unfortunately, there are legitimately benefits, in serving in the military. I mean, so even if you're in the National Guard, I mean, where you're not going to be deployed anywhere and you're basically going to be stationed at a base, like, from what I understand, you basically get stationed at a base for, like, once a month for, like, a week, and for the rest of the week, you're off, and you're at home and shit like that. And I think, if I remember, I think, getting paid, it's, like, monthly or something like that, so, like, kind of like an annual salary type of thing. So, I mean, honestly, like, if there were people who, are looking at it for benefits' sake, go in the National Guard, because you're not going to be deployed anywhere, you're not going to be doing anything outside of, war games and military training shit. Huh?
You working on Thanksgiving?
I think so.
Where are you guys going to Thanksgiving? Your brothers or?
No, I think I am working on Thanksgiving, actually.
But you get off at 6. What do you do?
Wait, so Thanksgiving's the 25th, right?
No, it's the 24th.
24th?
It's Thursday.
I'm technically mid.
So am I.
Noon to 6.
Noon to 6.
But I'm probably just going to work until like 8.
No, because everybody's getting off at 6. You won't work a full shift.
Oh, the store's closing early.
If.
Fuck.
Are you guys doing anything?
Probably not.
Okay, since we work at mid, let's go see Mom.
Alright.
I work 12 to 6. So we'll go
Same here.
We'll go see Mom after that.
Okay.
Gives us time for your mom to at least finally meet me.
Yeah.
We'll drive down and see Mom.
Yeah. That'd be a good idea.
Your mom's gonna be elated. Oh my god, are you finally gonna meet him?
Yeah, he definitely probably... he, what the fuck? She definitely would probably, have...
She's been wanting to meet me for how long?
Months now.
Months. But we've never had time.
Careful, your mom might fall in love with him. Nah.
She already has.
Well, not in the way you think. Dude, my mom's like she's about to be in her fucking 70s, bro. Like, I mean, she's...
I really want that bacon. Give me the bacon.
You're just gonna... What, you want...
Yes, I'm straight eating it. I'm hungry right now.
I was gonna save it for my mac and cheese.
I will give you the money to get it again.
But I want to eat that mac and cheese later.
Is that the one?
Don't eat all of it.
Is that the one that's in the fridge?
Fridge, yes. 2 of the... Yes. Both of them, yes.
I can give you deliciousness.
What?
Like homemade chicken noodle soup. Sarah's mother made it. It's amazing.
Fuck.
You're like, I'm thinking no.
Chicken noodle soup. Goddamn, son.
Okay, I'm only gonna eat parts of this. I'm gonna warm my chicken noodles for this. Go away!
Sukov, bye, come up here. I will give you loves and snuggles.
He's like, I don't want the snuggles. I want.
Well, too bad.
I want what Uncle has right now.
Oh, no. He'll get loves and snuggles now. Look at it. Look at this little ass.
Oh, you got captured, fucker.
Yeah, you're captured now.
You're screwed.
Oh.
Oh, and you got minced garlic finally?
Yes.
What about onion?
We still have that.
Do we?
Yeah.
I thought your dad used it all.
I mean, maybe he did, but if not, we still have that. But here, if you want, you can put that up, whatever. Oh my god, what are you doing? Oh, he smells the bacon, dude.
You smell the bacon?
Oh my god, he does.
He's like, I want it. Give it to me.
Oh my god.
I'm just hungry.
You little savage.
Took off.
Oh. Dude, he whipped his head so quick to that. Oh my god, you're fruit.
He's like, can I have more?
Yeah, more. Whoa, hi. Paw. Oh, that's not a paw. You're just patting at my chest. Paw. That's... This is not a paw.
You didn't say in your hand, fucker.
Paw. That was the face.
He's like, just give it to me. Uncle didn't say he had to do anything.
Paw. That's still not a paw. Oh my god, a paw in the hand.
He's like,
Paw.
He's like, just give it to me, fucker.
Dude, look at this old degenerate. Look at him. Paw. 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 That's... This is not a paw.
You got it.
Oh my god. You little baby paw. Yeah. See? Oh my god. Paw. Paw. There you go. Oh my god. See? How hard was that? You fucking little goober.
Like him.
Bite you.
There you go. What? He just has another bacon somewhere.
Go get it. You see it. I see it. You know where it is. God damn.
You threw it in between the fucking
No,
extra wood.
I think he got it. Yeah, he got it.
You did, but you threw it in between them.
What a little savage.
I have food. I'm gonna go make it. I'm hungry.
Oh shit. Should make a tumbler now? Well, I guess you technically probably already have, but you just are back on it. Oh! Oh! God! Let damn son! Look at that! Look at that! That shit looking good right there. God the damn son, that looked fucking beautiful. What the fuck? What? Zuka? What the fuck are you doing? What a goober. Alright, well I missed that, but that's okay. Okay, alright, I'm gonna aim this way now. Yay, I got that. That worked. I guess I had like a right-leaning arc going on right there. At least it was, I guess technically a bad right-leaning arc, but at least it wasn't like a different right-leaning arc. I have this trouble with Mastodon, unfortunately the guy makes it incredibly simple.
Who bought white cheddar Cheez-Its?
That was probably Pops. I didn't. I mean, you could, I don't know. If you see him, you could probably ask him. I mean, not all of them, but you could probably have some of them.
That's the problem.
Is he asleep?
No.
Huh?
I'll eat all the fuckers.
Oh shit! I eat all the fuckers. Damn. That's not as complicated, but you'll still need help. Here's a quick run on the site. Well, I haven't seen the site yet at all. Doesn't this kind of what? Okay. Navigate site. Wait, why is there just a map of the Holy Roman Empire? This is confusing. What? Explainer for navigating site. The Holy Roman Empire? Like, what? Like, is that what's going on? Because that's essentially what it looks like I'm looking at. Like, I feel like I'm looking at the Holy Roman Empire right here. I feel like I'm missing a meme. Reply sums it up pretty well. Every Mastodon explanation is like, it's very simple. Your account is part of a kerflunk. And each Kaflunk can talk to each other as part of a Blumbert. And at the... Wait, what? At the moment, everyone you flurgle can see your bloops, but only people in your Kaflunk can quirk your nerps. Kind of like an email.
Huh?
The nature of humanity is just every so often someone accidentally invents Homestuck again. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. God damn it. I still feel confused though, and oh my god, what the hell?
Fuck that bullshit. Well, you can't. Hey. Wait.
Last night, too.
Huh?
I had it last night.
Oh.
Dude, my step-on feeds me good.
I'm at this outside again, and it's 1,000 times easier. I've seen OnlyFans promo there, so it's sex work friendly as well. Good. Just not to the extent Twitter was. Aw. Well, probably start growing that back.
What?
Tumblr. It used to be a social media site, but for like it was pretty much like known as like kind of like partially like a porn site for a while. And then Tumblr literally took that all away and basically kind of fell into obscurity, but they brought that back. So they're kind of like slowly but surely kind of regaining traction because Twitter is like falling into chaos.
Yeah, look at the fucking owner.
Well, exactly. There's 2 other comments added to the last one, so. So basically, it's made up of a bunch of individual servers. You think all you need to do is make a single account, and then you can join in those servers, but it seems to be backwards. You have to join a server to create an account. I wasn't able to find people have to join because they weren't under the server I joined, and honestly, I've been to South. Oh. Wait, so Mastodon, you have to have an account for every server? What the fuck? Why not just like make an account and then you can join whatever server? Oh my, what? Makes no sense. That doesn't even make sense.
Oh. You know Cody?
Yeah.
Fuel Cody.
Yeah.
Finally popped his cherry.
I thought he already did. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I shit! Really?
He's 25.
I thought all this time. No shit.
Oh, finally popped his cherry.
Oh, well, hey. Good on the brother, man.
Mm-hmm.
Good shit. Yeah.
I'll give him shit.
Hey, when I popped mine when I was like 22 or something, or 22, 23, it was the same shit. My work treated the same way.
I lost mine to 21.
Actually thinking about it was probably, I don't know, maybe about like 21, 22, about somewhere around there. I know it was like at least around 22. Cody Weber, I thought he died in a freak rabid grizzly alligator attack. Not that Cody, a different Cody.
Bacon.
Huh?
Bacon. Bacon!
Ah! I didn't know what you said! You said Marbe. That's what I heard. Oh my god, you're using all my bacon. Oh my god.
There's still enough left for you. Fuck you.
Fuck you. I'm just gonna have my donuts and be happy.
Don't let the dog eat them.
Hey.
Don't leave them anywhere. You know what's gonna happen. Look at this deliciously goodness. Wanna try to buy it? It's fucking amazingly goodness. Just so you know, future mother-in-law made this.
Oh, goddamn.
And I put a whole bunch of different seasonings in it. Garlic, salt, pepper, bacon.
Mmm. Oh my god.
See how I get
Heaven
fed?
and bliss in the mouth right there, I tell you what, Sonny.
See how I get fed? I even get breakfast.
Oh.
My mother-in-law loves me. She told me one day, I love you, bye. And I've only known her for
Well, just hit you up and just be like, hey, love you, bye.
I have. I have.
Damn. Dude, like, God, what the hell? Yeah, what?
It's what happens when you know your daughter for 7 years and you've been dating her for 7 years. I literally comforted her mom when her boyfriend died.
Damn. The homie move right there.
It ain't a homie move. I fucking love her.
Family
mother.
bro
I
move.
love her fucking mother to death.
Yeah. Or he was eaten by swamp Australian spiders or scorpions. I always thought that Cody Weber was fucked by a rhino to death. There's a meme because TJ, the Amazing Atheist, used to work with this guy called Cody Weber. That still does some content on his own, but there's a meme that TJ will do where it's like, oh, yeah, Cody Weber actually died, and every time that he will mention it, he will make up a different story. And, like, it would always be some random absurd thing, like, zombie apocalypse bus, like, came out of nowhere, ran him over, and, you know, another one where it's, like, a rhino literally, like, fucked him to death, and there was, like, another one where, like, he was...
How would it fit?
That's the point. It would tear him in half, hence he died, because he got fucked.
The rhino went fucking rhino, fucking hornamented. Fucking horns.
Paul said he was scalped by its gorilla. Yeah, that could be, you know, I mean, yeah. I mean, that was another one. Its gorilla, you know, scalped him. There's different, you know, there's like different shit, you know, that happens with him.
You're not allergic to mushrooms, are you?
Hmm?
Yeah. Good.
I I saw him in there, but I just made sure I didn't. Yeah, I'm not a fan of mushrooms, so I'm not allergic to them. That chicken noodle is fucking amazing. It just straight up was.
My mother-in-law knows how to cook. Oh,
I think any human being.
you're getting spoiled when I come home.
Awesome.
Turkey. My mother's cooking turkey.
Stuffing.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Homemade stuffing.
Yes.
My mother is sending me home with food. Because I'm getting the turkey tomorrow.
I love stuffing. I'm a fiend for stuffing.
I'm getting
Stuffing's
the
like
stuffing.
my crack.
I'm getting the stuffing and the fucking mashed potatoes tomorrow. And turkey.
I'm gonna try to withhold, but I might spoil myself with some of that stuffing.
I don't give a fuck.
Well, don't encourage me.
I'm getting a 15-pound turkey.
Goddamn!
I'm literally coming home with food.
Coming on with a fucking feast for a legion. Goddamn.
Yeah, but you have to wait until Wednesday. I get it when it's fresh. Haha, fucker.
Hey, I get the leftovers. That's okay.
Dude, turkey's good no matter fucking what on any fucking day.
True. Turkey's based.
If
I
I
should
could-
the green bean casserole
okay.
myself.
Literally, no, it's actually really good. If I could literally...
I'm not a fan of it personally, but
Guess what I found? Dairy-free cheese.
would that basically just be vegan cheese?
No. It's better than vegan cheese. I can make pizzas now.
What is it?
I don't fucking know, but I can make pizzas now. And they won't kill me.
Also, broccoli cheese casseroles. We don't run some ruffles on top. I mean, I'm not a fan of broccoli.
You gotta do the fucking fried onion.
Fried onion. Yeah, I'm not a fan of broccoli myself personally. And cheese, I'm very peculiar about.
Okay, broccoli is not on a fucking green bean casserole. It doesn't have a fucking
Well, he's
green
saying
bean.
broccoli and cheese casserole. He's saying a different
Fuck
casserole.
no!
I'm not even really a big fan of green bean casserole myself either, because I don't really like green beans that much either. But, I mean...
That's why you smother it with a gravy.
Yeah, like, if there's some other stuff that's able to kind of, like, overpower, including gravy, you know, to it... Well, yeah, I forgot you're a heretic. Fuck you! I'm not a heretic!
He just eats weird shit.
Wow, okay. Wow, I see how it is.
Okay, the noodles in this, guess what they are?
Noodles?
Spaghetti noodles.
Okay.
Fucking nonsense.
I mean, like...
Are you jealous now?
Yeah, I'm a little pissed off because I'm not having that. That was kind of
Okay,
like
you remember the other container that was sitting in the fridge?
Yeah.
That was my mom's fried rice. Guess what was in it? Ham. It was fucking delicious. I ate it all to myself.
Ham fried rice?
Yep.
Pork fried rice?
Nope, ham.
Well, ham is pork.
It was the chunks instead of the fucking actual pork.
Well, pork is just another word for ham.
Fuck you!
Pork is
Fuck
pig.
you!
Ham is pig.
Fuck
it's all
you!
different words for the same thing. Just saying.
It was amazing.
I'm not denying that. I'm just saying there's different words for the same shit. Because English language totally makes sense.
I ate it all to myself.
Bastard.
Put a little water in it, put it in the fucking microwave, turn it on,
I
fucking
want
ate
to
it all.
drink that right there, right now. Like, that looks so...
Fuck you.
I know.
Mine!
It's like, right. Ham has been exceptional for me to want it.
Who's saying that?
Rose.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I mean, honestly,
Never mind. I was gonna go.
I can hook you up with some pretty good ham.
I was totally gonna go south with that one.
I could hook you up with some maple ham that I have in my deli counter. That's actually pretty fucking fire. And rosemary ham. Rosemary ham that's pretty fucking fire.
Have we met Rose?
He's in Georgia, so no, but he's, you know, a viewer that's been around for a while.
Then why is his name Rose?
Because it is. I've never actually asked that, but I've never questioned it. It's Rose Black. That's what his name. That's his handle name. I've never questioned it.
Is Venom on, or is Venom made a badge?
I think it was, but he's been, you know...
Little ass.
I know, he is an ass. I did see him on earlier on Discord, so I know he's awake. It's after an anime character.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, you do have, like, a DBZ PFP. I can't see it necessarily right now, but I know you do, so... I mean, that makes sense. I mean, my handle's not named after any character or anything. I can't think of a character that's named Ignar. It's a pretty,
I thought it was Husky.
Well, yeah, Ignar Husky, yeah.
Because you're an ignorant Husky, that's why.
Yeah. Ignar, and, you know, for the name, and then Husky, because Huskies are awesome. I love Huskies. They're cute. Adorable. And high maintenance.
You and Sarah get along great, then. She wants one.
I want one.
Why'd you get him then?
Huh?
Why'd you get him then? He ain't a Husky.
Because I also like Sheppies. And he's part Shep.
If you would have asked me 3 months ago, I could have picked you a Husky up in fucking Vancouver.
Well, I mean, having 2 dogs right now would probably be a little too much.
No, if you didn't have him, I could have picked you up a Husky.
Oh, yeah, true.
A puppy!
Oh.
Husky. Adorable ball of fur.
Yeah. I mean, eventually I want to have, like, a female Husky for him.
No, he doesn't need to fucking... No. Just chop him off, get rid of it. Ignore the problem. Andrew's like, no.
I can make some money off of puppies. I mean, adopt them out and shit.
You mean mutts?
Yeah, little Husky, German Shepherd, American Bully, Border Collie hybrid little super mutts. Yeah.
Oh, God, dude. We need a house then.
I mean, that's down the line when I know I have more of a stable, you know...
Do you realize I've been trying to fucking, like, find a house in, like, fucking Vancouver for no fucking reason?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go to Vancouver myself, but if there's, like, a pretty decent house that's, you know, like, in, maybe here, or, like, in PDX, or...
I'm talking, like, me living there and you wanting to get out of your fucking father's hairs.
Spanish artichoke dip, yes or no?
What?
Spanish artichoke dip, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, if there's, like, garlic and other seasonings to it.
Mm-mm. Just straight.
Artichoke is a little too pungent for me. It's a good flavor, but too pungent. So if there's other flavors to complement
You've had the
like onions and garlic and some other shit.
You've had the antipasta salad, right?
I've had artichokes, but not that salad. The vinaigrette in it, I don't like vinaigrette. So the vinaigrette that's in that salad.
If you put pepper cheese in it, like I do, you don't taste the vinaigrette at all.
I mean, even then, like, honestly, I know I would legit love a lot of salads that are in our case, but because of the vinaigrettes, I don't, because I just don't like vinaigrette dressing on salads.
So you don't like Italian subs?
If it doesn't have, like, a vinaigrette dressing, but if it has a different type of Italian-style dressing, I'm okay with that. I just don't like vinaigrette-style dressings.
You fucking weirdo.
I don't like vinegar.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
I'm just sorry. I don't like the smell is pungent. I don't like the smell. Like when it comes to vinegar, food, or otherwise. Sorry.
Okay. No.
Oh my God forbid
Stop.
motherfucker, some white boy honky like me don't like vinegar. God forbid.
Okay. I'm not saying straight vinegar. I'm saying red vinegar. Red vinaigrette. Does that fucking bother you?
That's like the closest you'll ever get to me tolerating that shit.
Talking about sandwich. Subway
Red
sandwich.
vinaigrette is like the only one that I barely tolerate. It's okay if it's, you know, mixed in with other stuff.
We're talking a Subway sub.
That also
with
happens to have
oil, vinegar, and salt and pepper. Can you tolerate it?
like red vinegar dressing.
Yes, that's all they use.
With salt and pepper, and I might add like maybe like, you know, an aioli sauce, you know, as an addition.
I don't give a fuck if you do that. I'm just saying,
Then
can you
I
put oil and
could.
vinegar on it?
If I, you know, yeah, if I have like one or two other seasonings or sauces, yes, yeah,
Okay,
it wouldn't, yeah, like it wouldn't be like the end of the world if like, you know, some is complementing other flavors and shit. But if it's like if it's like the main dressing, I don't like that.
I did this with mac and cheese. You're gonna fucking think it's fucking disgusting. You remember the red vinaigrette we had in the cabinet?
Mac and cheese and red fit. Oh no,
Do you know why it's not there anymore?
you used the mac and cheese.
Yes. Velveeta. Oh, no. Literally. Look at me. Fucking dank as shit. I will buy the fucking the little fucking thing. you can buy.
No.
I will make it. You have to try it.
Make it
One bite.
Okay.
One bite. You don't have to eat the whole fucking thing.
Okay.
One bite.
Make it for yourself and then let me have a sample.
I will.
There we go. Then we can make a consensus. Because I
swear to God,
you said red vinegar and Velveeta. I'm not a fan of Velveeta necessarily. I can be okay with it, but
Okay, what about Kraft?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll buy the singles a fucking Kraft.
I mean, Velveeta. I said I could tolerate. I mean, like certain Velveeta
tastes better.
For me, like Annie's and Kraft and that type of shit is better personally, flavor wise.
Have you had the Velveeta fucking ones that I'm talking about? The singles?
Yeah, you let me have one and
they're fucking delicious. What's wrong with you?
I've seasoned them. I don't know. There's like a weird plasticky, like legit, like not just in texture but in flavor almost.
Oh my god, you fucking weirdo!
I'm sorry, but it's just like, I mean,
dude,
I'm sure like the whole like if you get like the whole like big box thing or whatever the fuck is said in the individuals, I'm sure it's different. But the individual ones, I don't know, man.
Who makes Velveeta?
What? It's like the main corporation?
Kraft.
Why am I not surprised? Competition, guys. Hey, Velveeta's competition against Kraft. Oh wait, no, night. We own it. Artificial competition.
Yes. But theirs is actually real cheese instead of fucking powder. It's actually liquid cheese instead of fucking powder. And
I mean, room temperature liquid cheese is
fucking good anyway. And it's somewhat. Some taste. Some. I want cheese curds right now.
Cheese curds?
I want cheese curds.
You sound
Let's go to Tillamook.
You sound like a Midwesterner right now.
Well,
we gotta go get some cheese curds.
Dude, my buddy can go to
Jeepers Crepes.
Okay.
Jeepers Crepes. We need to go to the Midwest to get ourselves some cheese curds and get on the phone and get ourselves an airline.
My buddy can literally go to the store and get fucking cheese curds. I'm so pissed at him. He's a fucking dickhead. He's like, oh, I can go to any store and get cheese curds. I'm like, you're a dick. He's like, wow, because I want some.
Oh, God, what was his fucking name? Dude, there's like this guy who's like a Midwest fucking skit comedian dude. What's his fucking name? I'm forgetting his name.
You missed. Your can's laying right there.
Fuck you, I know.
I'm not even tipsy. What the fuck's wrong with you? I can't drive, I know that.
Fuck you.
Hey! If we want a beer, I can't go anywhere.
I mean, I've had 3. Like, if I really want... well, not 3 technically yet. I'm working on the 3rd one.
I will not touch my car keys.
That's fine. I'm not saying...
I don't want to walk anywhere.
Charlie Barron's, that's his name. Jesus. Jeepers Crepes. Jeepers Crepes, they're my...
Smell that deliciously goodness.
It is amazing. Charlie Barron's.
You know how much I picked this up for?
Hmm.
$96. No, 60 something. I paid like 268 for 2. I have another one sitting in my car. It's not mine.
Oh my god. He actually has a video. National Cheese Curd Day. Wait, he's doing it in like a 60 seconds to 60 minutes. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm going inside.
That honors
No.
cheese curds of all shapes, colors, and persuasions. But where did National Cheese Curd Day originate? That is where our story begins.
60 seconds.
The Culver's, how may I help you?
Yeah, I'll do
Culver's.
a couple 2-3 orders of cheese
Oh my
curds.
god, it's him!
Better add on a
You know
set of
him.
cheese curds. My quest
cheese
to find
curds.
the origin of National Cheese Curd Day.
We watched him
National
last night. He did the fucking Ultimate Chef thing.
Well, you
Yeah.
see the fiberglass mouse. As a kid, I remembered buying fresh cheese curds from Larry
Cheese
off the side
curds,
of
yeah.
the road. If anyone knew where National Cheese Curd Day originated, it would be Larry.
Is he Midwest or fucking Canadian?
He's from Wisconsin.
Yeah, I know. No,
He's from
Yeah, that
Wisconsin.
fucking twang.
Oh, yeah, he's got that little bit of that Canadian twang, but it's a little American, so it has a little oh.
Yep.
We're very friendly and say ope and sorry a lot, but we're not Canadian. We don't say A as much. A?
Of course. There it was. Under
There
my nose
was.
the whole time. That's when I knew
Culver's.
what I had to do. Go back to Culver's.
Gotta get up to Culver's on the phone.
And B, I was out of cheese curds again. And I hate being out of cheese curds.
Welcome to
I
Culver's.
hate being out
Out
of
cheese curds.
You started National Cheese Curd Day?
Yes, we did.
I knew I'd get to the bottom of this. Now, what inspired it? And actually, who thought of it? Have you ever thought about expanding it to a week? How's about the first time I had cheese curds? It's this guy Larry. Long story. I had deep fried cheese curds. We had brats the night before. I've never seen so many curds fit in such a small space. And ever since then, I've been
So many
eating
curds
cheese
fit in
my
small
cereal.
space.
It adds more calcium. Have you ever tried it?
We actually have to get to the next guest.
Right. No, I'll be right in. Oh, sorry.
You know what they says. The
Oh,
squeaky
sorry.
curd gets the grease. I'm here to see a man about a curd.
Playing hardball, huh?
Sometimes you gotta grease the curd.
Go on. Take a look. Just a little something for you and the missus.
This isn't what we do here.
It's all there. Kareem, 2 points. Bank's open.
Sir, this is a Culver's.
Oh, right. Yeah, I just want to talk to someone about National Cheese Curd Day.
Sure, I can have somebody come talk to you. Would you
Oh
like anything
fuck,
while you
dude.
wait?
Fuck
I'll do
you.
some cheese curds and custard and waffles. whenever you got
You're a
it.
Not to
dick.
get the
Sorry.
inside
Don't
scoop.
pull that in my face.
Meat a scoop. In this biz, that's what we call killing 2 curds with 1 cone.
So,
Two
they just told me
curds
to
of
come
one
talk to you.
cone.
Tell me what you know.
So Culver started National Cheese Curd Day
I'm
in
going to bed.
2015.
Why?
Because cheese curds are awesome.
And there you have it, folks. Sometimes the story isn't black and white. Sometimes it's yellow and white. Happy
I was just sending you this Italian subreddit so they can shame you like you deserve. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah, I probably am going to be shamed by the Italians. Well, I do like Germanic cooking and shit more so than fucking Italian cooking, personally. Bratwursts and the like, yeah. Oh yeah, so bratwursts and all the such, yeah. Have you never had a good bratwurst? Shame. You get people yelling at you and making weird hand motions to your face. I tell you, you're Alfredo fettuccine piece of shit. You don't even like the vinaigrette, or the vinaigrette, or the mozzarella, or the seeds of fettuccine, or even the fetters, or the mamma mia, the baccaris, the calzone, and the no, or the so fortunate. No, Fredo. Yeah. A bibbidi boppity. Honestly, there's a part of me that still can't get over the fact that there's like a weird ass like Asian lady that yelled at me for no reason yesterday. I came into work or like on Friday night. Like I came into work for like 2 hours. I'm walking up to the door, and all of a sudden, there's just like a lady that yells something at me. It's just like, I thought she says, "Can you tell me the time?" But it was more like, I'm not even gonna attempt that. I'm not even gonna play with that. But I'm like, huh, come again? I have my other earbud out, so I take it out, and I'm like, what was that? One more time. And then she like goes like, Open up and see who you are! It just starts yelling at me. I'm like, okay then. And I just start walking away. I'm just like, okay then. I don't know what pissed in your Cheerios today, but I don't need to deal with that. So I'm just like, nope. It was just like some random shit that just like screamed at me. I was like, okay. I don't know what I did. I guess like the cut of my jib you just didn't like. I don't know. So I was just like, nope. I'm just gonna avoid that with a mile foot pole. And then she went in the store and she tried to grab something. And she went to self-checkout and was like there for like 20 minutes trying to figure out the self-checkout. And honestly, I don't know if she decided to say fuck it and walk out with like a whole case of water because that's what she was trying to get. Or she eventually figured it out and paid for it. But she walked out with a case of water. So that's what happened. She didn't have any other altercations in the store, at least. But I didn't even start anything either. Like, I was walking up to the door, just like whatever, and I hear something, and I'm just, with this lady looking at me, and I'm like, "Oh, you saying something? What was that?" And then, she says it one more time, and I'm like, "Oh, come again." And I walk up like 2 feet to her, and all of a sudden I'm just like, ah! I was like, whoa! Well, like, okay, I'm just gonna walk away now. I don't know what I did, but okay then. Okay, I guess just a wild occurrence of the greater Portland metro area. It's more rarer in comparison, to the daily occurrences of Portland, but I mean, hey, every now and then that shit bleeds out to the greater Portland metro area, and we see that occasionally too. And it kind of sucks. I mean, Bailey sucks just mainly because, like, there's no actual, like, adequate treatment or solution to their problems. So, they're just kind of left to the community to kind of, quote, deal with, which, by proxy, basically just means call the cops on them, which means that, like, their life gets fucked over more and harassed and dealt with more, especially, when it comes to, like, police and the criminal system and shit. It just doesn't mean much good at all. Another example of just our country not giving a fuck about when it comes to like mental health awareness and shit. I mean, like, I don't know, like, I mean, it's like, I remember, like, when I was in high school, like, our school, like, was building a separate facility for, like, mental health treatment and, like, like, a medical clinic at our campus and on our school in high school. And by the time I was in junior year, they had it totally constructed and built up and, ready for service and shit like that by that point. And I was able to take advantage of, some of the services there. It's like, looking back, it's like, how in the fuck is that just not a normal thing for schools across the board? Like, I mean, honestly. It's like, I mean, because that shit legit, like, had such a positive outcome, to just our local school district having, school campuses have these in place. Because, like, you can basically go in there and literally ask, like, hey, it's okay if I have, a couple condoms or something like that. And not only would they give you a couple, they would give you a gigantic bag with, like, singular use lube, like, little things and shit. Like, I mean, where you can, like, rip off the, top of it and you just squirt that bitch, the single use, like, lube thing, on whatever, on, like, whatever you're about to, get funky with, what I'm saying, and there you go. It's just like, I mean, they would give you that shit, and a bunch of them, too, like, a literal, like, lunch bag full worth of shit. Like, just, like, different types of condoms of all sorts, some of them flavored, some of them aren't, some of them are, like, some of them pre-lube, some aren't, they give you, like, single-use, like, lube thing, like, the whole fucking nine. Just asking one question, like, hey, it's okay if I have a couple? It's like, and they will just give you a lunch bag full. like, set you up for months, son. Like, set you up. I mean, and even then, they had, like, a little, like, clinic room, so, like, if you're feeling sick, or maybe, like, something, you know, you're feeling something internally that, you know, isn't really good, and a basic little checkup can probably, you know, figure that out. Like, they had that little room, they had counselor rooms, or if you want to hook up with a counselor and have, you know, counselor sessions, they had those available. Like, they had everything there. And it's like, how in the fuck is that not a normal thing, not just in high schools, but in elementary and middle schools? It's like, what the fuck? Like, that should be a normal fucking thing, because it really does provide such a absolute benefit, you know, for kids, you know, that are struggling and shit, socially, you know, like, when it comes to, like, you know, education, or whatever the fuck. It really does help. Like, it definitely helped me, keep myself on my feet, you know, during my junior or senior years and shit. And honestly, the main reason why is just because I fucked up so much in my freshman year. Like, I did not give a fuck my freshman year. I, like, had, like, mostly D's and F's my freshman year. But after that, I fucking was flipping shit around, and it was a struggle since. You know, and so it's just like, and honestly, without that, I probably would have struggled further, and it probably would have been like a coin toss if I graduated or not. I mean, with that, I do think it did help with me being able to get to where I am now at this point, honestly. You know, being able to have the counselor that I had, you know, all the way up until even after I graduated, I was able to kind of skirt, you know, the timeline and be able to, you know, partake in some of the counseling sessions and all that other shit. You know, even when I technically wasn't supposed to, just because, like, there was, you know, the counselor basically like, hey, I want to just make sure that shit's all good to go, you know, with this, you know, patient that I've been working with all these years, so it's okay if we have, like, you know, a little bit more time, you know, even though technically, you know, he's not a part of the program anymore, and they literally let me slide because of that, and for good reason. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, it helped me out too. And I knew the counselor who, you know, like, to her name to a T still, and she was so fucking great. I loved her. She was awesome. I mean, luckily I don't necessarily need it as much anymore, but, I mean, just knowing that at least she was, you know, as a counselor and a therapist, you know, was able to kind of help square, you know, some other shit away, you know, to kind of help solidify, at least especially in my more early high school successes and shit, you know, it's like, she definitely had a little influence, and I like her a lot. She had a really cool name, too. I wish, I'm not going to, I wish I could say what her name was, because it's so fucking cool. I loved her last name, especially. Like, her last name was so awesome. Like, it's so cool that I want to say it, but I'm not going to, because I don't want to dox her, you know? So I'm not going to, but God, I mean, she has such a cool fucking name. Like I said, really cool person. And it just shows that, you know, the fruitfulness of what that brings, you know, for people. And that needs to be heavily invested in. Not just in schools, but just in healthcare, period. Because there's fucking adults that need this shit. I mean, hell, I definitely think, you know, for me personally, you know, I wouldn't mind at least, like, maybe a monthly therapy session. Like, a monthly one. Maybe not weekly, but, you know, I don't know, like, once a month, you know, and checking in with somebody, being like, you know, kind of help, you know, organize my thoughts and kind of, you know, keep, you know, some elements in check or whatever the fuck, as, like, you know, and help, you know, get me through some stuff as a therapist. Like, that's a healthy thing. That's a good thing. I mean, honestly, like, if anything, I probably should you know, kind of get into something like that. You know, just take, you know, one day out of my weekend or something to meet with someone like that at least once a month. You know, just because stuff like that's a good thing. You know, it's like the idea that, like, oh, you know, you're emotionally prone, or like you're weak or this or that or some shit because you meet with a counselor or something is just some bullshit. If anything, it makes you more of a stronger person, because it, you know, you're able to have, like, a second perspective who's, you know, professional, who's able to, you know, kind of be in your shoes, so to speak, but as that second-hand perspective to kind of help, you know, get through with your shit. Like, they're not necessarily there trying to, like, establish some agenda or whatever the fuck. They're there to help you. Like, that's their whole point. And sometimes you might have to go for a counselor or two, you know, every now and then to see if you have the right one to help you and shit. But at least for me personally, like, I got, you know, a good one right off the bat and was able to stick with her, you know, from the beginning, and she was great. You know, but every now and then, you know, some people might say, like, hey, you know, I've been with this therapist for a couple weeks or a couple months, not necessarily for me, is there a way to get another one? Like, that should be available too. Like, because, you know, like, sometimes certain therapists have different ideas and different ways, you know, to be able to, like, help other people and shit, and for certain people, maybe that way isn't necessarily the best for them. That's why, you know, there's, you know, psychologists that, you know, have different ways to help people and shit, because psychology is such a fucking diverse and nuanced thing. Like, every brain is a little different, and sometimes this certain psychologist or therapist is not necessarily going to have the right, you know, clicks, so to speak, you know, with a certain brain, you know, with how somebody works. And unless we invest in that shit, we're just not going to see, you know, a lot of these type of solutions and shit. And kind of, at least, you know, to bring it a little bit topically, you know, back, you know, to what we're discussing and stuff. I mean, it's just like, it's why we see a lot of these, you know, things, and when it comes to the violence, and when it comes to desperation that people feel and shit, and, you know, and also when it comes to at least having, like, their own safe spaces and shit, but also people looking at that and seeing that as, like, some sort of attack on, you know, their way of life or some shit, because they don't have, you know, an actual healthy outlet to be able to, like, you know, work things out and be able to improve themselves. Because, like I said, it all comes down to, I think, really fundamentally, that in this country we just do not give a fuck about mental health, and it's such a problem. Because it just leads to this type of shit. It leads to a lot of the fucking far-right extremism that we see, because they prey on these motherfuckers who tend to be mentally ill. And it's not to say that people who are mentally ill are just, by proxy, are going to be, you know, like going to the right wing or something. There's plenty of people who, you know, have, you know, neurodivergency and mental illnesses and stuff that are leftist as fuck, or are nowhere near on the right wing. You know, I'm personally one of them. You know, and so I'm, you know, like I said, I'm lefty as fuck. You know, but, you know, there are definitely some people out there that are, that, you know, just don't know where, you know, they feel necessarily, and are going to be easily preyed upon when it comes to these type of ideas. And when they get preyed on this type of shit and buy into it, the fucking end result is legitimately deadly and scary. I really hate posts where people are bragging about making their therapist super uncomfortable. Alright, well, hats off to wasting your money, dumbass. Yeah, no, yeah, that's weird. Like, I mean, I can understand, like, you know, hey, you're trying to open yourself up a little bit, and, you know, to kind of, like, go through some shit, you know, with a therapist and stuff, like, but overtly attempting to make them uncomfortable is, like, some dick maneuver weird shit. Like, that's just fucking weird. And some bullshit, stupid shit. Because also, you're just wasting your money. Because, like, if you're not actually trying to help yourself, but just purposely make your therapist uncomfortable, then they're still making money off of you. Just saying. Since we have the current healthcare system that we do. Just saying. Even if that wasn't the case, or was or wasn't the case, or whatever the fuck, they shouldn't necessarily have to, because healthcare should be universal and free at the point of service. But I mean, like, a therapist, yeah, you're paying them like $10 by the minute, so make the most of it. Yeah. And honestly, you could switch that around to the therapist as well, because they want to get paid, and if they have to deal with your uncomfortable shit, they might soak it in just enough so they at least get paid enough to make it worth it. So, like, it's kind of a double-edged sword of that one. It's like, one, you're wasting your money because you're just purposely doing something that isn't helping you and just trying to make somebody else's life just more uncomfortable. And at the same time, you're bettering their life because they're getting paid. And, you know, even though you're trying to make them uncomfortable, and frankly, you probably aren't, because they probably have heard worse shit from other people who are genuinely trying to get through their shit. Like, so, honestly, either way, it doesn't, like, it probably doesn't actually have as much of an impact as those people probably think. What the fuck? Why is there this fat-ass owl wrench on the ground? Get over here. Let's go over there. But at least when it comes to like a lot of like the like, kind of right-wing extremism that kind of is like in tandem with this type of shit, like even their shit is just like fucking, yeah, like in a weird way, just more like self-defeatist, you know, more than anything, which is why like their shit is just, at least in my opinion, just really, honestly, especially as ideology, really dangerous, because they'll see things as like, you know, mental health awareness and all these other things and shit as like being quote weak and shit like that, or like woke, or you know, whatever the fuck. And that type of shit is, you know, just honestly just more dangerous, you know, to the quote discourse or like awareness, you know, into advocacy of health and, you know, our own personal well-being and shit, you know, social and economic conditions aside, you know, when it comes to these type of problems. Because even like, because, you know, like I said, like, you know, to kind of bring it back to a lot of, you know, what I want to talk about and shit, it's just like, it leads to, you know, shit like, you know, the Colorado Springs shooting, where you have motherfuckers who obviously, you know, are not, you know, have no, like, awareness to their own mental health or even paying attention to it, because, you know, they're so bought into the idea that, oh, gay people are, and like, you know, black people and all this and, you know, and this and that, you are the fucking culprit, you know, to my problems, and tried to incite a race war of his fucking IEDs, you know, and tried to do that, and got arrested for it by the FBI, and then they released him and sealed the case, too, as well, on top of that. Like, the shit, you know, that, like, honestly, like, I mean, getting back to it, like, this shit really does hit me, honestly, because this motherfucker was, and like, this outright Naziistic terrorist, like, I mean, because honestly, as far as I'm concerned, the Colorado Springs shooting was absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, a fundamental terrorist attack by right-wing extremism. Like, that's what it fucking was from the get-go. And, you know, it's like, even when I first heard about it, you know, as this started spreading around, you know, when I woke up this morning, I went, a fucking right-wing extremist. That's who did it. And as soon as I started learning more about it and started, you know, digging into it a little bit as I was working during my break and during the slow periods, what do you know? It was. It literally was. And it's like, what? I'm supposed to be shocked? Because I'm not. If anything, I'm just fucking pissed off. Because, you know, for a lot of people, it's just seeing, oh, it's a crazy guy and a lone wolf who decided to go on a crazy shooting spree and shit. And it's just not. It's like, there's a legitimate fucking thread of, like, right-wing extremism in this country, and people just don't take it seriously. And a lot of mass shootings are because of these motherfuckers. I mean, it's not necessarily just because gun violence is a problem, which, yes, it is, but, you know, like, the mass shooting problem is fundamentally more because there's right-wing extremism that is enabling it. And they're advocating this shit. It's not like, you know, coinkydink that, you know, motherfuckers like Matt Walsh or Candace Owens are basically advocating, you know, implicitly at least, you know, they're not outright saying it, but they're dog whistling, you know, violence and advocating extremism and radical action taken against, you know, people who happen to be trans or happen to be queer or woke or whatever the fuck, or people that might be, quote, groomers in their mind. Like, these are, you know, like Matt Walsh especially directly, openly, like, implicitly advocates this shit. He is directly at fault for the fucking Boston Children's Hospital for getting bomb threats for, like, months on end. It's like, what, you don't think he's at fault for this either? Because he absolutely is. Like, these are sarcastic fucking terrorists, and yet they can just walk away free willy-nilly saying all the shit they can. Because they're funded by billionaire right-wing fucking extremist fucks. They can get away with it easily, willy-nilly. And what does it feel? More violence and more bloodshed and shit. And for me, it's just like, and at least for Rip City, I know he's not in here right now. I don't know, maybe he is. I don't fucking know. I know he was assuming that this part of the topic was going to come up, and this is where I know he will disagree. It's why, at least for me personally, why I think POCs, the marginalized communities, especially trans people, especially queer people, they should arm up. They should, legitimately, start, taking seriously, the idea of, being able to defend themselves. And arming up doesn't necessarily have to mean guns. It can be pepper spray, a taser, even if it's like, a shooting taser or bzz, bzz, one of those tasers. Don't matter. One of those fucking like steel extendable batons. One of those. Some fucking brass knuckles. I don't care. Anything. Anything when it comes to some personal defense where it says, hey, I, can at least defend myself if some motherfucker tries to attack me because I happen to be gay or happen to be trans or happen to be black or whatever the fuck. Because these motherfuckers want violence and they're on the offensive. They have been, frankly. And they're just getting more bloodthirsty by the fucking day. And it's like, what, we're supposed to just like keep sitting around and taking it? It's like there has to be like, a give or take. There has to be like a point where push comes to shove. Because these motherfuckers are pushing, but like, when are we going to do this shoving? Know what I mean? It's like there has to be a point where like, yeah, armed, like queers bash back. Fucking, the marginalized, will symbolically say that, yeah, we ain't going to fucking take this shit. It's not necessarily because, like, oh, I think a, quote, armed society is polite society. I don't, or, I think, a good guy, John Wayne, wannabe motherfuckers, gonna save the day. It's not because of that shit. I mean, it's just like, it's just like, I personally think that, when, especially when it comes to the far right, knowing how violently like, how much tendencies they have towards violence, it's just like, yeah, I would not begrudge somebody for saying, hey, I want to defend myself. How should I do that? And I say, hey, you should probably arm yourself in some way. Pepper spray, a baton, a weapon of a firearm of some sort, a knife, anything. Like, I would not begrudge that person to go do that. And, as long as they're mentally sound and capable and, are not a risk to themselves, with a firearm or anything else, I would encourage them to do it. Because especially depending on where you fucking live, if you're in, like, the South or Midwest states or like Idaho or like rural Oregon or anywhere else, like I wouldn't really encourage it. And if anything, I would at least encourage you to get the fuck out of there, at least for one. But if you can't, then make sure you can defend yourself and teach yourself some defense. And like, and if that includes like teaching yourself how to operate with a firearm, then let that be the case. If not, then learn how to properly operate some pepper spray or a taser, or learn some hand-to-hand combat, like something. Because I mean, it's serious. I mean, really. Because these motherfuckers don't care. Like, the only way they're gonna, think twice is if, like, the people they want to target are not easily walked over. If they, because, like, in Denton, Texas, or wherever that, drag, book reading and shit was going on at the bookstore or whatever in Texas, like, all it took for a bunch of armed right-wing thugs to suddenly be on the fucking curbside of the road and sitting out on the sidewalk whining and bitching about, oh, look at these extreme weirdos, blah, 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 blah. Well, it's just a few armed queer people, just a few armed, queer folk, just sitting there with their ARs, just sitting there. AR-15s just right there, just not saying a word, just sitting there. That's all it took. And sometimes that's what it takes. That's what it fucking takes. Because if these motherfuckers feel emboldened to doing violence on people just for existing, then unfortunately this needs to be the case. Was calling for a Texas Antifa to lose the right to... honestly, fuck Brandon Herrera. I used to kind of like the guy, but he's been a piece of shit. He had fucking Kyle Rittenhouse on his fucking channel and literally had like a little collab with him and shit. Like, fuck him. I haven't watched his shit in a while. It's like, the dude seems kind of cool, but nah. Because he was like the AK guy or whatever the fuck, and yeah, I like AKs. But, fuck him. And honestly, unfortunately, a lot of gun channels tend to have his same perspective of like, yeah, people like Kyle is right. The Antifa armed queer guys are bad and they should lose their arms and shit like that. Because, oh, they're intimidating people, even though the fucking right-wing fascists that they endorse do the same shit. It's like, oh, you're going to have Kyle Rittenhouse on your channel, but then you want to say the Antifa people who aren't even shooting people, but just literally sitting there with the AR-15s, trigger discipline and all, just sitting there, just standing there. Oh, they should lose their right to arms, but oh, Kyle Rittenhouse is a fucking hero. Fuck yourself. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, I haven't watched him in a while, but I still see his shit every now and then. They might not even be loaded. Yeah, and honestly, so what? The symbology of it is enough. Like, I mean, if anything, they're being more responsible not having them loaded. Just the bluff alone should scare them enough. Because they're armed too, and unfortunately the right wing and those motherfuckers, they're not bluffing. But even if those people don't have any ammunition in their magazines and they're just sitting there with them symbolically without any ammo or nothing and whatever the fuck, so even if shit went, you know, like worst case scenario and fired, you know, shots were fired or whatever, and they couldn't do anything, like, I mean, it's like, they, like, even then, like, honestly, they would still be in the right. Like, you don't, because that's also another thing, you don't necessarily have to be, like, live round loaded, just showing up, like, because my AK right now, it has a magazine loaded in it, but there's no ammo in it, it's totally empty. Like, if I showed up, you know, with them, with my AK as it is right now, with an empty mag in it, I would be in the right far more than these right-wing extremists, and hell, even somebody who might have some ammo loaded in his fucking AR and shit. I mean, because even just a symbolic bluff of like, hey, don't fuck with us just because we have these, and we want to let you recognize and acknowledge that some of us do own these, and we're not afraid to show them, and show symbolically that we're not people that are just gonna, you know, take your shit violently standing. And we're not gonna take your violent shit standing. Like, it's a symbolic gesture. And if that's literally all it is, and there's nothing loaded in that, in fact, I feel like that person's even being more responsible. I'd personally be that way. I have a lot of magazines. Like, plenty of them are not loaded right now. In fact, all of them but one are not loaded. So it's like, I could take any of them, you know, symbolically do the same thing, like, you know, like I'm talking about. And honestly, like, for me personally, I would prefer that. Maybe, at least, maybe one of them, maybe having, you know, some, just in case it does go to the worst case scenario, so they can at least stand their ground and legitimately do fight back. But, I would prefer if it's more of a bluff symbolic gesture. Because I do prefer that, because I'm not somebody that wants to see just violence be the fucking first thing ever and shit. Like, God, no. Like, because I'm not somebody who wants to start that shit. If these motherfuckers want to start it, then I want to say that we're going to be the motherfuckers that end it. But when it comes to starting it, no. Let them, if they want to, they get to. But when it comes to them starting that shit, we end that shit. And without prejudice, either. Like, I mean, that's really should be the philosophy with it. It's like, hey, we're going to show that as long as you don't start shit, we're not going to start some shit. But we're going to show you, if you start up this shit, we're going to end that shit. Just saying. That's the whole purpose. Like, that's kind of the whole idea of having at least, like, you know, a vanguard, so to speak, you know, or at least, like, a few armed, you know, people at, like, a rally, whether it's, like, a workers' protest or a worker strike where some violence has happened in the past, and then the next day you have a couple of those guys showing up, or, unfortunately, even, like, a drag book reading at a bookstore, because these right-wing fucks, you know, want to try to harass and intimidate people there, armed up and shit, like, or, like, shoot up a fucking gay bar and shit. It's like, unfortunately, like, it has to be the reality that, like, you need some of these type of people. It's a necessity. Because if not, they think it's an empowerment that, oh, we can just easily walk over these people and get away with the shit, and we're not going to be able to be stopped. Even if they're unarmed and they try to stop us, so at least we got a couple of them. Even if they got one, but the first thing that happens immediately after that is one of the armed bouncers, you know, takes one shot and blop, they're done. they're gonna think real twice, next time, something like this happens. Because, I mean, I really do believe at this point, it's just like, like, especially for gay bars, they probably really should have some armed security. Because if a motherfucker just waltzes in and starts blasting, and it's like, yeah, a couple patrons might be able to stop it, and, some lives will definitely be saved. But, like, how many more is like, how many more could be if, like, the only gun that's authorized is the armed bouncer, and they see somebody who obviously does not have one start blasting? It's like, what the fuck you think that bouncer's gonna do? He's gonna, make sure that target is eliminated and not a threat no more. So it's just like, I mean, that just needs to, there needs to be, like, an absolute professional in these type of cases at this point. At least when it comes to especially gay bars. At least when it comes to, like, the Midwest and the South. Because, like, who's to say this shit ain't gonna happen again? Because it's not the first time, and like I said, it sure shit ain't gonna be the last. And it's like, it's so fucked that it's like one of the few safe spaces that queer people have in some of these small towns, have for the queer people that live in them. It's like, because they literally only have the one queer bar like this, like in Colorado Springs for Club Q, and even then they're not safe. So it's like, what the fuck do you do? It's like, I mean, you can't just sit there and take it. You can't just expect legislation to solve it, because it's not gonna, like, I mean, there needs to at least be some form of community action. There needs to be, like, some form of direct defensive action, when it comes to shit like this. Especially when, it might happen, like, out of nowhere, or if, like, a rally happens and these motherfuckers come in to, quote, protest and shit. Like, there needs to be some form of defensive action against them. Because if not, they're going to feel emboldened to do shit like this. And it's just going to keep happening. Not, just let alone the mass shootings in themselves. They should support efforts to do that. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that, you don't support it. But, yeah, like, unfortunately, especially when it comes to, like, oh, hey, we'll let police, try to work with permits and shit like that. It's like, it especially ain't gonna really help, especially with legislation, at least with 114, because a lot of cops tend to be very friendly with a lot of right-wing motherfuckers. And they're not exactly friendly and have an unbiased approach when it comes to marginalized / POCs and shit. So it's like, I mean, especially that bill, it just seems to be really, like, heavily, just like indirectly, kind of in favor towards, the right in some ways. And I feel like it was, a part of me just feels like that bill was partially written just so it could be like a talking point for some right-wing fucks and shit. So it could be like, oh, they're trying to take guns, but, they still will be able to get them because, a lot of right-leaning sheriffs are just not going to follow the law even once it gets enacted. So these motherfuckers will still be able to get them, but any other law-abiding citizen that might be POC or a queer person or anything like that, they're still going to have to deal with the bullshit law, lingo jingo shit. So their purchases or, potential, firearm purchase is going to be withheld, and they would have to get an appeal, which, goes back to the police anyway and shit, for the court system and stuff. So it's just a bunch of bullshit. It just kind of feels like it, was not written, in a way where it was, like, actually meant to do something, but more or less just, like, costs people here in Oregon because, oh, we're a bunch of libs out, no matter what, we want gun control, and just was, like, kind of used as, like, a purposeful, like, way to just, like, kind of, like, fuck over, a lot of, the process when it comes to actually trying to get proper gun regulation in the state, but also, like, to, like, have, our tax, dollars in the state actually go to shit that can be legitimately meaningful. I mean, luckily the affordable healthcare expansion passed and shit, but, like, I mean, that's also going to get kind of partially bogged a little bit because some of the funding has to also go into 114 and shit, which, at least when it comes to OSP, they're not getting expansive funding, necessarily when it comes to a lot of, this measure and shit, so they are just kind of left on their own, but, they're definitely going to get expansions in their fundings eventually. Like, it's going to happen. So a lot of that's going to get strained in, you know, into a lot of these other things that are meant to, you know, like, expand, you know, some of the other things that are going on in the state when it comes to, like, healthcare expansions and shit like that. It's just going to bog a lot of shit down. It just kind of felt like it was just a way to bog a lot of legitimate progress down and just fuck a lot of shit over. And, you know, just stir everybody, you know, when it comes to a wedge issue, a social wedge issue. Like, I mean, that was, it just kind of felt like that. Because I know, you know, it seems like that, at least, you know, to me and my friends and shit. Because I know it's very, you know, contested, you know, at least in me and my friend group. I mean, it was heavily contested in the state. It was like 51 to 49. Like, even in the state itself, it was pretty contested. So it's just like, I mean, I don't know. It just felt like, you know, obviously the heart's in the right spot, but just like how it was just done, it was just fucked. And honestly, it just kind of fucks people like, you know, me and marginalized folks and, you know, people who are POC and shit way more than the right wing, because like I said, the police and the sheriffs are not gonna fucking follow law, especially when it comes to their buddies and their in club. And, you know, when it comes to people who are outside of that club, yeah, they have a different set of rules. So they abide by that shit. But them and their little thin blue line and their little good boys club and the people that support them and lick their dick, like, yeah, they're gonna be just okay. Like the little Proud Boy and far right little buddies are gonna be just fine. They're gonna be able to get their guns willy-nilly. And that's scary, because that honestly, for me personally, just looks like a way for them to incite more of their fucking violence. So when there is gun violence and when there is legitimate violence, it's just strictly gonna be their shit. And it's gonna be no way for people like me to defend ourselves. I can't bring my fucking Vishka, you know, willy-nilly out in public and defend myself with that. You know, it's like, I mean, so obviously I have to rely on something like pepper spray and shit, but is that gonna stop some right-winger from trying to blast me on the street and some shit, even though I pepper sprayed his ass and he's just spraying and praying? Not really. I don't want to be in that situation. But unfortunately, these motherfuckers love coming to Portland and fucking with people around here and shit, so who knows? Like, I mean, I live on the outskirts in between, like, heavily conservative-ass rural Oregon and liberal-ass, you know, fucking Portland and shit, so I'm kind of in the mixture of some of these motherfuckers. So it's like, even then, it's like, who knows if I, you know, could potentially get fucked with just with one of my, quote, neighbors, who just happens to be a right-wing extremist, you know, that happens to be, like, you know, a borderline, like, you know, transphobic. They're all like groomers and shit. And in fact, they are. Like, I mean, these motherfuckers have caused like the North Clackamas School District to literally do just Zoom calls when it comes to school board meetings, because these people have harassed North Clack School District members and council members and shit so much that they don't feel safe in their fucking own halls and shit, because these motherfuckers threaten their asses and shit in my own district. So it's just like, these motherfuckers already do this type of shit. And it's like, I mean, and yeah, honestly, who's to say that one of those motherfuckers has a hair up their ass and wants to start blasting or something? It's like, and no one's gonna fucking pay no mind. It's gonna be, oh, just another daily fucking... No one's gonna give a fuck. It's not a problem. When it comes to right-wing extremism, it's always underplayed. It's always undermined. It's always, you know, just undershadowed as like, oh, it's a lone wolf extremist or somebody just happens to be cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. They don't want to actually, like, look at the real problem of the fucking far-right fascistic extremism that is in this country. They just, nobody, like, barely anyone does. Outside of, like, progressive lefty types, it seems like. And maybe some libs. But beyond that, not really. Like, the right-wing one just, like, pretend it doesn't exist because they're like, oh, well, you know, they agree with a lot of what we do, but, they're too extreme, so we're just gonna pretend they don't exist. Like, they're just gonna, like, denounce it and just pretend it doesn't even, like, apply or exist. And just be like, oh, it's just lefties, you know, trying to call people like us out as crazy extremists, when it's just like, people just saying their opinions. Even some libs and centrists think that way. It's like, come on, don't be so extreme now. Let's have a civil back and forth with people that we personally disagree with. It's like, yeah, maybe that motherfucker is somebody that don't be tolerated with when it comes to that type of disagreement. It's like when they want to basically like see my head, like in my brain plastered on a wall, you know, with a fucking like 7.62 or some shit, or a 5.56. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I don't give a fuck what the, you know, agreement or disagreement or civility there is, you know, when it comes to that shit. I don't care. Like, that motherfucker's, you know, just gonna see the likewise, you know, fucking mutual opinion right back at their ass. That's all they're getting. Like, it's like that type of shit needs to seriously fucking stop, because this type of extremism is getting to a point where it's gonna go way too fucking far, and it's gonna be tipping over the edge really bad. Especially when you got the GOP back in extremist fascist motherfucker like DeSantis. And you think that motherfucker's not gonna stow more bigotry and more violence and more hatred? Ron DeSantis will absolutely do this shit. That motherfucker fucking scares me. Like, if he was a nominee for president, I would, like, I'm gonna have, like, 1,000+ rounds of ammo, let's put it that way. Like, I'm not gonna be happy. Social media is only going to divide America further. I agree with that. Personally, we should start doing that. If we end up with left-leaning master, we can at least be like, well, it was probably a rightist pretending to be a leftist just to make us look bad. Yeah. Your words, not mine. Here, I got a sprinkle leak on the pipe. I'll be right back, y'all. Yeah. Goofball. Little goofy pup. Vitamins don't have integrity, so why should we? Just one bad apple. That's our principle lead to a complete and breakdown of discord and saying hopefully it takes conclusion. I mean, I feel like the right wing is already trying to push that. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that instigating that would be a good thing. If that if like for some unfortunate reason it ends up being like the ultimate conclusion or whatever the fuck, then let the right wing be the ones doing that. Let them instigate it, not the left. Let the left just react defensively to it, which really fundamentally is what I'm talking about. Call for civil war, yeah. Which I obviously, as a specialist leftist, I don't want that. I will say, at least, if it ends up being that way, I would argue that at least, trying to like protect you and yours and people you care about, and like especially those who are fighting for like more progressive, better outcomes, especially for the nation or for the people and shit, like it's a better solution and a better side. But I mean, it's like at the end of the day, just don't get yourself hurt. If that ends up being the ultimate scenario, don't get yourself in a situation where you're doing something stupid. Even if you feel like you're convicted, to do a certain thing. Because like, let's say there's like a quote unquote civil war and shit. I probably would be a part of like a leftist vanguard or some shit personally. Like, because for me, like, I value, these ideas, and I'm willing to, fight the fight, so to speak. Obviously, that's not everybody, and I wouldn't necessarily encourage anyone to just do that type of shit. That's just me, personally. But does that mean that I'm gonna, do, like, try to be, like, some martyr, or, like, run into machine gun fire, like, for the cause? Like, no. Fuck no. I'm gonna be smart with it, and like I want, I'm gonna make sure that like the people I'm with and people I care about and the ideas I care about, like last as long as they can, and that we end up being the ones that are victorious, and not doing shit that's unnecessary. Didn't know what shit it was. Honestly, like from my understand, like the guy was already under the watch of the FBI and shit, who was also arrested by them and essentially was released because he made like either threatened to or he did make an IED and a bomb threat with that. On top of it, to try to incite some race war, and was essentially like released, after nothing really came from that, even though there was some shit with that. But the FBI thought there wasn't much with it, so they released him. And then shortly after they did that, he picked up he found a way to legally get a gun and start blasting people at a gay club. So it was like all that shit happened within like a week's plus worth of time, from what I understand. A right-wing young man. Yep. And also, apparently, is a grandson of a Republican congressman or some shit like that, like Randy Vioper or some shit like that. It's like Randy something. Like, his last name starts with a V and has like a P and an R in it, in his last name. I know that much, but it's like Randy something. Like Vioper or something like that. Like grandson to that guy. So basically, a lot of his upbringing pretty involved in a lot of right-wing ideology, very likely, and just went, because of that, probably delved farther into right-wing extremism on his own time, and end up being the motherfucker that ended up causing, the whole shooting and shit. So unfortunate reality when it comes to like a lot of right-wing extremism shit. I know when you were on here, Carl, like the other day, like we were kind of talking a little bit about this, like right-wing extremists, propagandists will prey on young men, and indoctrinate and groom them into a lot of right-wing extremism shit. I guess sadly, this is an example of the worst-case scenario of what happens because of that. Like, what happened last night is an example of the worst-case scenario. And that's why it's so fucking important, when it comes to, addressing the propagandists, to addressing the, roots as to why, men struggle, and humans just in general, struggle, but especially, young men right now, especially, people that, are struggling, when it comes to social relationships, sexually or otherwise. Like, I mean, all these are legitimate problems, and like I said, what happened to Colorado last night is a worst case example of what the fuck happens when we don't address these issues. And it all it does is hurt everybody. Because I mean, who does this benefit? The fucking right-wing extremists and propagandists who are saying that, the queer people and the gay people and trans people are bad, and, this is what they get, for being all gay and shit. Like, I forgot exactly what Candace Owens tweeted as a reaction to this shit. But she basically said, it's kind of curious how, lefties and woke people are trying to use this as an excuse, to try to help, groom people into mutilating kids and shit like that. She said something along those lines, and I'm like, she's just straight up being a fucking overt Nazi scumfuck piece of shit at this point. Like, she's not even fucking dog whistling it. Like, it's like, this absolute fucking pig of a fucking parasitical bitch of a human. It's like, I mean, honestly, there have been, on some elements of social media, and, especially, within legit elements of the right wing, because even Venom's stepdad there are some people that are like, oh, good. Yeah, it's kind of good that happened. That's what, these fags get for being a bunch of fags and shit. That's what Venom's dad said. Like, I mean, I don't even remember when fucking, I can't even say what he sent me when he heard it, right off the bat. Where the fuck was it? Oh, yeah, here it is. OMFG, my stepdad just laughed when my mom described the latest anti-LGBTQ shooting in Colorado. I just literally, after that, I just went, wow. You sure you want to stay in Bama? He's like, I really really don't. And then he said later, I heard him mumble, that's what faggots get for being faggots. That's what his stepdad said. And it's just like, and these are what the fucking far right think. And it's like, what? Am I supposed to have civil discourse with these motherfuckers? No. It's like when I see these motherfuckers approach my ass and shit, as far as I'm concerned, symbolically, I'm gonna be sitting there in my AR sitting fuck off. Don't be touching me and don't be bothering my ass, and we're gonna be Gucci. If not, then we're gonna have some real fucking problems, so you better be squaring up real good. But to be fucking like Duster Scrubs or some shit, whatever the fuck. It's like, He's a piece of work, dude. He is. And honestly, when he sent me that, I immediately said, man, needs to have his ass whooped. Is basically what I said. It's like, it's what a Nazi gets for being a Nazi. Venom said, if I would, I could. It's like, and that's honestly why it's the very day he's about to leave to get on that car ride to go on the flight to get the fuck here. It's like, I want him to pour his heart out to the son of a piece of shit bitch. I want him to say, it's like, if you think that me growing my long hair because it makes me some fag or some shit, is degenerate to you, and you think, I'm basically someone who deserves to get shot, the people of Colorado, if you think these fucking things about me, then you're dead to me, and you're nothing but a fucking Nazi ratback piece of fuck. I want him to, I want to, send him, some shit to memorize to fucking just unleash on his ass or something, dude. I mean, well, that wouldn't be from the heart. I mean, I just, give him an outline at least, and then he can, just go from there and let the heart say the rest. It's give him an outline and be like, just point out these things and just unleash your fucking heart out, the day you get the fuck out of that shithole state, and just let him know your fucking piece. Let him know how you really feel. For all the shit that he's mumbled behind your fucking back for the shit he said to you. For the shit that he believes, especially being a neo-Confederate, sons of Confederacy motherfucker. It's frankly, if it came down to the worst case scenario and shit, when it came to the war or whatever the fuck, it's I don't want to have no problem meeting that motherfucker on the battlefield. That's just me. It's I expect that old boomer fart, to fucking be capable as much as his prime. I got my dad's fucking crazy ass eagle shot, dude, and even my dad's impressed with some of my fucking aiming and shit. He's like, God damn. Like father like son, boy. It's like, hey. I'm a fucking ninja, bro. Like, there ain't no way. Sneak up a bit into the forest and shit. I'd be sneaking like a little ninja, bro. Give me the ghillie suit. I make Captain Price fucking proud, boy. It's like, yeah, maybe if it was like hand-to-hand shit, yeah, I'd have a problem, but, no, when it, give me like good 500 yards and a nice good 8x scope, you know, it'd be good. Minecraft, YouTube, just saying. Hypothetical, what we're talking about. Hypothetical scenarios being discussed here, nothing being taken seriously or actual claims. YouTube. Nothing here is being serious. All is in satire. I mean, honestly, like, I mean, realistically, the chances of the U.S. actually going to a, quote, civil war and shit is very unlikely. I mean, the right wing want to boast about it, but they're the only ones who are craving about it. Like, straight up, like, no motherfucker outside of the fucking far right are calling for this shit. Like, so realistically, at worst, their attempt at a, quote, civil war or some shit would just look like fucking violent skirmishes occasionally. You know, for a couple months. And then it would peter off. Like, I mean, as they slowly got either killed off or arrested. You know, or went back into their holes and eventually, like, kind of, you know, went back into their little caves and shut the fuck up. And realized that, oh, yeah, we failed. Like, I mean, realistically, I just don't necessarily see... I honestly see the U.S. balkanizing first before that. To line up out in fields to stay an hour so I get tedious, so break down, break up in the future. Yeah, like, I see the U.S. balkanizing first. Which I guess theoretically, you know, depending on how shit turns out with that, like, I suppose you could probably see, you know, like, a right-leaning government, you know, in, you know, one region be more militaristically aggressive to, you know, one of the other faction states. I suppose, I guess that could be a scenario, but, I mean, that's implying that balkanization happens in the first place. Like Northern Islands of the 60s, 70s, Italy. Yeah, like free dairy and shit like that. Or like, yeah, 60s, 70s, Italy. Yeah, probably. I don't think it would be like Spanish Civil War shit. It would definitely be like, you know, Northern Ireland scenario type of thing. Or 60s, 70s, Italy. Yeah, something more like that. Like, where you have, like, little pockets of areas, like I said, with the IRA, with the free dairy and shit. Like, I mean, you will have, you know, a few areas where, you know, you'll have pockets of, you know, this type of shit. But realistically, it's not gonna, you know, expand into, like, you know, actual nation states or anything like that. I mean, because there's a lot of pockets of right-wing extremists and shit, you know, all over this country, frankly. And the idea of them being able to hold enough of a foothold, you know, to be able to form their own, like, little nation state, it's not exactly realistic. Like, even in the Pacific Northwest, and unfortunately there's a lot of fucking far-right white nationalist extremism in the PNW. There was, like, the Northwestern Territorial Imperative, which was literally a neo-Nazi, alt-right, far-right, you know, or I guess proto-alt-right, but, like, a far-right extremist, neo-Nazi, white supremacist nation-state concept that was back in the 70s and 80s. And it's, you know, like, it's because, like, even the state of Oregon, its literal constitution, its foundation was basically founded by white supremacists and neo-Nazi, like, proto-neo-Nazis, basically. Well, I guess proto-Nazis. But, like, you know, proto-far-right, you know, extremists and white supremacist shit, because they basically were so hateful against black people that they didn't even want them in the state. Like, they didn't even want them as slaves, let alone being in the state. Like, I mean, that's how racist, you know, a lot of people up here in Oregon were for once upon a time. And some of them still are, unfortunately, in the rural Oregon. You know, like, the more rural you get out here in Oregon, the more racist and white supremacist it gets. Just, I'm not even fucking bluffing. I'm just being serious. That's just the truth. Like, and dead ass, because of that, the more Klansmen-like it will get, the more neo-Nazi it will get. I have unironically seen a couple, like a literal white supremacist neo-Nazi couple called, like, I think they were called, I think they were called the Nordic Crusaders or some shit like that, like some regional neo-Nazi group. They literally had a fucking, like, hoodies that had swastikas on the very front of them, and on the back of their hoodies they had the state of Oregon with different little swastikas of where the little regional chapters were, in the fucking state. And let me tell you, those swastikas were all over that fucking state, baby. All over, from from Portland to Bend, Medford, Eugene, everywhere. Eastern Oregon, that shit was everywhere, dude. Like, outright neo-Nazis flexing their fucking drip. Neo-Nazi drip, dude. Like, they were flexing that shit. It's just like, they didn't give a fuck. They were flexing out in the store and ordered some shit, walked out just like any other occasional customer. They just happened to be neo-Nazis. Go figure. Because, unfortunately, they exist around here. And the off chance that I'm probably serving one of those people in any given week is probably 1 out of 100 people that I serve at any given week. Just straight up. Like, some of my neighbors, unfortunately, are these type of fucking people. And also, my town tends to be the most progressive town. Like, we're even more progressive, liberal, leftist-leaning in comparison to Portland. And we're Milwaukee, like, and we have these motherfuckers here. It's just like, bruh. We're also in one of the more conservative counties in the fucking state. Yay! And our county fucking sucks a lot of dick. We just fucking, instead of having Kurt Schrader, instead of having a legitimate progressive lefty type, Jamie McClough Skinner, we decided to have a Trump light type of fucking freakoid, extremist right-winger, fucking Lori DeRaymer. My county sucks a lot of dick. I hate this county. This county sucks. The town is cool. I love where I live, but the county itself is dog shit. Ugh, I hate it. It's like we can't, like, it's like the one time, like, oh, there might be some, like, county-wide, district-wide things that we could vote on that, could be good. Nope. Leave it to Clark County to fuck it up. Oh my god, I hate it here. Portland's gonna be a bloodbath someday. It already has been, dude. I was there for 2020. I saw how that shit was. I mean, Marco Ronald was literally fucking whacked by the fucking Fed marshals in 2020. Like, I mean, shit's already been a bloodbath. It's just been a quiet period for quite a while. And honestly, good. I'd rather it be kind of quiet. Though, honestly, there's good reason to be having radical protests and civil disobedience, frankly, as far as I give a shit. So, honestly, it's not good that it's quiet. It shouldn't be, but, I mean, I guess if that means that no one gets tear gassed and fucking pepper sprayed and fucking beaten the shit out of and shit, I mean, I guess that's better, but, like, I don't know, what the fuck? Like, someone's gotta give, It's like, like, either people need to, like, like in 2020, recognize that, like, sometimes we need to put our bodies online, or just get walked on, or, like, something. Like, people can't, just, like, do it and for, like, a year and be like, alright, we did it. Jordan Peterson gets shot. No. I wouldn't mind if he got, like, haggled or had, like, a water bottle thrown and shit. Like, I wouldn't mind if civil disobedience happened against him, but no. I don't think anyone should be shot at a protest, period. Even if they were fucking, like, no. Like, I mean, I do think, there could be a counter-protest of civil disobedience against them, like I just said, but, when it comes to that, no. If far-right fucking piece of shit want to do that, let them start that shit, which obviously they're not going to if Jordan Peterson did that. If he came out at a protest and was a speaker at a protest, like, no far-right motherfucker's gonna shoot him. Obviously they're gonna be like, yeah, Jordan Peterson! So, yeah, he's gonna be fine. But, it's like, if when it comes down to it, if there's a protest going on, and if shit, ends up being a tussle, then let them be the ones that, you know, start the shots. Like, don't let them fucking, you know, like, don't be the ones who are the aggressors. Defend yourselves, but don't go farther than that. Like, I mean, that's pretty much what I say with it. It's like, don't be the instigator, don't be the aggressor, don't be the one that throws the first punch. Let them do that. I mean, fuck, I mean, how did the Civil War start, for example? It was the fucking far-right, literal slave-owning piece of shit that fucking fired the first shots. They were the southern aggressors, but yet they also want to fucking perpetrate this fucking literal revisionist history narrative that, oh, it was the actual northern aggression that was going on. Like, oh, it was northern aggression that fucking, you know, started the Civil War, when they were the ones who literally shot first. So, you know, let that Baker noodle. Oh, northern aggression, even though the South fired first? How does that work? Oh, and there were also the ones that caused more instability in the nation by seceding from the Union, too, at first, and also fired the first shots. Who's the aggressor in that? Not the North. Not the Union at that point. But yet they want to point this whole revisionist bullshit, and they still do it now. Like, if Antifa or, like, you know, some of these more, like, militant, you know, left-wing progressive types show up, they want to say that, oh, they're actually the ones who are doing violence, and they're doing discord and all this other shit, and all this other bullshit. It's just like, I mean, it's like, I mean, where do you think it comes from? It's because it's like a whole victim complex of like, oh, you know, we're not actually at fault. Even if we start shit, we're not actually truly at fault because they made us start the shit. They made us fire the first shot. They instigated us. I mean, come on now. We're innocent. They always pull this fucking bullshit. They've had since like, even before the 1860s and shit. They've been doing this shit forever. It's like, oh, it's like, I mean, what? Like, yeah, like culture and modern, you know, all, you know, like history and all this other shit has changed and stuff, but, you know, their tactics aren't that much different. Same shit, different day, basically. Civil War was a war of, oh god, Jesus Christ. Northern aggression. What do you think the second largest religion in New York was? Oh my god. I know you're joking, but like, oh my fucking god. Oof. And even if that's the case, so what? The North in the Union was more than New York. Like, it was everything from like Illinois, Chicago, Philadelphia, etc., etc. Google who owned slave ships. I mean, okay. Alright, here, I'll just do it right now. That's what the Black Hebrew Israelites say. Really? Well, Black Nazis have a conspiracy theory where Jews disproportionately own slave ships. Oh goddamn! I think you're right. Yeah, the first result was the Atlantic, from an article they did back in '95. Funny enough, slavery and the Jews. The Atlantic. Why? The secret relationship includes numerous lists of Jewish ship owners and slaveholders to find. Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Oh my god! What the fuck? Ay 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 ay! Ay ay ay, bro! How do we defeat stupid? Fuck if I know, man! Oh, thank God, I see an article that says, where the false claim that Jews controlled the slave trade. Okay, so there's, okay, well, I figured that was the case. Because if the British Empire and the, like, American capitalistic, like, slave plantation owners and their, like, companies abroad, you know, were the ones who profited the most out of this, and a lot of them were Anglo-Saxons, like, you know, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, WASPs, like, that's who they were. They weren't necessarily just Jews that were doing that shit. Now, obviously, you know, it wasn't just WASPs that were doing that. Like, a lot of different people were partaking in the fucking slave trade at the time because it was a fucking capitalistic market, you know, that was being, you know, that was legal and a common occurrence. Like no shit. Like, yeah, so by proxy, there's gonna be some Jews that are also, you know, profiting off of this. But they're not, like, somehow predominantly, like, the main perpetrators of this shit. Like, not even close. At least when it came to the North Atlantic slave trade, when it came to, like, modern slave trade, you know, and slavery, when it came to, like, you know, like, Western American colonization, shit like that, like, no. And even in history before then, like, not even. Like, because all sorts of fucking different empires and cultures and, you know, throughout history have been doing this shit. Doesn't make it good, obviously. It's abhorrent, but, like, I mean, like, all sorts of different cultures and people have been doing that. And it's fucked. I mean, you know, but, you know, it's like, it only took up until, like, you know, basically, like, capitalism, basically, and mass industrialization to realize, like, oh, yeah, maybe this is actually fucked. And Britain, the United fucking Kingdom, was able to abolish this fucking shit before America. And we had to fight a fucking war over it, and the UK didn't have to fight a war over it. Wonder why that was. That's just probably a couple different reasons for that. The UK even sent ships out on anti-slavery patrols. Yeah. Because they abolished slavery like it was, what, during the 1840s, I think? The 1830s, somewhere around there. About, like, 15 plus years before the American Civil War, they fought slaver ships, whether American, African, or Ottoman. Yeah. Yeah, the UK legit had, like, anti-slave patrols at a certain point. Because once they abolished slavery, like, a lot of their navy just redirected a lot of their patrols to doing anti-slave patrols and shit. Like, they basically just sent a command once slavery was abolished in their country and within the United Kingdom and their empire, including their colonies, they were just saying, like, hey, when it comes to slave ships, fucking, you know, liberate the slaves and stop them. like they actually would do that type of shit. Now, I mean, it wasn't like a very predominant thing, and maybe some British captains didn't necessarily follow that rule per se. Like, I mean, obviously, you know, given the time, you know, some people probably, you know, even in the UK probably were okay with slavery still and let slave ships go through as long as they paid a tax or whatever the fuck, you know. But there were a lot of captains and a lot of different British, you know, vessels that were doing outright anti-slave patrols and would fight, you know, American, African, Ottoman, whatever nation that was partaking in North Atlantic slave trade at the time, they would fight them. Like, you know, outside of, like, pirates and a few other different little factions, like, the UK were, like, one of the bigger groups in the Navy, in the, you know, oceans and shit, at least in the Atlantic, that were combating against that. At least, you know, in the later part of the Atlantic slave trade. I mean, the early part of it, obviously not, but, you know, once slavery was abolished and once, you know, their culture and a lot of their industry, you know, reverted away from slavery, they changed their opinion and started shifting a lot of their military Navy patrols, you know, to do anti-slave patrols and shit. So, yeah. And obviously anti-piracy patrols as well, because pirates are a very big thing back in the day, too. Also, strangely, like, kind of like proto-communists. Americans that, bet you pussy Brits are salty about losing to us still. UK with the universal healthcare and high wages. Oh yes, they're really torn up about that. Pirates are base, aside from the whole raping and pillaging thing. Yeah. And also having to live on a fucking boat for a long time. Like, pirates, like, at least when it came to, like, their hierarchy and how their, like, you know, system of, quote, government was, it was a pretty, like, anarcho-communistic kind of, like, philosophy and hierarchy. And, I mean, obviously, given the conditions, I mean, it was obviously better than living under a fucking empire and an imperial throne and shit like that, and under the crown, whether British, Spaniard, French, or whatever the fuck. You know, even, you know, for American vessels and shit. Like, so, I mean, you did have, like, somewhat of a better outcome, but, I mean, a lot of it, you know, just considering the conditions outside of piracy at the time, you know, were just not great. Like, yeah, you know, despite that, like, pirates probably had it better. I would unironically be a fucking pirate under, like, Captain Blackbeard or some shit, like, during that era. I would just be one of those guys. Because, I mean, it's because everybody had an equal share. Like, I mean, there was legitimate, like, a, you know, to each their mean, you know, it was, like, basically, like, to, you know, like, each of their means, you know, like, you know, to according to their need and shit like that. Like, you know, so, is, you know, like, depending on, like, where they were, you know, like, when it came to their job and their role, they would get the equal share just like everybody else. And there would be times where if you were very exceptional in, like, a raid or in a pirate battle or whatever the fuck, like, you know, in a naval battle and shit like that, you might get a little extra, but nonetheless, at the very least, you're always going to get that bare minimal equal share that everybody else gets. It was like, you know, a standard wage system and shit, where it's like, hey, you get, you know, the type of standard, you know, type of wage and shit. And I think the captain got, I think, maximum about, on average, about, you know, depending on the captain, obviously, but about average was about, I think, 8 times, you know, to the lowest sailor on their vessels. So, like, while maybe, like, one of their lowest sailors might get, like, you know, a couple, you know, doubloons or some shit like that, you know, the sailor might, you know, the captain might get, like, you know, 10 or 30, you know, with what's left over, you know, outside, once everybody else gets their shares. You know, because once everyone else gets their shares and the captain gets their share, and whatever's left over, that can be distributed, you know, accordingly, you know, from there. You know, so it's just like, you know, there was a legitimate, like, actual, like, kind of communistic-esque type of system in place when it came to, you know, giving people, you know, their fair share. And it's just like, it's legit, for me especially, pretty cool. I think we know each other long enough for me to request this. I want a stream where you make a peanut butter, strawberry jam, Nutella, and salt and vinegar chip sandwich on a sub toasted. Also banana slices and an optional honey drizzle. I might do that. I actually might do that. You might have to send me that again, you know, somewhere where it's permanently, like, you know, saved where I can look back at it, but fuck it. Not a fan of Nutella or salt and vinegar chips, but with everything else that you described on there, and also you kind of gave me a little bit of a luxury to add other stuff to there now that you're thinking about it, and honestly, I think I could do more than just that. You give me some ideas of that, honestly. I think I can impress you. You copy pasted it. There we go. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I could probably impress you with that. Peanut butter, strawberry jam, fuck yes. Some Nutella, all right. Salt and pepper, salt and vinegar chips. I might do salt and pepper as a substitute. And on a sub with some cinnamon, banana slices, strawberry slices, whipped cream, honey wheat sub bread, and some honey drizzle on top of that. You can't tell me that's just not only fire and what is required for what you requested, but just a little extra top notch, or it's just like, oh fuck, son. Oh shit. Oh, cinnamon, brown sugar, nutmeg mix. You know, put that in a little bowl, mix that all up together, and just like sprinkle that all up. Fuck, son. Alright. We just made like a dessert sandwich that would fuck. That was just like fuck real good, son. That's the shit that I just want all up my pussy right now. Saltiness would complement the nuttiness of the crunch. Oh yeah, it would. That's why I'm thinking a little salt and pepper, because a little tanginess of the pepper. I guess the vinegar would do that too, but like I've said earlier on stream, I'm not the biggest fan of vinegar. I still need to make a cookie pizza I dreamed about. Peanut butter or strawberry jam, Nutella, or just chocolate frosting. Cookie pizza. Oh man, dude. I made a chocolate chip cookie pizza once. And it was pretty good. But unfortunately, the center was still kind of raw. But that was okay. It was basically just like very warm cookie dough. And that's okay. I can accept that. Have you ever dreamed about food and then made it right after orgasmic? I haven't like necessarily dreamt about food like that, but I have like looked at like a dank ass like recipe or like a dank ass like food that was made on like a YouTube short or like a YouTube video that I saw, and then I'll make it like right afterwards. And oh my god. And then I'll realize how right, you know, and how correct those people were when they, you know, made that video, and just embrace the bliss that is just in my mouth because of how orgasmic it is. Yes. Not necessarily with dreams, but I guess, yeah, I mean, a little bit. I guess like kind of halfway. I guess like a little Cope no los dos, a little like, I mean, there are dreams where I like, you know, think about some dank ass food, but I've already made it before, but I'll just make it again, but maybe just like do one or two different things like differently, and it's just like amazing either way. So like I've done that, but not like, you know, dreamed about like a food and then like make it because it's like new and shit like that, you know, like, you know, new in the brain, like not like that necessarily. Then you got the flip side where the recipe you try to make, you wish instead someone put a shard of glass in your mouth and then punch you in the face. Well, that's why we have like that Dylan guy, you know, who, you know, fucking makes those videos about like those random ass recipes, and sometimes they're a banger and sometimes they're disgusting. That's why we got that guy. We have him to make the YouTube shorts / the TikToks, you know, on these different recipes, you know, to make sure that they're Gucci. And if they're not Gucci, then, you know, we'll judge by his reaction. And if his reaction is like, oh shit, this is actually really good, then chances are that shit's fucking fire. And he could probably make it, and it'll be banging. But if he has a reaction like, oh god, what the hell did I just like create? What fucking like cursed like thing did I just make? Like, if he's like that, then don't make it. Brave adventurer, daring to explore where we mortals dare not tread. Yeah, dude, he really is. Dude, he has like 5+ like, he has like 10+ different fucking like cookbooks and like cooking encyclopedias where he just pulls this shit out. Like, that's where all these videos come from. It's just like these random ass, old ass cookbooks that he's had, you know, for who knows how long. Probably passed down since his like little fucking Meemaw or some shit. Like, I mean, probably all passed down to him. And fucking just like, you know, just whips that shit up. Like, I mean, you know, I guarantee that's just it. Like, he probably either bought those things or it was passed down to him. He has these old ass cookbooks, and that's just where he gets it from. And I actually respect that. It's like, you know, cool shit. Lets us know if, like, there's some old recipes that are actually worth it or not. And some of them are, like, weirdly enough, kind of like the equivalent of, like, you know, a college, like, ramen noodle, like, dish that you're doctoring up. You know, it's like some of them are kind of the equivalent of that. And it's like, hey, those 1920s, 1930s fucking grandmas, you know, they knew how to hook it up. I saw souls leave his body after he took a bite. Oh, the fish moose. Oh, God. I don't know if I saw that. I don't think I saw that yet. But, oh, that sounds repulsive. That sounds disgusting. You made almond milk? Yeah, I saw the almond milk one. Which, I'm actually shockingly surprised how easy it is to make almond milk. Like, I'm actually legit surprised. You just, like, soak almonds in water for 24 hours. And then you put those almonds in a blender with, like, more water, fresh water. Grind that bitch up. Grind all that shit up in a blender. And then you get, like, a milk filter bag. And then you just squeeze those fuckers until you have, like, that milk. And if you want, you can add some vanilla or sugar if you want. And there you go, almond milk. And it's like, what the fuck? I honestly did not realize it's that easy. I just literally described how to make almond milk. Like, verbatim. Like, it's... That's how you make milk from other nuts? Is it really that? I know! It's that easy! I honestly thought there was, like, more to it. I legit thought there was more to it than just, like, grinding up fucking almonds in water, basically. Like, I really thought there was more to it. Like, I'm actually legit surprised making almond milk is that easy. Like, and honestly, I like almond milk. I like it personally. Like, you know, put a little cinnamon, put a little vanilla in there. Dude, almond milk is fucking fire, dude. I like it. For me personally. Like, that shit actually pretty good. Like I said, like a little bit of vanilla and fucking cinnamon in there. And, yeah, hell, a little garnish of nutmeg, maybe some brown sugar, you know, and like the little that combo, stir it up in there and, shit, that shit fucking fire. I thought it was some long process where almonds have to go through several different conveyor belts under a blood moon ritual. A fucking blood moon ritual. Goddamn. Yo, I just got a notification for a fucking Artemis 1 close flyby of the moon. Oh my god, dude, the moon is actually on the camera. Oh my god, look at that.
4 a.m.
Bro! Yo, dude! That's the moon right now. That is the mun right now. Right now, that is the moon. Concurrently, as we speak, probably like a 10-second delay, that is the moon right now. Dude, look at that! Oh my god, that is so fucking crazy. Look at that, look at that fat bastard. Look at that beautiful son of a bitch. That is so fucking cool.
It continues to grow closer to the moon. We are now only
it gets closest to the moon.
6 miles away. That's a change of 100 miles since our first check-in this morning.
Whoa! They just they changed that shit.
Place in the flight all throughout at nasa.gov/track Artemis.
Okay, okay, that's fucking cool. Almond milk. Goddamn, I should have kept the screen up.
Let's see what we can find. Okay, soul juice, goat's feet. Almond milk.
Almond milk? Ugh. Oh, come on, whatever. Hey, it ain't that bad. Boob. Oi. Hey, bat ears. Fruit bat. Oh. Jesus Christ. Little freak. Come here.
Whatever you did doesn't got his attention.
Yeah, it's crinkle in a bag.
Oh, into a perfectly bag.
Oh, well, now he knows I'm deceiving him. Oh, well.
On the cats.
Come here. Oh, shit. Okay. Hey, get over here. Down. Come here. Come here. Hey, come here. Come here. That's not coming here. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? I might actually have to give her one now. Come here. Hey. Hey, yeah, this. Yeah, you gotta go down here. Down here. Oh, you goofy baby. Come here. You fucking little degenerate. Come here. Come here. Oh, you fucking fat little chunk. Hey, you see this? Are you just gonna stare? Come on. Yeah, come here. Come on. It's right here. Come on. God, you know, fuck you. You don't get this. You don't get that. You don't get it now. He's not getting it now. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve that bullshit, I tell you what. You're supposed to come here, but you didn't. You're a prick. You're a prick. Boo. A little jerk. I want to hold him, but no. I don't get to do that. Can you come here? Come on. Come here. Be a goober. Come on. Get over here. You know what would happen if you got over here. That's why you're not doing it. You're an asshole. Come on. Come here. Get over here. Oh my god, you fuck. Come on. Quit sniffing it. Dude, you're a piece of shit. What about these? Oh yeah, you're oh yeah, that's what I thought. That's exactly what I fucking thought. Yeah. Get over here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. You're caught now, bitch. Yeah, what? Yeah. You're caught now, bitch. I gotta open these. Jesus! Whoa! Fuck it! God! Jeez, chill! I gotta open these first. What the hell? You can only open it from this end? Are you serious? This didn't rip entirely properly? Dude, I hate these bags where it's like, hey, you have to try to like rip it apart. But when you do, it only like barely opens that one corner. And sometimes it doesn't even do that, so you're just like stuck with this unopened bag even though you ripped off the fucking seal for it. It's retarded. I have one of your hairs in my mouth. What the fuck? Paw. Paw. What a little goober. What a goober. What is this? You're at like a 180, like your ass, like if I look down, your balls and ass are like right on my face. Whoa! Careful where you're fucking aiming at. Why? What?
Oh, fuck. What are you doing? What? What is this mutt, bro? Look at this little freak. What are you? Oh my god. You fucking goober. Look. Ah! No! Don't do that. What the hell? What the hell? Ugh. You goober. What's up with you? Oh my god, you're a goof. And we need to flip you around. We need to flip you around. Oh my god, you are a growing little mutt boy. Your little noises, bro.
And snuggles.
You're just a moaning grunny boy.
Give me that look.
Help me. Help me. Goop.
I'm going down for the count.
God, you're a goof. You're a freak. Look at you. Oh, fuck. Well, God damn it. Can I help you? What the hell are you doing? Can I get... Ah! My ear! No! Ah! No! My ear! No! Alright, get away from there. Okay, get... Oh, I just took fucking... goddamn. Alright, that was like some physical damage. You just like beat me up. What the hell? You just whooped me. You just like whooped my ass. What the hell, bro? Jerk. Holy shit. Is it really that easy? Homemade cashew milk? Cashew milk? Cashew milk?
Made cashew milk. It's the easiest and my absolute favorite nut milk to make. First, into a bowl, we're gonna add in 1 cup of raw cashews. Then we wanna cover it with some cold water and let this sit for at least 4 hours or overnight. After, we wanna drain all the water. Then place cashews into a blender with 4 cups of water, a tablespoon of honey, splash of vanilla extract, and a pinch of salt. And there you have it, cashew milk. It's simply the best.
Dude, no fucking way, dude. Bruh. We can make, like, milk with, like, nuts. Why are we doing this? Zook off on your lap. Tap dance time. Oh. Yeah, because he has his little feet and he'll like tap and bat me whichever way till Sunday, you know, and fucking like hit me in places that I don't feel comfortable. And it sucks. You suck. You're a jerk.
Starting to think you can make milk out of anything. I've seen oat milk. What's next? Now you have to make sure that the water is ice cold, and then you soak your gravel in it overnight. And then once you grind up your gravel, it becomes gravel milk. Dude, I bet there's like somewhere where that is probably, weirdly enough, a thing. Like legit, probably. Hiccups? Why are we doing this right now? This is not cool. This is very unacceptable. I'm gonna bonk you in the head. What are you gonna do? You're like, whoa. He does not like the smell of this. That's funny. He smelled this and he was like, whoa. Hey! What in the hell are you doing? Meh, meh. Is it me, or does this moon look kind of weird but cool looking with this like weird angle that's in? Let me just tell you what, brother, that like right there is a bunch of fake news. This is just a fucking fake, you know, CGI fucking rendition of what's going on. We have never sent anything to the moon, brother. This is all nothing but a fucking CIA fucking deep state conspiracy. I tell you what, brother. That's what's going on. This is nothing but a deep state cabal right here. Why? I know. It is. It is because it says so, because the reptilian aliens control us. Took off. Alright. You want some aqua? Sis it up. That bitch can't and size are too far apart. Look directly at her. I know it's gross, but trust me. And tell me you don't think that. No, I absolutely think that. I agree with you. 100%, without a shadow of doubt, agree with you. I feel like she's just another fucking reptilian, cyborg, robotic fucking construct that's meant to sow discord and fucking hell upon Earth. And with that, nothing but chaos is bestowed upon us because of her fucking evil and lament that she brings out of her Trevorchova, this diasporic fucking just debauchery and sin. Yeah! Made both of those. Oh. I wish she had someone who would push him like 8 centimeters closer, just like, I mean, for real. I feel like she'd be more appealing to look at if she was literally a fucking Cyclops, dude. Candace Cyclops Owens. Unironically, I feel like that would be, you know, far more appealing to look at than whatever the fuck, you know, we got going on right now. Like this. Ugh. Shit.
Pulp Fiction.
What?
I haven't been so struck by a woman's beauty since I was Uma Thurman's eye wrangler on the set of Pulp Fiction.
No, you can't promise something like that. I have no idea what
I've seen this.
So you can go ahead and say what you're going to say, and my natural response could be to get offended. Then, through no fault of my own, I wouldn't have kept my promise.
Hang on! Okay.
I've seen that before. I love it.
Struck by a
Thurman. Here, yeah, spring a pipe leak again. I hate how alcohol does that to you. Boo! Vanessa Baton. Like Magatha.
Outbound powered flyby burn. The outbound powered flyby burn is scheduled for 7:44 a.m. Eastern Time, when Orion will be 328 statute miles above the moon, traveling at 5,023 miles per hour. That's in contrast to the current positioning. Orion is 6,400 miles away from the moon, traveling 487 miles per hour. At the time of closest approach, Orion will be 81 statute miles above the moon, traveling at 5,101 miles per hour. Again, we're tracking closest approach for 6:57 a.m. Central Time, 7:57 a.m. Eastern.
Okay, where's the other key?
Fucking Cooper. God, hookups, go away.
Far side of the moon today. We are currently at 233,349 miles.
This is going on while I was gone.
This will not be our greatest distance from Earth during the mission. That will occur when Orion is in the distant retrograde orbit on next Monday, November 28th.
Next Monday, yes.
At 3:05.
Oh, yes, that one thing that will happen next Monday where we go see Andromeda. Yes. I'm so excited. Today's hiccups. Look at all my breath. I'm just gonna do that for a very long period of time.
6,300 miles away from the moon, moving at almost 500 miles per hour.
Ooga booga. I think what I just did helped. Taking a deep breath, but not enough to totally fill the lungs, and then just slowly do that. I've noticed that helps. You kind of feel like you need to take more of a fuller breath, though, so you kind of feel a little weird afterwards, lung-wise, I guess, but... Oh, I got rid of that shit. Oh, fuck yeah. I feel like I need a beer to celebrate, but it's past the time. I no longer can grab one. I'm pretty sure my roommate would drink all that, but there's like a half chance that I'm just gonna look at that and be like, God damn it. He is a man of his twisteds. He is a man of his twisteds. Boo. Then shut up a second one. Yeah, damn it. Boo. I love how I have to open box to open up a bag. Great. I love it. Gotta love that, like, unnecessary plastic that's being used right there. Oh, goddamn. At least it's like a very nicely, like, perfectly, excellently frosted Pop-Tart right there. Especially on the top. I like it when you got a Pop-Tart that has, like, this extra shit that, like, just, like, really adds to that. I love that. I love that shit. Because every now and then you get a Pop-Tart that barely has, like, anything at all. And that's some bullshit. Oh, I like that. It's not cool. It's like a besmirch me of the goods. Why? Just why? What is this? Send the flood. Never mind, I hate AI art. Wait, what the hell? I told an AI to draw a family of 5. It technically is, but really, bruh. Oh my god! No! Oh my fucking god! But really, bruh. Bruh. Are we sure? Are we sure that person wrote in family of 5? Dude, I'm gonna need more than just one beer. I'm gonna need like a fucking bottle of whiskey to fucking cope for that. And I don't have any way to get that right now. Not only am I disturbed, but goddamn, I can't even cope. I can't even cope right now, goddammit. It's like, I got nothing. I got goddamn nothing. Besides this Pop-Tart, which I'm almost done eating. So it's not even coping. It's just trying to fucking cope over the fact that I have like a little bit left of Pop-Tart. Not that. Cope's for another reason. Maybe I have some page down to kill my brain cells to change that memory. Oh my god. You're fucking real. I left the tea in the kitchen. Fuck. Eh, whatever. I don't care. I don't care enough. I'm gonna try to find this dude that I find kind of amusing, but I need to find his shit first. Oh, here we go. Oh, that was his name, Jaden Williams. Why did I think his name was Wallace? Too bad his all all of his shit's shorts. Fuck. At least I didn't have his name. It should probably help me. There you go. How did YouTube not recommend, like, anything close to what the fuck I was trying to look up? Okay, there we go. There we go. Alright, I kind of found a fun little skit. Something to relieve, you know, some of the more dark travesties of our evening. For at least a little bit of humor. Here.
I went to the bank to get the rent money that you asked me for. I thought you didn't have the money. Well, I don't, but I politely asked them to put some money in the bag, and they're more than willing to. Very reasonable people. You asked a bank clerk to put money that isn't yours into that bag while wearing a beanie, a mask, and sunglasses. Yes. Completely hiding your identity. Yes, well, when you put it like...
Did he put it like that? Oh, God.
Oh, God, what have I done? This is just a prank. This is just a prank, right, John? Right?
Just a prank, right?
Are there any details you left out? John, you did not use my car.
You did not use my car.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I really messed up this time, didn't I? John, you need to... I can't take the fault for this. How much money did you take? You never told him to stop.
I never told him to stop.
I'm living with a psychopath. Oh my god.
God, please help me.
I can't help you out of this when you robbed the bag. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry.
I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. I love how intense and dramatic that gets. This guy's pretty fucking hilarious. It's just like over something like so absurd, and then it just like breaks down. It's like, oh god, oh, I didn't realize. He actually, like, when he breaks down, like, he does that for a lot of skits, but he does it so fucking well. Like, I don't know how he gets like so sweat beady and like crying, like almost like breaking down. Like, I don't know how he like gets that way, but holy shit, he does so well. It's like, what does he do? Like, take a little spray ball and just does that to his face every now and then. Just like, what does he do? Like, watch puppies die or something? Like, just so he can get into like a level where it's like so sweaty. Like, there's a lot of different skits where he gets like that sweaty, like straight up. It breaks down where he's like, oh god. But he does it so fucking well. I mean, there's like a lot of different like TikTok / like YouTube Shorts dudes that have straight up got like, yeah, they might have like one or two things kind of going for them, but goddamn, dude, it is so good. They do it so fucking well. And adapting that into different things, you know, like, it's like, goddamn. It's a little bit of magnifique to that. Obviously, it's kind of like, you know, a little variation. Sometimes it just kind of depends on who it is. Like, Colin Barron's, like, that guy is really great. Like, just this little, like, Wisconsin, just aesthetic, and just, like, the Midwest aesthetic, and just making comedy off of that. Just that in itself is fucking great. Just, the whole, like, kind of fuckboy culture aesthetic that, like, there's, like, this other fucking, YouTuber, that does, like, skits and shit as well. I was checking him out the other day. What was his fucking name? I know I just looked it up. It should be on my... Oh, Trevor Wallace. That was his name. Like, that guy, like, kind of has, like, a little bit of, like, this kind of, quote, fuckboy aesthetic going on for him, but he used that as, like, a way to, you know, basically, like, mock it and make a joke and skits out of it, and it's fucking great. I love it. $1985 eggnog? Dude, hell yeah. Hell yeah. God damn it. I'm just like waiting for it to play and it's just him going, nah. I love it.
1895. So eggnog is already one of my favorite things, but homemade is supposedly 10 times better. Oh my gosh, by golly. We start with the yolks of 5 eggs. Shake the whites. Then we whisk in sugar. Doesn't tell me how much, so I'm going to use a cup. It's Christmas. Yes, I will be calling this eggy nog. Now we add 2 cups of moo juice and 1 cup of heavy cream to a cauldron. Sorry, my cauldron's in the dishwasher. 7 them 4 cloves. Fire! We're scalding, not boiling. Then we temper the eggs with about half of this mixture. And then back you go. Low heat until thick. Done. Strain it. Not today, cloves. Egg whites. Come on. Time for mixing. Just a touch of sugar. Fold, nutmeg. Now, if you're not comfortable with raw egg whites, you can heat this whole mixture back up, but it won't be as fluffy. To the fridge. Oh, it's thick. More nutmeg. Oh dear. This has ruined all other eggnog. Delicious. It's life-changing. It's Christmas.
I cannot get this eggnog recipe down. I think it's because I don't wait for it to cool before I add the whites. Maybe.
From 1946. Now, I didn't know that one could bake these at home. I thought it was a closely guarded industrial process.
Whoa. He was frozen.
But apparently not. Take that, big peppermint. We start with 1 cup of sweetened condensed milk. In goes 1.5 teaspoons of peppermint extract.
By the way, I just realized I have a like on this. I saw this at one point.
Be very careful with
peppermint
this.
patties.
Stronger than my desire to drop out of college. Slowly add 5 to 5.5 cups of powdered sugar. Christmas time means sugar time. You can use a stand mixer. I'm just easily frightened by machinery. Done. Now you might need more or less powdered sugar. You're just looking for a workable dough. Parchment. More powdered sugar. Hello, Dolly. To the freezer. Now over a double boiler, we melt 4 cups of chocolate. Adding to it 2 teaspoons of shortening. Get off with the spoon! Fire! Then once your chocolate is melted and your patties are firm, you take a fork, and then whoop! It's a little bit messy. They don't stop. To the fridge. Woo! Yes! Look at that. You can do that. 10 out of 10. How are they so perfect?
Oh, they look so perfect. I want them. Oh. They look so delicious. I want every single one. Yeah. They look dank as fuck. They look delicious as hell. Yeah. Yeah. Here, I want to show a little Trevor Wallace, but I need to find a clip of his. That nose good. A quality one. A quality. Here. I could say anyone who doesn't like mint chocolate is contrarian. True. Oh, I found one. Alright, here we go.
Sure, it's just so peaceful. Well, time to ruin that. Some people go on hikes for the scenic views. I go on hikes for the bitches and the brews. Nah, I'm just here to take a new Hinge profile pic. You got a golden retriever I can borrow? You think I should start a fitness channel? Yeah, you think my dubstep is loud enough? You think I could jump this? Hiking's great for your mental health, your physical health, and it also helps boost your endorphins.
Endorphins.
What'd I say?
Dolphins.
No, those are in the sea.
Yo,
no, those are in the sea.
You know, if I get lost, just look for the smoke signals. I learned that in Boy Scouts. What's up, guys? It's Trekking with Trev. It's time for fitness. Fitness, dick. Nah, I can't say that. Can't forget to stretch. Psych. Stretch that thumb, dude. I got a long night of Tinder ahead of me. Right. I'm not gonna lie, I think I got poison ivy on my dick last time I hiked with Veronica.
What?
Yeah, dude, I had to have my buddy Trent pee on me to get rid of the burn. I saw it on Animal Planet.
I saw it on Animal Planet.
Coachella.
Are you performing?
Nah,
Vibing. Oh, my pants
Not
and my
vibing.
dick are on fire right now. No dogs, no dogs, no dogs. I thought bitches were allowed. Yo, can you cut that part out? I just want my boss at H&R Block to see that. Yeah, you're supposed to talk to your plants. I just vibe to them. Coachella! You're not gonna grow to that drop? Come on, get fucking...
Like the worst guy to have on a hike. I mean, hey, get back here. I mean, it's obviously the whole point. And, like, frankly, as a person that loves hikes, if I had this person, you see some of those cliffs, this person would be pushed right the fuck off that cliff. Luckily, I do not have to deal with those people because Portland is not like this. We just want to have an IPA, maybe do a tab of acid and smoke a joint while we go on a hike and just vibe. This is like California hikers. Like, if we saw these people, we would literally push them off a cliff. Which is why I think this is hilarious, because I've seen these people in the wild. Unironically.
Natty. Where's the fucking baddies, dude? I feel like Tarzan probably laid pipe. Should we hop on? I think I smashed a girl in that studio
It just
apartment.
looks like that fucking tree.
Trevor,
It's like, yeah,
onto the
Tarzan
trail.
laid pipe
Ooh,
here,
that'd be good.
right on
Trevor
this tree.
the trail, faster than a snail. Oh, God, I might give up. I'm just going back to H&R Block. Hey, you think you like get some photos? Just like one or two.
Dude, you got any water in there?
Oh, yeah, water? Oh! Dude, why did I bring water on a hike, dude? It's a freaking hike. And make sure you get the view of these mountains.
To love to fear, to love to fame. Is 4 inches big?
No water? Capri Sun? Sunny D? It really is like Coachella. No water. Yeah, I just need like one. Trevor! Whoa, that's what it sounds like when your girl's in the bedroom with me. You bring any water this whole entire hike? Oh shit, is this still on? Yeah, I don't need water. Anyone who's watching this, I don't need water. Pussies. That's how much I don't need water, I just waste my own water. Should I take my shirt off? That's a rhetorical question.
You know there's some motherfuckers that are in, like, you know, where you're like, oh shit, we're lost and we probably need to start surviving. Motherfuckers be like that. There will be a son of a bitch like that where it's like, nah, I don't need water, bro. I don't need that right now. In fact, I just wasted some of my own water, bro. That's how much I don't need water. And it's like, dude, we actually need water. Like, we're dehydrated. Why did you do that? Like, look, you see Jeff over there? He's literally licking up what you just fucking spat out because he's dehydrated. Like, he's fucking seeing sirens off in the distance in the trees, man. Like, I mean, you're saying that we're not dehydrated and you just did that? Like, you're about to go fucking swimming with the fishes, son.
Hey, Cruiser, it's coming off. It's kind of cold. You birds got any water? I'm not coughing, I'm just allergic to the pollen. And these views are incredible. Oh, wait, what were you talking about? I mean, the scenery is fine, but this is real fun. The Tarzan to my Jane. Wait, the Jane to my Tarzan.
It is blood, I don't need it. Stabs himself.
Shotgunning, and then we're out of here, dude. Did you get that?
Wait, you're not gonna drink it?
Why would I drink this? I just need a photo.
I just need a photo for
videos on
Insta.
Hinge, and if there was, I'd be doing pull-ups. Dude, I could do so many pull-ups on this.
Alright, let's see it.
Not today, it's rest day, or tomorrow. It's rest week. Are you still
It's rest day. Well, yeah, rest week.
rolling, dude? Stop. If you're gonna roll, like, at least give me recycling this so girls know that I'm like a respectful gentleman. That's what these bitches want. I mean, women want. Alright, fine, one more photo.
Live in a society, we are the... Wait, what did that last one say?
That's what these bitches want. I mean, women want. Alright, fine, one more photo.
We live in a society. We are the metaverse.
The air is so clean, there's no pollution or...
What? Yo,
What?
we should throw a rager up here, dude. DJ, bitches, ocean. I could probably get a permit. My boy works for the city. Well, his daughter does. She's a Girl Scout.
A Girl Scout?
Like, bitches! I don't think anyone would come. But like, I could for real jump this, right? Like, if I had a running head start, like if I have one of these, dude. Like, if I have one of these, dude. Just one of these, dude.
Rip trap. You didn't actually know. Damn. I mean, honestly, like, in my stoner antics, I've been like, yo, bruh. If I had like a running start, bruh, I could definitely jump that, bruh. Like, honestly, I've had that vibe. I've been in that situation. As a stoner, maybe a little drunk, but I don't actually mean to do it. It's like, hey, bruh, I bet I could jump that. And then my friends would be like, you fucking psycho. Just be like, don't you dare do that. And I'm just like, bet I could though. These guys' shorts are really stressful. Lake Menard.
Tacos. Get ready. Let's make it.
Okay, what's going on? Ah, okay, hold. Oh my god, what's going on? Okay.
Let's make it.
Okay, there's a lot of noise going on. Jesus Christ, we need a chill pill here. What's on the ceiling? Before the cheese falls? It's cheese? You know the cheese ain't up there when he's doing this. Dude, when he's doing this whole fucking process, no way, bro. I mean, obviously said, don't ruin the magic. Shh. That shit look fucking fire, though. That shit look banging. Thank God he made it. Dude, that shit look fucking banging, dude. That shit look fucking fire, son. Dude, I kind of want some tacos right now. God damn it. God, why is there nothing for Nightfall? Why is there no taco place open right now? Why is there no nothing besides a fucking 7-Eleven that has fuck all? It's sad. It's unfortunate. It's angering. I guess I got like shit at home right now, but I don't really want that. Boo. NASA's doing another launch? What the fuck? Not only is there like Artemis, but SpaceX CRS-26 launch to the ISS. Bruh. Damn. We're just launching everything in space right now. Launch that space, launch that space, launch that space. Oh, that. Launch it in space. We're just launching everything in space right now. Love it. I love it. I just kind of realized, did I actually talk about all the things I discussed that I had on the title of my stream? Yeah, I did. I kind of did for like the first 2 hours, and then a little bit after that. I think I got everything that needed to be rounded up. Okay, good. Actually, yeah, I definitely did. I don't know why my friend Ripcity kind of pooped out, honestly. Like, what he thought was more contentious did not happen, like, at all, really. At least what he was thinking about, I guess. Ripcity, bruh. We could have vibed, we could have chilled, we could have agreed on many things. But no, you decided to flee, you decided to run away. You decided to run away and be cowardice. Cowardice. I sheer pussied him, realizing the Trevachov of lament that you assumed that was bestowed upon you like the scorpions and fires of Hades. But nay, it was only the great majestic fields of Elysium. Okay, maybe not that. It wasn't that. It wasn't the majestic fields of Elysium, but it definitely wasn't, you know, the fires and scorpions of Hades. I think his name's Andrew Russo. Like it was whole like Jimmy little mini like TikTok story arc thing that he did, like where he's basically like this old grade schooler, but somehow like a divine, like ancient medieval, like noble or some shit, and just like talks in medieval scripture shit. There's something about it that's fucking great. I know I've showed it before, but you know, I'm gonna pull it up. This guy's fucking great. So Timmy. Alright, I'm kind of in the middle of a bit, I think, but it's okay.
On me, get me fucked up! Timmy. I'm moving out, I've been looking at houses on Zillow.com. Timmy. I'm taking my piece!
Alright, hold on, alright, here we go.
Etch the name Timmy into the site.
Alright, here we go.
Principal's office? You, Jason, these adults are insane.
Alright, okay, here we go.
Summon the alchemists and the dark arts wizards. I shall resurrect him.
Timmy, I shall resurrect him.
I have played Diablo 2 and I am in 3rd grade, sir. I think
I'm
dead. I'm sorry, Timmy. We'll make it up to you. PS5 and Xbox Series X for Christmas.
I don't know about all that.
What the fuck, guys?
Okay, just calm down, bud. You're getting a little violent here.
I awoke and chose violence.
The Mesopotamia was one of the first...
I'm telling you, Jason, these adults are insane.
My mother killed my hamster.
I'm so sorry for your loss. What was your hamster's name? Both of them. You just said that.
Timmy and Jason separate right now.
No.
What?
You hold dominion with your marker and think you can tempt fate to disband this recent fellowship.
Fine, then you'll have detention after school.
What the fuck?
Do you want to go to the principal's office?
Like Leonidas at the hot gates, I shall quell your Persian horde.
Timmy's cracked at Fortnite. You are in big trouble, mister.
Your hatred is but a trinket to my treasure trove of lament. Timmy. For you may teach us the beginnings of Mesopotamia, but you teach nothing of achieving glory, you low-class sow.
How about suspension?
Bring me to the gallows for all to see.
Timmy.
Timmy into the scythe of my execution, madam. For the blood of my sacrifice shall yield a bitter fruit which you shall choke on.
You're just after a little clout.
I am the clout. I am the clout. I love Timmy's fucking great. I love this shit so much.
Timmy. Oh, okay. You gotta drink some of the milk too.
Trick Timmy into what? Hi, Timmy.
Timmy, what's up? Two whispering heathens of winter's fray. Why are you stealing Santa's cookies?
Santa's reindeer got tired, so he asked us to help him.
Don't you lie to me!
Timmy.
Some kind of sick, arcane, Mephistophelian joke.
You can handle it, he's big boy now. I don't think we should do that. Santa isn't technically real.
Santa! Cataclysmic revelations on this foul earth!
I'm sorry, Timmy. We can still have Christmas, Timmy.
This is Timmy at my baseline right here. Now I'm here!
Okay, Santa might not be real, Timmy, but the spirit of Christmas, that's real.
You're trying to clown on me, get me fucked up!
Timmy.
I'm moving out, I've been looking at houses on Zillow.com.
Timmy.
I'm taking my PC and the cheeses and rolling out of this joint. So that whole naughty or nice list was just a fascist doctrine of control.
Fascist doctrine of control.
You can still have Christmas. I am naughty!
I am naughty! Dude, I fucking love these. I love how dramatic and so intense this shit gets so quickly. I fucking love these. I awoke and chose violence. I am the clout. It's like, god damn it. Holy shit, I fucking love these so much. And I mean, it's like it's a whole saga. I mean, shit, it's a whole saga. Like, it makes these over like a course of a year and makes a whole like movie out of it. Basically, it's like, god damn. And it all ties in so beautifully. It's just amazing. I recommend watching the whole thing. It's just great. Oh my god! Just imagine, like what I was just talking about. That's what this is in food form. Like, that's like the video equivalent of this. Like, in fact, I just literally felt a tear just like come down my face. You know, just looking at this because of how beautiful. Just, I mean, look at these, like, elegant, like, oh, so beautiful. It's like, what do you even say to that? That's just too beautiful. Here, we'll watch one more of this guy. And
Falling off my scooter and require assistance. Timmy, look at your knee. You're bleeding. The pavement was the victim. I am the victor. That's a pretty
the
bad...
pavement was the victim. I am the victor.
Boo-boo. Just wait right here. Let me get something, okay? Bandage me in silk and I shall ride again. Okay, we have to clean it first. What's that? It's hydrogen peroxide. Oh, it'll disinfect it. Does it hurt? No, it won't hurt. Promise?
Promise?
Promise. Yeah. Well, maybe just like a little bit. It's kind of cold. Sorry, sweetie, I had to do this. The hornets of Hades have descended upon me! I had to, Timmy. I have smelted iron with the Titan's touch and forged swords with Chimera's flame, but never felt the basilisk sting like this! It stings a little bit, but it's not that bad. Lay 2 tokens on my eyes for the very Timmy. I'm fading to Elysium. I see Bartholomew. Just had to bring the hamster up. He looks beautiful! Timmy, you're being a little dramatic. I am
the drama!
You want SpongeBob Band-Aid?
I am the drama!
Band-Aid or Marble Avengers Band-Aid? SpongeBob Band-Aid, please.
SpongeBob Band-Aid, please. You need the log mold for the cake. Oh, dude, it still looks very beautiful, though, nonetheless. I am the Yule log. I am the Yule log mold. I love it. I love Andrew Rousseau. That guy's just too, he needs more subs. He needs more love. Guy's just too fucking great. I've awoke and chose violence. Oh, Dios mío. Zoom in over the whole thing. I love how I'm getting recommended TJ streams from a year ago. I can't believe he straight up did this a year ago. He really did. When was this? Goddamn! August 6th, 2021? Jesus. Goddamn, son. Dude, it feels like I watched that, like, I don't know, like, it felt like 6 months ago. Which is probably true, but I thought that's what it was fucking uploaded. Dude, time's kind of flown a lot. I've actually been watching, like, TJ This Life and Ideology streams from, like, a year or so ago, and I'm just, like, realizing, like, these streams are from a fucking year ago already. And the Tinderbox saves was, like, 4 to 3 years ago. It's like, fuck. It's like, holy shit. Honestly, I find it interesting how, I'll listen to some of those streams, and every now and then they'll have a take, and then I'll think about, like, in today's circumstance about, like, you know, maybe a prediction or some shit they had, and I'll realize, like, honestly, there might be, like, a little bit of a difference about what they might have, like, predicted a little bit, but there's actually, like, they weren't really far off the mark in some of the shit that they would think of. Then you see something, you typed in a reply chat, and you were like, oh no. Yeah, it's some stip dude, yeah. Dude, those Tinderbox days, I was kind of a little bit of a nub. I was a little bit of a dork. So some of those things, back in Tinderbox days, a little cringe. I made Taylor and Scotty, like, on the Patreon episode of You're Wrong the other day. Like, I made them salivate because I had a burrito and they were about to wrap their stream up and they were talking about how, like, they were, like, about to get something to eat, and I just came back from grabbing a burrito myself. So I was just like, oh, I gotta, like, just grab this dank-ass burrito. And they were just like, oh my goodness. It just sounds amazing. Scotty initially thought I made it myself, but Taylor was like, no, he got it from, like, a family-owned, spot that he goes to. He's like, oh, that's just amazing. He just went, oh, that's amazing. Like, right off the bat, like, as soon as he heard that revelation, he was like, oh, yes. I just got them salivating over my burrito. It was fucking great. I'm pretty sure I really exacerbated their hunger immensely with that, which I'm proud of. Pass Rose, don't do it. Dude, that's how I feel with a lot of my things. I'm like, damn, don't do it. Oh, no, well, there's past me doing it. God damn it. Especially with something that gets directly responded to, and it's like, oh, it's a little cringe. Luckily, I don't think I was ever one. I don't think I've had a situation like that. I just will notice that, you know, whenever I do chat, you know, sometimes I'll notice, like, okay, yeah, I posted a little cringe right there. Just a little bit. Luckily, it just kind of went under the radar, but unfortunately, it's just on the ether. But, hey, at least it wasn't directly noticed. At least, you know, as it was going on live. But every now and then I'll see some shit where I'm kind of proud of, because it kind of helped partake and add to, you know, the content a little bit. And it's like, yes, I added to that shit. That's why I kind of like, you know, their Onion Nuggets, like, public setup a little bit, where they have, like, you know, some of the donation set up a little. Just because, in a lot of ways, you know, that kind of adds a little bit more of that participatory, like, kind of element to it. Though I could tell, depending on... I've noticed the time of the month. Like, if it's, like, the later half of the month, like, the last 2 weeks in the month, people don't donate as much. But the first half of the month, like, the first 2 weeks, people donate more. So, like, because I've noticed, like, the first couple public... Like, the first public couple Onion Nuggets... every now and then, you know, at least for the beginning of the month, tend to have far more donations in comparison to later in the month. It's just something I've noticed. And I think it's because, obviously, later in the month, people don't have as much money to spend because, for whatever reason, and at the beginning of the month, they do. Which tends to be the case, you know, people's, like, food stamps, rent, and all this other shit, you know, once they all get that paid up, they have money left over, and they have, like, some set aside for, you know, whatever the fuck, and then, you know, some other necessities in between everything else, like groceries, etc. So it's like, you know, it makes sense. Like, I've noticed this a little bit. And even for me, and unfortunately, because I get paid Thursdays, I'm always broke usually by the time it's fucking Wednesday. So I unfortunately, especially on the public episodes, never am able to, you know, kind of help bump up, you know, those tier goals and shit. Because I always like, you know, donating that my little 2 cents and shit. But every now and then, it's just like, I don't got the $10. Fuck. Basically, we had to make it I earned money from Onion once. Basically, we had to make an exaggerated tweet about what was happening during the stream. Oh, I remember that. Oh, you earned money for... Nice. I think it was because, like, the person who got, like, the most exaggerated tweet, you know, was, like, would win some money. And, oh, so you won that. Nice. That's some good shit. Honestly, I'm kind of a little butthurt that, you know, TJ was so, like, wishy-washy with the whole talent show thing, because I kind of had an idea planned up for the whole talent show and shit. But once he announced it, I, because of work, mainly, didn't really have enough time to actually, like, set something up for it. And by the time it happened, it was actually, like, the one fucking day off, like, when he was doing the show for that, you know, that I had available where I could, you know, send something in. But, of course, you know, deadline was the deadline, so it's, like, a little too late, you know, for that one. It was just like... Still a little butthurt for TJ on that one. They better do another talent show. They should do that, like, every year at least, like, once a year or something. But knowing TJ, that sort of shit ain't happening. It took like everything to get TJ to do the first one. It took like, when did he first announce that talent show the first time around? Like 3 years ago or some shit, 2 years ago, and it took literally over a year, give or take, like a year and a half for him to fucking, you know, actually do it. Like, goddamn, bro. Things have gotten insane in the show. Drunk TJ exposed to Scotty, who's currently strangling him. Let's see if Paul can de-escalate the situation. Hopefully get taken down. Nuggets, tank Senate candidate, atheist or Spriggy. Oh, I remember this one. Oh, dude, this is a good one. This was oh, this is like one of the first Onion Nuggets. Yeah, this is back in January. This is like one of the first Onion Nuggets they did. It's an age-restricted video. Wow. God, there's a lot of comments about how Paul is like, oh, Vosh and blah blah blah, like Paul hates Vosh and blah blah blah. Dude, like half of the comments are that, dude, okay, so I can tell that Paul says something about Vosh in this Onion Nuggets, which frankly at this point is probably at least like a third of the Onion Nuggets, or at least half of the ones that he's been in, because like even if he's mentioned it like once the entire Onion Nuggets, you can guarantee you that the comment section of that Onion Nuggets is going to be like 90% like, oh, Paul hates vodka, and also random shit. Paul says one take the 5-hour something stream that he might do that one day, and there would be like 100 something comments dedicated to that one take, like 1 minute of like hours worth of show. It's like, oh my god, dude. It's like, it's one thing to maybe not agree with them on that type of shit or whatever the fuck, it's one thing, but like, the amount of people that go so ridiculously over the top with it, it's insane. Well, you know, it's how he kind of got his popularity a little bit, I guess. Like, I mean, DP was the same way. I mean, when he went hard on Mildly Innocuous, I mean, he was viewed the same way, though vindicated later. That seems to be Paul. Like, he seems to be like the guy who gets ostracized initially, but then is vindicated later on, but most people don't recognize that, and just kind of, just, you know, it's kind of like, oh, yeah, well, yeah. You were just too extreme with the idea, actually. See, we're on the actual right side of the issue. You're just extreme because you're just mean or something. Whoa. I went back to that Artemis stream. The moon got closer. That moon got closer, dude. Holy shit. Let's look at the beginning.
Unpowered flyby burn will...
Whoa. That's where it was an hour ago. And now it's that close. Dude, that's so cool. That is so fucking cool. Look at that mun. Look at that beautiful mun. Imagine if we just saw like some crazy ass UFO shit on the camera. We just saw that shit live, just like, oh shit, just like, whoop, something, you know, just crosses over the fucking like horizon of that mun. That'd be pretty whack. It's like all sunny, you just like see like a figure with a shadow. Cast, you know, on the surface of the moon, just like orbiting it or something. That'd be a little whack. Watch the moon. Watch like the moon opens up and you see a giant eye. I can see it, yeah, like where the where that dark spot is. I can see that being like where the center of its eye is. Like it opens up and that's where the center of the eye is, and then it's just like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Glitch in the Matrix, brother. See what I told you? It's not real. It's all photographic and engineered.
Now 4,182 miles away from the moon, 233,089 miles.
Wait, how far? 100 and what?
182 miles away.
182,000 miles away. Damn, dude. That's how big the moon is, despite being that far away. That's fucking whack. Imagine how small it is when you like, dude, that is fucking crazy, dude. The fucking, like, scale of space, even between the moon and the earth, it just fucking surprises me. It just kind of boggles my brain a little bit, because it's just like, goddamn. Like, space is huge. Universe is huge. I can't even comprehend that shit. It's just like, damn. Even just like between the moon and Earth, like all that space.
233,089 miles away from our home.
Dude, that is just whack. I mean, just knowing how far away that is, even though that is the closest orbital body object around us outside of like our own planet, like that is crazy. And that is fucking far. And that's the closest thing to us. It's the moon. And it's so far away at the same time. That's whack. And yet that satellite is still so far away from the moon, and yet it is so close to it. I mean, that shit is just whack to me. I mean, I understand it on one hand, it's, you know, but like on the other, it's like that still kind of boggles the brain. It's like, that's how big, you know, things are out there and shit outside of our planet. It's like that's how big shit is in comparison to us. I mean, that's what really boggles the brain. It's not really that I can't comprehend, at least, you know, some of the more smaller scale shit, like, you know, how far the moon is and stuff, or like, you know, our galaxy or our solar system, but just knowing truly how big that is, and just like knowing the universe is just incomprehensibly just so much bigger than that. It's like surprise, bitch, I'm an eldritch abomination. Dude, if the moon was like that, that wouldn't even be the most like absurd thing that would happen in our timeline. If the moon straight up did that, I feel like that would not be the most absurd thing in our timeline. I feel like there's been crazier shit. Like, I feel like there would be a good chunk of people who would be like, well, that was expected. Yeah, you got fucking psychopaths like Marjorie Titan Green. You got, like, Titans walking around, you know, walking among us. You got, like, fucking, like, Kanye starting to spew weird anti-Semitic nonsense and shit. You got, like, fucking, you know, like, crows in Japan, like, gathering around, you know, declaring the omen or some shit. Like, you got all sorts of shit going on right now. Like, the moon being an eldritch horror, you know, is, like, the least of my concerns at this point. Like, I look at that and be like, well, alright, well, the moon's an eldritch horror now. Alright, well, what else is on the agenda of fucking shit to fucking freak out about? Oh, well, okay. It's like, goddamn. I like how there was UFO sightings and everyone's collective reaction was like, eh. I know. Like, everyone's like, you know, oh, the government declassified UFO shit, and everyone's like, meh. Whatever. Dude, even when I was growing up, that was a fucking big deal. Like, oh, aliens, UFOs, and blah, blah, blah. But now, no one seems to give a shit. And honestly, I remember on the Patreon, Grease Trap and shit, where that was kind of part of the topic, somebody mentioned in the comments saying, it's easy for you to say who doesn't have to worry and struggle, you know, with rent and all this other shit. And I'm just like, bitch, I have to worry about that shit, and I still ponder about UFOs and aliens. Like, I mean, dude, you could be struggling, you know, and fucking be in debt and all this other shit, and you can ponder that shit just as much as anybody else. Like, it's like, shut up. It's like, I saw that comment on there, I forgot who. I know I didn't reply to it, but I kind of wanted to now that I think about it. Or I'm just like, bitch, I'm like what you described, and I still ponder this shit. It's like, I mean, I kind of agree with Paul with it a little bit. It's like, yeah, people saw that and just went, eh, this didn't give a fuck. I mean, honestly, I kind of do a little bit. I still think, I'm still skeptical, personally, but I do think it's kind of important. Because honestly, a lot of skepticism in my brain is more or less just because, like, the military and the, you know, MIC will, and has perfectly in the past, have used things like UFOs as an excuse to just basically, you know, get extra funding and basically just like golden parachutes, you know, and golden, you know, like parachute contracts, you know, to the government to basically do research, where it's basically just handouts to the fucking CEOs of these companies and the higher ups of these companies and shit, you know, that are researching UFOs and all this shit. Like, I mean, that's unfortunately, you know, kind of a truth about, you know, some of these companies that, you know, are also tandem or like these research divisions of the military-industrial complex, you know, that delve into UFOs, but it's just more or less just an excuse so they can get more fucking money, so it goes to the fucking higher-ups and it goes to the company owners. Like, unfortunately, so I think, meritably have some skepticism to it. But that doesn't mean that I don't think, you know, alien life and maybe alien probes and alien drones, you know, could possibly, you know, be scouting our planet. And if they are, personally, at least in my mind, they're probably doing so in our solar system. They're not doing it here on our fucking planet in our atmosphere and shit. They're probably doing that elsewhere. You know, outside of our solar system. Like, you know, like on the outskirts, like where Pluto is, or, you know, maybe even where Jupiter is, like, you know, near the asteroid belts and the Kuiper Belt, you know, even. Like, there'll be somewhere where they can have a probe where it can research and, you know, gather information from our planet and have relatively up-to-date information, being in our own solar system, you know, being at most, like, maybe a couple weeks old, you know, behind, you know, with the information, and be able to get in general good synopsis about, you know, what's going on our planet. Like, a 2-week difference is not that big of a time frame, you know, when it comes to figuring out what's going on with a planet. Unless something drastic and severe and crazy is happening, like, I doubt it. You know, things are going to stay relatively the same. So they're going to be able to figure out, you know, what the hell's going on with our planet, just fucking having a probe out near Jupiter or some shit, orbiting one of its moons. You know, or being in the Kuiper Belt or something. They'll be able to fucking research our shit, you know, from top to bottom. And we wouldn't even know. We wouldn't know a damn thing about it. So it's just like, I mean, honestly, at least in my mind, why would aliens even be on a planet when they would have technology that, you know, would behoove them, you know, to be like, why be on the planet when we could just research it outside of it? I mean, it's like, I guess out of curiosity, just see how we would react, but why would they risk that? You know, to, you know, like, it just doesn't make sense. Even just from a human logical standpoint, like, you know, and if aliens are more sentient and more intellectual than us, obviously, at least to a degree, they must be, then they would have a better logical understanding about whether they show themselves or not, or even if they want to, or even if they even believe in that idea. So it's just like, I mean, why would, like, that's kind of my question. It's like, if there really is an alien race out there, why would it care about trying to, you know, like, be like, hey, you know, we're gonna show ourselves, you know, like on the planet with probes, or like one of our ships, you know, where some of our guys are on it or some shit. Like, why would it do that? It wouldn't necessarily make sense. Now, humans doing, you know, weird secret technological research and shit and stuff like that, maybe finding, you know, wreckages and stuff like that that might have, like, crashed on our planet in the past, like, that could probably have happened. I don't think Roswell's that, but I'm sure there's probably been different wreckages that we just don't know about, or different, you know, incidents that we legitimately are not aware of that probably have happened, where maybe legitimately some, you know, extraterrestrial type of tech, you know, was discovered. You know, like, because Roswell was like a weather balloon that fell on some guy's farm, and that farmer obviously didn't know what the fuck he was looking at. He didn't know it was the fucking, you know, like a weather balloon. And obviously the government would just, you know, play it off and be like, yeah, that was some other stuff. Yeah. Don't pay no mind to that little farmer guy. Like, they're, you know, they're not gonna be outright honest to that dude, because they're gonna think he's a gullible old farmer guy. Like, I mean, because that's essentially how they treated him. So, either way, it's just like, the government isn't, you know, like, innocent when it comes to using aliens or UFOs as an excuse for, you know, their own research or testing and shit. At least that's why, for me, it's like, I'd be skeptical of it, but I still think it would be a big deal nonetheless. Because I think there could be a possible degree if there's actual physical evidence or an ability to potentially capture or at least, better properly document, this type of shit, like maybe sending an aircraft or a probe or a drone, purposely, specifically to potentially capture a UFO on camera with very specific type of cameras and measurement tools and shit like that. Like, because the closest we ever get to that is some of these, like, Navy Air Force pilots, and with some of the navigational and measurement equipment that they have on their fucking aircraft. And even then, like, doesn't really tell you the whole thing. And honestly, I know at least for one of the incidents that they claim was a UFO was legit just a misidentified bird. And it doesn't explain all of them. I know at least one of them was, but for the other two that I know of, those haven't been totally, like, confirmed what they totally were. I know one of them was legit a bird, though. Like, there's a pilot that saw a UFO near what was thought to be sea level, where they were flying this way, and they caught something going this way, which was a bird. And of course, because it was like a certain altitude above the ocean floor, where this ocean was and shit, it's gonna look like it's going a certain speed in comparison to the aircraft speed, which you're going to be able to see with the ocean floor passing underneath, the bird that, this pilot, found on camera. And because it's so far away from where the actual, aircraft is, in comparison, to the bird, for how far the camera is zooming in, it doesn't have a very high quality image, to what it looks like. So to the pilot, when looking at the navigational, computer or like the camera image and shit, it doesn't really, he can't really see what the fuck it is. He's gonna be like, what the hell is this? But if you look at the video, you can kind of tell that that object is kind of doing this little flapping maneuver. If you look very closely enough, it's a bird. That's what it is. If you look closely enough to it. I know there's at least like 2 other incidents at Navy Air Force pilots that I'm aware of, at least. I'm sure there's probably more that that have at least been public and like discussed in the news and shit, and on top of the one I'm talking about. And I know one of them has been speculated to be possibly a helicopter that's off in the distance, and another one has been speculated to be an aircraft that's off in the horizon, but they're, I guess, a little bit harder to just, quote, disprove, I suppose. Still skeptical, but harder to disprove or identify what they actually are. So, I guess still technically UFOs. But that's what UFOs are, is unidentified flying objects. I mean, they could just be a ordinary human or natural thing. A UFO could just literally be a commercial plane, or a bird, or it could be aliens. Or it could be, some research secret, military tech being tested or something. UFO could legit mean anything. Like how we got into like aliens. I feel like ain't a proper stream unless aliens are discussed somehow. It's well if you have some reaction if literal aliens make contact with us. Dude, I feel the same way. Which kind of sucks. Like, cause I'd rather humanity just like unite and be like, yo, let's. Well, even then that wouldn't happen. Like, cause I'd say let's like cooperate with the aliens. And like, let's better ourselves and enlighten us, and let's enlighten ourselves with their technology and their culture and their way of life. I'll be that guy. Like, I'm definitely, gonna be like, hey, let's, cooperate with them and, embrace some of their technology and some of their culture and stuff like that. Like, I'd be that dude. Like, Because I feel like, especially for human survival and longevity, like, I feel like that's legit the best outcome that, you know, we could probably do for ourselves. If aliens did contact us. Aliens, we're invading you, okay? I mean, if that's the case, then obviously you would have to, hopefully humanity unites, you know, to fight back against them in that case. I just hope that the aliens, well, hypothetically, I guess it could be multiple. But at least, you know, with that logic, at least, you know, the type of aliens that visit us, I hope they're at least the chill ones. The ones that are willing to, like, you know, proliferate us and be benevolent. Because outside of, like, us, like, as a species, like, totally rethinking how we do things on this planet, I really do think it's either going to be, like, a benevolent AI or benevolent aliens that could potentially fucking help us, you know, with our plight as a species on this planet. Like, because I don't necessarily see ourselves doing that, but if there's at least enough of us, especially very smart, intelligent ones, that are able to have, like, a benevolent AI that lifts us up, you know, as, you know, like a governmental, you know, like, element, then that could probably help. But obviously for, I don't know, maybe like a generation or two, unfortunately, I feel like that would come with a lot of struggle and plight and strife. I mean, because there's going to be a lot of people that obviously just won't accept that, because, you know, they want to, you know, have a feeling that they're truly in control, or, you know, they don't want to necessarily have, like, some robotic, you know, entity, you know, dictate how they live and all this other shit, even though it wouldn't. At least in my idea, my concept, what I'm thinking about. Because a benevolent AI, at least of how I'm thinking about, would be, you know, something that would, you know, take care of the basic necessities that are needed for, you know, human needs. And outside of that, you know, what we want to achieve for ourselves is, you know, for us to achieve if we want to. You know, it's like that's just available. Like, if we want it, we can get it, you know, type of thing. Not like, you know, it's like silver spoon type of shit necessarily, I guess, but like, hey, if you want to, like, you know, be, you know, an artist, there's, like, you know, different places on the planet where you can go to, where you can, you know, go to different, you know, art clubs, or, like, you know, art, you know, like, galleries and places like that, where you can, you know, learn the trades and shit like that, you know, when it comes to art and stuff, you know, that type of shit. You know, it's not, you're not being spoon-fed that shit, but you will have, like, you know, at least in the concept of what I'm talking about, like, more autonomy to be able to actually achieve what the fuck you want to do. And actually be able to, like, travel wherever the hell you want on the planet, especially where it has the most prominent prosperity and, like, you know, nourishment of what you're interested in. Because, you know, different parts of the world are going to have different things. Because, like I said, you know, some parts of the world are going to have a lot of art. You know, some places will have different, you know, other things, you know, going on with it, whereas other people will be interested, like sciences, research and development, psychology, you know, all sorts of other shit. Make it where the world truly is your oyster. Did I say a utopia? The buzzword. Seems unrealistic, but I do think it can be hypothetically possible if we got our fucking asses, you know, like, or heads out of our asses, collectively as a species, at least. But it starts with small steps, which I think kind of goes back to, you know, full circle a little bit, you know, with the beginning, you know, for our initial topics. Because in order to get to what we're talking about, or at least what I'm talking about, especially with this more futuristic idea, like, a lot of these things that halt us with that type of progression, like, you know, with a lot of this type of extremism, you know, it can't exist, like, just straight up. It cannot be a thing that, you know, is around to be allowed, at the very least, you know, be around enough to, you know, halter and, you know, and, like, you know, like, regress some of the, you know, potential, like, legitimate progress that can be made. Because I feel like there's been, you know, a decent amount of times where we could have gotten way farther than, you know, we, you know, are capable of as a species, let alone a country, at least for America. But because of these different, traditionalist and more draconian ways of thinking that plague a lot of people's minds, it keeps us from getting just that much, better than we really could be. And unfortunately, I think that's plagued a lot of us more than ever. And it's frustrating to say the least, and scary as fuck to say the worst. So I was like, yay, that's great. That's always a nice little fun thing to contemplate on. We had a not sour note going on. We can't end it on a sour note. I will say this much, so I won't wrap it up with this being in mind. We'll make sure we have a little something funny or chill to laugh at least. Can't leave it with just such a deep contemplation of just whoa, just bestowed on everything. It's got a new story posted. Do you remember that night I told you about the lady of the race and what she touched? Oh yeah, I remember you telling me about that. Oh, you just finished that one up and posted up. Is this world's most relatable trash can? Oh, I need to turn this up.
Is that a book? Thank you for using me.
Been there, honestly. That's relatable, yeah. Even the push me down part. But just remember, it's trash can, not trash cannot.
Thank you for using me. This guy's actually pretty fucking funny. Oh yeah, plus some other ones here. She made the stew all wrong. Might have to put too much wine in my stew. It's red.
I'ma just keep it a buck with you. You gonna have to cook the molecules off that motherfucker for it to be a stew. Just accept it. It's a soup now, and you probably gonna need a chaser.
Hold on, I gotta hear that again. What the fuck?
I'ma just keep it a buck with you.
Keep it a buck with you.
Cook the molecules off that motherfucker for it to be a stew.
You're gonna have to cook the molecules off that motherfucker for it to be a stew.
Just accept it. It's a soup now, and you probably gonna need a chaser.
Just accept it. It's a soup now. Show up at a can with a spoon.
Pop it through.
It is clear to me that some people have hurt you in your lifetime. I'm gonna let you know right now, I'm not gonna be one of them. I don't want no smoke. I just want to make a suggestion. They came out with these right here. They even put little handles on it to make it easier for you. And you can just,
Talk, but just take the can, take this, pop it through.
I mean, why would you use a spoon to fucking try to pop a can open? Like, what the fuck? Goddamn. I mean, he's so casual with it, but it's just so great. Guardian Angel protects you to Guardian Angel. What is it? What? Yo, if this is my Guardian Angel, then fuck yeah, dude. Got a fucking Fire Angel? Hell yeah, bro. Scorch my enemies. Scorch them. That's what I say.
Bitch, I am.
Hold on. Let me show you one more of this guy. This guy's pretty funny. God damn it. Hold on. Keeps me ram shit to my ass. I don't like it.
At a restaurant that was so.
Alright, hold on. Okay, this one's pretty fucking funny.
I had ranch dressing at a restaurant that was so much better than. You're not finna skip past that, bro. That music was not a good enough distraction. You just dipped a Pop-Tart in ranch. A brown sugar one at that. I don't give a damn what recipe you making. I need an apology video.
Ranch dressing. I mean, look at that. Oh, God. Yeah, we need an apology video for this. Like, goddamn, dude. Like, no amount of fucking music's gonna distract us from that. Like, bruh, he just dipped a Pop-Tart in some fucking ranch. My dude. And a brown sugar one. A brown cinnamon sugar, bro. Oh, man. I don't even want to eat my soul hurt. I don't even want to eat these right now. I just opened these earlier on stream. I don't even want to eat these right now. I do not want to eat these. I can't. We need to hear it one more time.
So much better though. You're not finna skip past that, bro. That music was not a good enough distraction. You just dipped a Pop-Tart in ranch. A brown sugar one at that. I don't give a damn what recipe you making. I need an apology video.
Damn right. I don't give a damn what you're making. I need an apology video for this. I saw that. I saw that link. The ways to fall in love. Oh, God. Damn. Oh my God, is that? Oh, I literally thought straight up that was actually on the pot sticker. I honestly thought it was. I actually thought that little like, I thought that was like a little trademark, like they put like an etching of some sauce, but no. Tiny little downgrade for that one, but oh my God, look at these. That's just too goddamn. I can't look. That's just too beautiful. Tough choice. So you get to pick one tomboy girlfriend. She loves you. England is gone. No more England. Oh, dude. Fuck. This is a tough choice. Fuck, bro. I like how the map specifically is showing England, but kind of kept Wales and Scotland off. Like, England specifically is what's being targeted here. Like, Wales, Northern Ireland, Isle of Man. Like, those are excluded. It's just specifically England. So I like that. That is a really strong bonus point that's going on right here. So, God, dude. I mean, honestly, at least the picture, I feel like this is not doing it for me. The picture is meh. They could have picked a different tomboy picture, you know, and would have been better. Yeah, no Paul Joseph Watson. No Turf Island. No fucking Count Dankula. Oh, wait, he's Scottish. Fuck. Well, we'll still have him, unfortunately. No Carl Benjamin. No Boris yeah, honestly, dude, you're really making me say this. I think you're making my decision be this. I think we are looking at my decision. I think you settled my choice. It's a tough choice. But just because I make this decision doesn't necessarily mean I won't get this in my lifetime. Just saying. You only get to pick one. I mean, one can potentially happen no matter what. One only happens once. So, and even, you know, like, I feel like, honestly, the tomboy picture really kind of helped me solidify the picture for England and my choice with that, because, I don't know, wasn't feeling it. The chick or the chicks, you know, that were displayed there, wasn't really feeling it too much. I mean, it definitely passed as tomboys, for sure, but, I mean, not my specific type of style of art when it comes to that. The fucker replied to this, holy shit! What did they said? Order the free. I didn't realize no lasses. No lasses was one of the prices that must be paid. Aye. The poor irony. The lasses will not be allowed. Aye. Brother, damn it. Brother, hell. Brother, fucking hell, mate. Oh my god, I love it. I love it. Your weakness disgusts me. You're waiting. I'm not. Wow, dude. Dude. I really I just don't like people that are like this. It's like, I'm sorry, but you're not gonna get any less lonelier whining about it on the internet, especially on social media like that. I mean, it's okay to like talk to your homies about it in the DMs and shit like that. Like, that's fine. But like, I mean, what we just witnessed, that's not the way to do it. I'm sorry, Chief, that ain't the way to go. Like, that's how you, like, continue the reciprocal cycle and fucking, you know, like, make more loneliness for yourself. It's not a good thing, man. Elon read saying Trump's Twitter and someone said it saw to him like the Green Goblin mask. My god. Sorry, but fuck England. Actually, nah, I'm not sorry. Yeah. Why would you be... Yeah, I was about to say, why would you be sorry for that? Can't be sorry, you know, over that shit. Hell no. I mean, I'm Northwest European, and unfortunately that also includes England, too, with that fucking, like, broad spectrum of Northwest Europeanness, so... If that means that at least, like, you know, a chunk of me, like, devolves and disintegrates, I'm okay with that. If that means I have to literally lose an arm and a leg, and the rest of my Norwegian, Germanic, fucking Scandinavian, maybe partially Dutch, fucking out of the shots, you know, gets to stay, I'm okay with that. If the wasp, like, Anglo-Saxon fucking side of me has to literally be Thanos out of existence and the rest of me sticks around, I'm okay with that. I'll accept it. If I have to lose, like, my arm and a leg, or whatever the fuck, I'm okay with that. Just don't take the jewels. Just don't take what's going on between the legs. You know, take a leg, but don't take anything in between it. What are you doing? Oh my fucking god. Alright, hold up. Look at this little freak. This... Look at that little... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, well, hello, Bubble. Oh, well, hi, Bubble. Oh, look at that little voice. Oh, you just squeezed your little face right back into cuteness. Oh my goodness, look at a little smush. Look at a little smush face. Oh my goodness, you're just so cute. You're just so cute. You're just so cute. So I wonder why he was making like these little... I was wondering why he was making like the dog equivalent of a purr. If India didn't exist, the only foods England would have would be hardtack and salt. And dried fish. Even Iceland knows how to fucking diversify their food. England? Nah. You wanna know how Iceland did it? They welcomed people. They didn't colonize their ass and steal it from them. They just let them come in on their own. That's how Iceland did it, and you know what? It's better for it. Including their fish and their national cuisines as well. So, England, learn from your betters. Wait, shit. Terry Pratchett is the author of Discworld was English. But is she worth keeping around? Sorry, man. Nah. Sorry. J.K. Rowling. You really want to keep her around? I mean, my roommate left us out here. I mean, it's like you really want that to be I mean, you really want that to be the circumstance here? You really want her around? Oh, damn it. You saw me. I was gonna put a hat on your head. But you saw me. Goddamn goober. I hope that he'd be like, it's okay, do what you must. I would hope so. At least, considering what, you know, fortunately, what the island is surrounded with, I hope he would understand the sacrifice that would have to be made. It's not like we wouldn't necessarily have it still. I mean, it'd still be around. It's just that, you know, it would just straight up be murked. And, oh, holy shit. I just tuned back into that stream of the satellite ornaments.
We're bringing you live coverage of today's...
Shut up! Dude, that moon is... No. I feel like we're about to reach Spaceball City. We're on the rear of Spaceball 1, reaching and docking with Spaceball City. Please tell me you see that film. Please tell me you've at least watched that movie. Or at least please tell me you understand the references. Okay, this moon is passing by so quick. Dude, this moon is just like zooming. Whoa, wait, whoa, hold up. It's going out of view. It's going away. What the fuck? Is the satellite moving, like turning its position around? What the fuck? Yo, bring the moon back. Baby, come back. Baby, come back. Baby, come back now. Moon. No! The moon's going out of view. No! And it's gone. No, almost. And... Oh, it's gone. It officially gone now. Now it looks like it's the simulator version of it, like the Universal Sandbox version or something. So, boo. Bubble. You're a goober. Looks like I'm pretty much almost like to the 6 hour mark. Goddamn, son. Wow. Think I'll get the last little bit of bowl smoked out, make myself some food, and call it good for the rest of the evening, at least for the night, and be back around for the next one and all that fun shit. Anyway, peace out, and of course, I'll be back around for that next one, so, toodaloo.